That was some beautiful walk-in video and pictures from the old town here in Tallinn, Estonia, where we are for the World Series of Poker circuit events. 10 days and counting. This is the final day, and George, it's time for the final table of the big main event.
Yeah, we can't wait, and what a final table we have in store. We've been a little bit low on the main event coverage this week due to the long mystery bounty final table won by Fabian Bartschuk. What an excellent performance from the German live pro. And today we have a great lineup in store with Jenny Westmoreland, the Swedish female sensation.
Westerlund, I have to correct you.
Westerlund. Sorry, Jenny.
It's not that easy with those Nordic names, is it? Absolutely. We will introduce you to all the final table players shortly, but as you touched on yours, the mystery bounty was played out last night late, so they didn't have the winner ceremony. We did it this morning, and we're going to bring Fabian's winner victory ceremony to you now first.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have yet another ring event winner. This is World Series of Poker Circuit Tallinn 2025, and we have the winner for the €1,100 mystery bounty ring event number 10. From Germany, please give a hand to Fabian Bartschuk.
Just a small one. Confrontation.
Just a small check. And stay for the photo.
There we go. The winner ceremony and the winner Fabian, and he took down 61,000 plus with the bounties.
Yeah, and looking fresh as well in yesterday's get-up, but he's had a good time. So why not celebrating an excellent win there, 61,000 euros. What a score.
Definitely. And with that, I think it's time for us to go to the big main event final table.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Oh yeah, first we have the winner interview with, the preparation final table interview with Jenny Westerlund coming up. Welcome back to the World Series of Poker circuit events here in Tallinn, Estonia 2025. We are just about to start the big final table of the main event. And the lone standing woman stands now here beside me from Sweden, Jenny Westerlund. Congratulations on making the final table.
Thank you.
And have you been able to get any sleep last night?
A little bit, yeah. I was tired after yesterday. It was quite a long hours.
Yeah. You played many hours yesterday, and you had not a roller coaster ride, but you were up and down. You had a big chip lead at one point, then down a bit. And what was the emotions going through yesterday?
I had a couple of bad beats, and of course it's quite hard to let it go sometimes, but it was good to have a couple of breaks in between and had some chat with my friends, get over some strategies.
Okay, yeah. And you came back, you're coming in now, I think, third in chips from the final table?
Second or third, yeah.
Yeah. So what's the preparations been like? Have you studied the opponents or gone through your game?
Not really. I don't want to know anything about it. I want to make my own opinion at the table. So no background checks.
No background checks. All right. No. So I know you told me before that your biggest score so far is around 24,000 euros.
Yes.
And we have 200,000 up top and a package to Bahamas.
Yeah, the ring is more important, I think.
Oh, that's a woman to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, but the Bahamas would be nice as well,
Of course, yeah.
All right. Best of luck, Jenny, at the tables today, and we'll hope to have another interview later on, and you know why then.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
So some very confident, fierce kind of pre-game table talk there from Jenny, just getting herself amped up and ready to go, not even doing the homework. She just wants to go in there and get dialed in the moment, and that's what you like to see. That shows a lot of confidence to me. I'm feeling very good about her run.
This is the final table
now, Teresa,
of
with the introductions.
the €1,500 No Limit Hold'em main event. We started off with 888 entries, and we are now down to our final 9 players. World Series of Poker Circuit Tallinn 2025. Let me introduce you to the final table. Taking seat number 1 From Finland with 2,925,000 in chips, let's welcome Elias Vääraniemi. Seat 2 with 6,790,000 in chips. He's already been here at the final table once during this series, and he won that specific ring event. Now on for the next one. 6,790,000 in chips from Norway. Let's welcome David Vinaya. From Sweden with 6,885,000 in chips. She is currently second in chips on this final table. Please give a hand to Jenny Westerlund. Taking seat number 4 from Lithuania with 1,715,000 in chips. Welcome, Karolis Kutkauskas. Seat 5 from Poland with 4,025,000 in chips. Welcome, Krzysztof Kilowski. $5,855,000 in chips. From England, welcome Stephen Groom. And the current chip leader of this main event final table with 7,715,000 in chips. He is from Czech Republic. Welcome, Martin Surovec. From Finland with 2,495,000 in chips. Welcome, J.P. Juhola. And finally, a local player from Estonia with 5,980,000 in chips. Let's welcome Igor Pihela. We're going to make a draw for the button, so our dealer is going to shuffle up and draw the button. Meanwhile, this is a World Series of Poker event, and I have to remind our players that no deals are allowed on the ring events. So no deals allowed on the ring events. The winner will take down over 200,000 euro, but also an added package, $5,000 US package to World Series of Poker Bahamas. And the button has been drawn on seat number 5. That's going to be Krzysztof starting off on the button. We got 13 minutes remaining on this level. 50,000, 100,000, 100,000. Players, enjoy your day, have fun, and we're going to deal out the cards.
How about that entrance from Igor Behelia?
Yeah.
The Swagmeister General there, just kind of swooning in. He just everything about that walk-on was breeding confidence. Love to see it.
It was a senior walk-on
And
as well.
then we have 3 tables remaining on the 3,000 euro no limit hold'em. We need to open up the bags. Players for the 3K, please make your way to your seats. We're going to open up the bags.
Here we have another event ongoing just beside this one as well on the outer tables. The 3K coming back for day 2 and final day in that one as well. So a lot of action and high stakes poker tournament wise in these ballrooms today.
No open from Jenny there with the ace-4 off, first hand with the chip lead.
Yeah.
Certainly a candidate, although Stephen looks like he's going to be opening blind versus blind with the 9-8 into Martin, who's got a fair few chips to his name here, 9-7 offsuit. Certainly playable versus the 3x, is dominated on this occasion.
And Stephen, flying your flag, George. Do you know him from before?
Yeah, I've met Stephen playing live in Bratislava, Malta, yeah, a couple of the hot spots.
Yeah.
And both players flopping a guttable here, with Martin having the additional backdoor diamond draw. So certainly could be seeing a turn card here in some way, shape or form. Let's see what Stephen goes for here. It feels like quite a natural bet when we raise blind versus blind and flop equity, looking to fold out some king highs, some queen highs. And he does go for the big size, and I quite like the big size in this spot. His opponent is probably, he's going to have some 2 pairs that Stephen may or may not have. But I think Stephen still, in this situation, is going to have the much more at the top end of the range. And that's sometimes justify a large sizing. So coming out firing, and already quite awkward for Martin there with the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. Stephen doing a nice job with the size up there. A little subtle intricacy in his style.
And here we have the chip counts then coming into the final table, or corrected after that first hand. As you can see, Martin, our chip leader, Jenny, and David just behind. And shortest coming into day 2, or the final table day, Karolis, 17 big blinds.
Yeah, but by no means out of it. 17 bigs is still plenty of playability, especially 9-handed. The blinds, the antes, they go around so slowly, so he's going to have lots of time to find his feet on this bumper final table here. 200,000 euros up top, a prize pool of well over 1 million euros, and 888 runners for, once again, another successful week here in Tallinn in terms of numbers. We saw 14,000 up top in the Sviten, for example. That's, I believe, the first ever ring in Sviten.
Yeah, it was absolutely, and the biggest ever prize pool, of course, for Sweden as well, being a 555 tournament. So, yep, huge field and a long heads up last night with Sweden before the Finnish winner was crowned. I believe his name was Jarkko.
Yeah.
And we have now opened the chat as well on YouTube. The Olibit Poker YouTube is our main channel, and then that chat we will keep an eye on here in the studio as well, so we can see some Groomas in the chat. Stephen Groom has some cheers already, as he now is 3-betting against the Kings of David Vinaya. So this is, for you Stephen fans, might be trouble. Of course, the 4-bet is coming already this early at the final table, and then Stephen will most likely, of course, understand that the quite light 3-bet with King 6 suited wasn't the best idea.
Yeah, certainly as far as candidates go, some of these suited kings do find their way into aggressive nodes, especially on a final table. He doesn't cover his opponent, which is somewhat less relevant because he's just looking to fold out hands like King Queen off, King Jack off, some King 10 suiteds. And David with really only one option here. You could elect to play a conservative peel with hands like jacks, maybe queens as well, not looking to get it in for over 60 bigs. But kings is going to be one of those hands that you just have to die on the hill for, and does get the 4-bet through, which, to be honest, I don't think he's too displeased about. You know, it's a nice pickup. There would have been some alarm bells there, which would be very natural human response to think, oh dear, am I running into aces straight off the bat here?
Yeah.
And yeah, it sounds tight, but it is nice to get that 4-bet through.
Oh, in the background you see the tournament clock. We are on the 50,000, 100,000 blind level for some 8 more minutes. 100,000 in the big blind ante as well, of course. And they are on a 1-hour clock, so each level will be 1 hour. And of course we will give you all the payout information as well. If you're in the Olibit chat, you can already see it pinned as a comment there, which gives you the information that the next payout, 9th place, will receive 14,200 euros. And then if we skip up to third, for example, we have 90,000 euros, and as George says earlier, 200,000 and 200 up top.
Yep,
And
good to see so many fellow countrymen in the chat cheering on our lone ambassador here, deep in the main event, Stephen. Queen 9. Going to peel on this occasion. With the chip leader on the button. Not thrilled about this one. I like the tempo at the start of his main event final table. The 9-8 with the large sizing on the flop. That was a nice find. Also the King 6 setting an aggressive tone. Maybe this one another candidate more towards 3-bet or fold. Flops 2 overs with a backdoor flush draw. Christoph out of position, but 8 deuce deuce is going to somewhat favor the opener. It's going to have all of the over pairs, of course. Stephen probably looking to play for stacks with hands like jacks plus, maybe tens, cutoff versus hijack. So Christoph going to have the advantage in that sense. And also Christoph can open a hand like ace-2 suited, 2 combos of that as well that Stephen is not going to peel here.
And
so
meanwhile, we have the final table, the main event going behind me, and the 3K, final 3 tables over here. And I would like to introduce you to yet another ring event winner. This is the 8-game ring event. And he's here to get his ring. 8-game ring event winner. Please give a hand to Krzysztof Budka from Poland.
Well done to Krzysztof from Poland there, winning his way into the Bahamas package. The 5K added for all of the ring winners this week. A nice little juicer on top of that prize pool as well, which is even more lucrative in those slightly smaller mixed game fields. Plenty of added value for each player, which is a nice bit of rakeback in live poker. You don't see that too often, so get yourself down here for the next one. This event is going from strength to strength, as you can see, with many more records being broken throughout the week. Jenny opening up with the King 10, finding her first bit of mini momentum on this final table.
Yep, she said in the interview just before, if you missed it, that she was not been studying any of the opponents really before coming into today, and that she would just play it by ear, get a feeling of the opponents and the table during the day, and yeah, felt confident, looking to have the biggest score of her career so far. Currently was 24,000 for what I think was a 4th place in the Nordic Masters some 10 years ago actually, and she's a previous dealer.
Yeah, she's been on the live circuit for quite some time, right?
She has,
so,
yeah.
But this will still be one of her, of course, biggest spots and biggest equity sweats. At this stage, her stack is well worth into the many 5-figure range.
Absolutely so. Martin folding the King Jack.
Yeah, and
what
this
about
could be the first look we
Igor?
get
Oh.
at Igor Pihelia.
And he has reason for it.
Yeah. The fun player from Estonia. A bit of a wild card. He's really fun. He's really aggressive. He's very unpredictable. So you expect to see some fireworks from him. And as you can see already, playing it slow with the kings and getting the absolutely unideal board of ace high. Martin out of position on this ace high board, no diamond in hand. Igor with the quick check back, looking to navigate to a turn card here. Knows that Martin's still going to have a fair amount of ace X in that range out of position. And another quick check. Igor looking to navigate to the river to try and seek one street of value, which I think is a wise play in this situation. Both players relatively deep stacked. And oh, no bet on the river there. I think we definitely could have tried to at least extract some value from some potential 10x hands that arrive at the river. Hands like King 10, 10-9, Jack 10, Queens, Jacks. So Igor playing it slow on the ace-high board and not finding the 3-bet. Keep an eye on him. He's certainly a player that has a lot of moves in his arsenal.
Yeah.
62 big blinds for him. And things are fairly incremental in terms of the chip counts. No real clear kind of streak for either player as of yet, as we are in the early stages. Christoph +1 with the ace-king. Just won that small raise and kind of serve and volley pot versus Stevens. Taking it down with the c-bet, coming back into the thick of it with the big slick. Igor once again electing not to 3-bet. This time maybe for a bit of a better theoretical reason, not looking to get 43, 45 bigs in, I should say, with pocket 10s versus under the gun +1 in very heavy ICM. So this candidate's certainly more weighted towards a call. Let's see what Elias has to say about it on the button with what is likely to be a 3-bet fold. What are we going here? Something like 650? $575. Always interesting as a side note to see players like David. You can see him just completely dialed in every single pot, looking to pick up any shred of information that he can find. He was a player that was really impressive, winning the 5K ring event earlier on in the week. And as we did get into the later hours of that stream, the finishing time of that event was around about 5:30 a.m. local time, never showing any sign of tiredness.
No, he was
in that
totally
run. He
focused
was so
all
in
the
the zone.
time. And its opponent heads up was almost asleep.
Exactly, and that gave him a huge edge.
Yeah, we even unfortunately saw the opponent Ritvars folding a winning hand at one point. So
oh yeah, mucking a straight on the river.
Yeah, just due to fatigue, unfortunately. But yeah, David was really locked in. And as you can see, this is just the type of player you want to see that's really, he's not even involved in the pot, but still is studying every move of every player and just trying to use that in the future then when he's up against any of these players.
Exactly. So many things to pick up here. The body language, the subtle deviations in the movements of the hands, the lips, the eyes. There are so many things to focus on in live poker, and David now turning his gaze over to the 3-better Elias, who is going to get out the way with the ace-queen. A little bit of a kind of, I've got ace-king, I'm just going to bomb it as a 4-bet quite sizing there. I think it kind of gives the game up a little bit. Might have preferred to see a slightly smaller sizing. I think the efficiency of the smaller sizings in that particular situation is going to be very similar if he were to have gone to, you know, even 1.2 million. But instead, you can empathize with it because he's in a big spot and he just, you know, really is kind of mostly hoping to just take it down without any battle from his opponent, and that's exactly what he achieves with the larger size.
And Christoph now, another nice hand, but under the gun, early position. He's flying the top gun.
Yeah, and in terms of what I was saying about the early momentum not siding with anybody, it looks to be right in Poland's territory right now, as Christoph has picked up a lot of nice VPIP potential hands, as we do see the first blind increase of the day from the 60 120 now. following the 5100 for, I believe they had 9 minutes left on the clock to start the day or so. Igor, once again, peeling, this time from the hijack with the king-queen suited. And Carolis is going to complete with ace-jack of diamonds. Interested there as the short stack. You know, considering the kind of tempo of the table earlier on, he's seen Christoph be quite active early on. Surprised not to see the squeeze jam there, especially with Igor, the type of player that is quite happy to play quite a lot of peels pre-flop. I think our ace-jack is going to be somewhat of a bottom-ish jam in that spot, even versus under the gun, but doesn't elect to take it on this occasion. And Igor with one of these crafty little moves.
Upstairs. Interesting.
Clicks
now.
it in position with the dominating top pair. Christoph with king-jack and a backdoor flush draw. Already looking somewhat uncomfortable, and the reason why is that Igor can certainly have hands like king 10, sixes, tens in this spot. Where do the bluffs come from? Min raising with the player behind. You'd likely think it's going to be some sort of queen-jack, maybe an ace-queen offsuit.
For the call. Let's see if the board gets even more spicy then. One jack only, but there's some hard. Oh, that was the only jack in the deck. Comes on the turn and gives Igor the open-ended as well, of course, but goes check, check, and look at this. Wow, straight for Igor Pihila. He gets it back on the river. And they both checked as Christoph made a 2-pair on the turn, but now it's Igor with the check mark, as you can see.
Yeah, this will get quite interesting if Christoph is going to find the small block, which I think would be a smart play, trying to target hands like king 10. He knows that sixes is very often not going to check back the turn, and Igor instead going for the small sizing, getting snapped off by the 2-pair.
Yep. Maybe we didn't mention it, but the pink chips are 100s, the green 25k, and the blue 5k chips, just so you know. Dominations as well. And we have some information in the chat. We see our VIP, Just Fun X, asked about if there's any information about the players. Yes, he didn't recognize too many. And we have Samji saying that Groom is a professional pilot and a part-time poker player that regularly flies between the stops around the world.
Wow.
In his own jet, maybe?
Potentially.
Potentially.
I mean, after this
one. I don't think 200 is enough, though.
Yeah, could get him a week somewhere,
yeah,
couldn't
exactly. He can rent one for a month, maybe. Go to the next circuit stop in Bratislava on his own. Maybe bringing a couple of friends as well from this final table. And now, as we speak of him, he comes racing with the King 8 suited, Stephen Groom.
Yeah, where are all of you guys that were slating Igor for the no aggressive action with the king's post-flop after the king-queen hand there? That was a spicy little click on the flop. Knew exactly where he was at.
Yep, absolutely.
He's got some moves, trust me on that one. Anyway, Stephen, who's been super high tempo to start this final table, really looking to get involved, and I like that energy to begin the final. You know, looking for any chance to VPIP, looking for any chance to assert his presence at the table, and is going to get action from a dominating hand, it looks like. So Stephen in a great spot here, going to the flop, and a great board for him as well. Very natural c-bet on the flop, and does take it down. Great start for the Englishman.
Yes. So, new blind level since 7 minutes, 60, 120, and 1 hour clock. Still 9 remaining. How will the 888 started some 4 days ago, or maybe 5, depending on what flight you played the day one. And now they're here at the final table. For most of these players, the biggest score they ever had, if they were to come away with the win today and the ring and the package to Bahamas.
And Jay saying, I bet David is the kind of guy who works 12-hour days, runs a marathon after work, plays 6-hour sessions, sleeps 3 hours and wakes up feeling amazing. Yeah, I'm getting a real kind of meditative, holistic, hiking kind of guy from him, you know?
Yeah, would be funny if it was a total other way around. He hasn't been sleeping for 4 days, been to every bar in Tallinn, and
He's been up in the presidential suite.
Jenny not interested, of course, in the 6-4 off. Down to the blinds, then Christoph in the small. Oh, Viper folds.
Yeah, well, Stephen with that early tempo. And the benefit of that sometimes is that you feel like, as the cameraman
Fell over.
Takes an early trip. That sometimes if you do look to play that kind of style from the beginning and you know, push the envelope a little bit, you will get a lot of respect. And obviously Queen 3, not much of a candidate, but could be the sort of hand that does find a raise first in from time to time.
So rack your chips and reach as soon as possible.
With the kind of Broadway blocker, one high, one low, clearing out a lot of hands that dominate us. Hands like Queen 6, Queen 5, Queen 4 off, and never going to be continuing even blind versus blind in this ICM heavy final table. However, Elias unfortunately ran into the goods of Christoph earlier with his ace-queen squeeze. Now sat on just over 20 bigs, so not any panic stations right now. It's actually Carolis, the short stack, opening it up with the queen jack off here from the cutoff. And a much needed pickup for the Lithuanian short stack. Back up to 16 bigs, actually a little bit less as we are on the 120k level. But again, with the 9-handed play, blinds and antes going round so slowly, certainly no reason for anyone to panic at this stage. Just trying to feel their way into this final table dynamic and get a sense for what their opponents are up to. Ooh, Elias here with the pocket kings from the +1. 7 uncapped ranges remain behind, praying to see an underpair commit the 21 big blinds. Goes for the min raise. And Christoph with one of those hands that feels quite tempting to take upstairs. And if you do want to be constructing a 3-bet bluffing range, with it being 9-handed and facing +1, you're not going to see too many offsuit hands compared to suited, just in order to keep those frequencies in line. Of course, 12 combinations of offsuit hands, 4 of the suited, so he is looking to...
Wow.
Oh, the 1 by 1 by 1.
That's a race to 500, right?
I thought 6.
Maybe. Yeah, you're right. Steven was interested in this spot, but now
Yeah, really in no man's
trapped.
land.
Yeah.
With the 8s, doesn't really have any
No.
decent components for entering this pot in any way, shape or form. A cold call would be rather unappetizing at this stage. And the king-queen suited as well, they're rather strong holding, just snap folding to this action, understanding the strength of the ranges involved. Christoph really with the bottom, but Elias looking up his opponent with the goods. Likely to be seeing this one just go in.
Interesting to have the equity at 53-47, kings versus ace-5.
Yeah, wow. Must have seen no aces folded. And this
And
is actually a
maybe
good
king
point.
folded.
It's actually a good point. This is why you don't actually peel this spot too often with a hand like kings, as a trap, because it's so important on final tables to not allow your opponent to realize free equity. So we will just be looking to send the money in, get the stacks in versus hands like jacks, versus hands like queens that may find a way not to double us up on, for example, an ace-high board, and when it does come ace-high as well, of course, most of the bluffs in this range will improve to top pair, so despite us having obviously a powerhouse holding here.
And we actually have some insight in the chat here, says that Group doesn't play 8-8 even normally, as he lost his bigger ever cash game pot with that hand. He's a superstitious bloke. So it was all for TV time then with those 8s, as now the uncontested pot goes to Elias when he shipped it in with the kings. And also George Kristin Tønnesen confirms your thoughts about David, not mine, in the chat for us.
Yeah, you just get a good vibe from the guy. He's very stoic, very quiet, but also extremely competitive in his own mannerisms, and it was an excellent final table performance in the 5K. So yeah, nothing you say there really surprises me. Exuding class.
Yes. And so far, not many hands in, but this is the aggression frequency so far in the final table.
Yeah, 0% for Elias, who's just 4-bet jammed with kings.
And
so
Jenny open one pot, so
yeah, I'm not sure what we can really work with that right now.
take it with a bit of pinch of salt for
Yep.
now, but sure, later on it will be nice to see all the stats as well once we have played for a couple of hours. But now Elias with some newfound chips in front of him. Nice, of course, to take down some 800k plus without even seeing a flop.
Sure
at
is.
this stage.
Great pickup.
David now, maybe he's superstitious as well because he doesn't play your hand,
Oh,
George.
he doesn't play the ducks.
He doesn't,
mean,
he's
I
not
would-
a believer.
I would have a hard time,
Early position on the
Yeah,
final test.
yeah,
You would
exactly.
be
Yeah, it's quite a big EV
Like
dust,
this.
isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
punching yourself.
I might have to go take a walk around the room, but I'd still.
What happened to that guy? He's been sitting out for 20 minutes now. Just doing push-ups.
Exactly.
Queen Jack suited. That's a nice hand to open up on the button for Martin. And Igor probably not loving the 7-3, but it's so easy to call when you're already putting that 240 in and it's just 130 more. So let's see if he's rewarded for being curious.
The only justification I can find, which is being quite, generous, is that he does cover his opponent, so he may feel like his opponent is going to be somewhat honest. On this board is just one of those you look at and you think, I've got no hope in hell of ever winning this hand. And Martin did indeed flop a really strong combo draw. Igor starting to loosen up a little bit with the 7-3 off defend. Not something that you're going to see from many of the other players at the table. And that's the kind of brand and style that he brings into the fray. So adding a fun dynamic to this final 9.
Now then, on to the next one. Starting to get any feeling of the table yet, George?
No, just going to say again, I like the way that Stephen has approached the early game.
Yeah.
Been a nice, refreshing bit of aggression from him for the most part, looking to find reasons to enter the pot aggressively. That's never going to be something that is going to harm you, especially in this kind of cagey final 9. Lots of the other players are going to be happy to sit on the sidelines and simply observe the action. So if you're the one that's out there swinging to the hills, that can be something that does you a lot of favors. Of course, you don't want to take it too far because you do still have 8 players to be up against every hand, and ranges do get a little bit tighter, but good to see some early aggression from the Englishman. Rooting for him for sure. Elias with the 10-4 off.
So, I mean, this is like, surely people call too often in these spots, right? Just because they feel committed, putting in blinds and ante.
Yeah, I mean, even suited is just, I think, a clear fold in this situation as he flops bottom 2 versus, I mean, what do I know?
Did not say that. I said it was an excellent call. This is going to earn him a big pot.
Yeah,
that's
this
what
looks bad on us. It looks like he knows something from the graphics team now.
Bad news for Jenny. Ouch. And of course, Jenny with the top pair, king kicker, comes firing to this board.
Yeah, and she's going to be somewhat startled to see the rather inevitable check raise coming here with this combo. Bottom 2, looking to seek the value from hands like king, queen, ace, queen over pairs. There's also lots of hands like flush draws, gut shots, king, jack to seek value from. So really no reason to play this one slow with his particular stack size. Assume we're going to be seeing a raise too. And he's just thinking, do I want to play a 2 or a 3 street game with my check raise? So, you know, do I go something like 675? That's going to leave 2 million into, how's my maths, around about a pot size bet left behind.
And as I might have mentioned, to my knowledge, Jenny is a fairly aggressive player, so it'll be interesting to see how she handles this check raise once it comes.
Yeah, there's going to be some hands like maybe a 4x with backdoor spades. There's going to be some hands like potentially jack 8, jack 9 in there as well. So I don't think Jenny's going to be overly concerned, as they are playing about just over 20 big blinds effective, but it is still going to be somewhat startling for her. Let's see what sizing he goes for here.
625, is it?
I think the continuing range from Jenny is going to be somewhat inelastic, so might have liked to see a slightly bigger size just to kind of maneuver to a more natural turn stack to pot ratio. And maybe some alarm bells ringing from Jenny, thinking about hands like potentially pocket 4s. She blocks a hand like queen 4 suited. Still 2 combinations of that. Queen 10 off is going to be in there. And she does jam.
Oh, she does.
And the money's going in here, 34% versus a rather speculative pre-flop peel from Elias. And flopping bottom 2 versus top pair. Jenny, seeing the bad news. Oh, he's got queen 10, so the graphics were wrong.
Okay.
Oh, that makes way more sense.
Wow, all right.
I was going to say 10-4 off is, I mean, it's...
Okay, so then I can take back all my criticism pre-flop, because, of course, queen 10 is a clear call pre-flop, and just unfortunate for Jenny to be up against the 2 pair. With the king queen, and it's a double up for Elias with the queen 10, not the 10-4. So you're excused, Elias, and nice double up.
And also to go back to the check raise sizing now makes a lot more sense, right? We block so much of the board that we need slightly less protection than maybe hands like bottom 2. So if you were to choose multiple sizings there, queen 10 would be the one that favors the smaller size. So a rather tough start to the final table proceedings for Jenny Westerlund there, running into top 2 with her top pair. So many draws potentially available in the opponent's range. You really can't fault her for running it with the strong top pair in that situation. But not to be on this occasion, as she gets the bad news. The Finn in there with top 2 pair.
Yes. But still decent stack for Jenny as she's first to act. Sits with 4 million even now. So, jacks now for Karolis and aces for Jari-Pekka. Wow, and you can see this is two of the smaller stacks on the table. So this is troublesome for Karolis once the 3-bet comes, of course, from Jari-Pekka now. Seems like a rather small one, right? That's 600, yes, 600 and back to Karolis. I mean, he knows he has to take stab or takes his chances to get it going, get some more chips, and this is just, yeah, the money go in. There's nothing you can do in this spot for them with the stack sizes that they both have, and we have a risk of the first elimination on the final table. We are down to the final 9 in the main event, and we have jacks at risk. And no jack by, oh, even an ace comes as the last card, so just runner outs now for Karolis, and he's dead on the turn. Unfortunately, Karolis will be our 9th place finisher then, as the aces hold up. And we are down to 8 players in the main event. We have our first elimination, and Karolis will take down 14,000 euro plus for his efforts. Still a nice score, of course, in this 1,500 euro buy-in, but we lose our first player at the final table.
There you have it. The Lithuanian does come in short and was hoping to maybe make a few pay jumps and at least proceed somewhat in the tournament, but it's the bad news that running into the Rockets.
Yes.
So at least some good news for Jenny after a bit of a cooler there with the King-Queen versus Queen-10. Does get her first pay jump and inching ever closer to her career biggest score, which I believe you said was 25,000 in the
yeah, 24,000 euros-ish.
Yeah, in the pre-FT interview.
That was some 10 years ago, but she's played a lot since and has many minor scores, but no bigger than that one. She goes around playing those, you know, all these 300, 200 euros. There are all over Europe now, and travels a lot playing poker, and I think also her partner comes along, mostly playing cash games though. And I was told off mic with Jenny that he sits downstairs, but he's too shaky to play cash games today, so he's just going to watch the stream downstairs in the casino, because he's not allowed to be by the table to make her nervous.
Okay, fair enough.
So, yeah.
Oh, I
so
thought you meant not allowed as in some WSOP ruling I didn't know of. Yeah, no, or just like get out of my face.
No, yeah, it's more like that kind of.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. So now then, David comes to 325.
Yeah.
FD raise.
Very interested.
From the small against Jenny in the big blind, and this is an interesting spot, just losing a big pot, Jenny.
Yeah, very interested to see how she navigates this one.
She knows, of course, that David is one of the better player at the table. I think she's aware he was a 5K winner, and he knows he's capable of doing this blind versus blind with pretty much anything.
Yeah, and I like to see the 3-bet non-all-in here, going for the 3-bet call, giving the opportunity for hands like Ace-5, Ace-4 suited, also some potentially lower pairs to jam that may, would of course fold versus the 30 big blind all-in, so.
I like the way that David also has laddered up now. In the 5K, he had some shirt around his neck to protect him, and now he's on the Louis Vuitton thing.
Yeah, looking dapper. Are we going to see a continue from David here? He does go for the shove!
Oh! Wow.
And this is designed to fold out Obviously, all of the ace-high and king-high bluff combinations in Jenny's range. I don't think he expects a hand like nines to fold, and I thought that the plan was to just 3-bet call here with the nines, which was why I was quite impressed and somewhat excited to see that move. But now Jenny realizing that she's going to have to call off her entire stack now and could be up against a better holding sometimes. However, I do think blind versus blind, once we get into this situation, the chips simply have to go over the line.
Yeah, but I think David has the correct read here now. I think that Jenny is not going to call this one off. I think she's...
You think? Wow.
Yeah. I think she's she want to stay in the top. I was wrong.
There
Here we go. Raise is on. And at risk.
It might have been one of those situations where, you know, she's just lost a big pot and just, you know, it's a very daunting situation. And look at this, a huge flip early on the final table.
Oh,
and a queen in the window
right
for
away.
David
Oh,
Vanaya,
there's a
followed
9.
by a 9. Jenny finds the set after a horrific window card, and now a flush draw.
Look at this one. On the turn, there's the flush draw.
Oh,
whoa.
Wow.
What a scare card on the turn for Jenny, of course, but she'll happily push her chips in the middle to have them counted and receive as many chips from David, who's now on the fairly short stack. Still, though, of course, he has some 25 blinds or more, but doubling up Jenny in a big pot on the final table.
You have to say well played to both in that situation. You know, clearly it is a massive scenario for Jenny. She's probably not had too many flips worth something like 50,000
that's why I thought
euros.
that he read her like that, and normally you call off with the nines, of course, blind versus blind to a player that's really capable of anything, but yeah, I just thought that it might get to her, the situation, and, you know, the ICM, everything. But yeah,
that's fair enough.
Great call, and she was rewarded.
Wow. What a roller coaster of a hand. Queen in the window, followed by the 9, followed by the turned flush draw for Vanaya, the winner of the 5K ring. And I'm sure that was making Jenny rather sick to her stomach there, having to sweat the fade of the heart, although... You know, seeing the 9 following the queen. Just a roller coaster of emotions over the space of what was 20 seconds.
And she also gets rewarded with the current chip lead, 7.9 millions now for Jenny, and David actually in the bottom. But still, 27 bigs, so no stress for him. And being one of the better players at the table, I think, at least the most experienced. I don't think he will get too stressed about that one. Just keep working.
Yeah, and I think it is a well-played hand. I think Jenny's going to be the sort of player that's very much capable of finding some of these offsuit ace and king X type hands there. Compared to the slightly thinner range of, you know, maybe 9s plus ace queen suited that she'd be going for the 3-bet to call off with. So Stephen, once again, looking to drive the action, this time with the 10-9 suited, opening it up to just over the min raise. Igor continuing his peel happy style with the ace queen. David on the button with the 9-8 suited. Is he going to find a way to enter the pot? This hand is going to be somewhat dominated multi-way. Flopping sometimes some of the slightly worse ends of straight draws, but he feels compelled to come along on the button.
Jenny happily folds, just sits back, take a breather after that one. I think she wouldn't quite... she didn't want to see a hand there, I think.
Yeah, just basking in the glory of that,
yeah.
that 9 following the queen there. What a roller coaster. And now Christoph in the big blind with King Jack suited for 25 big blinds. Is he considering a jam here or just a defend? Goes for the conservative route.
So 4 ways then to the flop. And 1.2 million already in the middle. who gets rewarded on this one. 4 high flop. And
Swing and a miss.
no 5 for any of the player for the open-ender, but
Yeah, Igor has 2 overs and a gut shot, and
well, the
currently the
aggressor
best
still
hand.
checks.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing Stephen have really any bets here. The big blind and potentially the button can have hands like 6-5 and of course some of the sets as well. So
Here's the
just
king.
navigating to a turn, and great news for Krzysztof, the Polish player in the big blind. Turning top pair, but still 4 ways, looking to once again go with check. And a 4 on the river seems a safe card, as the majority of the hands that could involve a 4 will be in Krzysztof's range, so could be looking to seek some value now from hands like King 10, potentially some worse pairs that are playing rather conservatively themselves. It being 4 ways, going to see very honest approaches from most players, especially where sets and some potential straights are somewhat relevant.
Steven just runs from his hand.
Yeah,
Maybe needing a little bathroom break.
yeah, potentially quite a meaty sizing there.
Yeah.
And I think Stephen's actually going to be in the big blind next hand, so seems a
Odd spot.
slightly strange spot to leave the table. Maybe he's absolutely gasping for a
Yeah,
toilet
yeah.
break.
Must have been urgent, this one. Ah,
Here he
he's
is.
back, just checking the phone then maybe.
Yeah,
Making sure he
Yeah.
changes his flight maybe.
little update on the crypto portfolio.
Yeah.
Wasn't the best of days yesterday.
He heard an alarm going off, the crypto alarm. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Sell.
Liquidated.
Need to finish 5th to
Yeah,
get even today.
Yeah. Along with leverage.
Yeah. Now then, back in his chair in the big blind, Steven. Let's see who will be attacking it. It will definitely be this guy, Elias. Now with the kings. Late position. Putting that worried face on. Should I really do something with this? Looking at the clock. And deciding how much. Looks like we just have the min, 240 coming up. There we are. David quickly out of the way. Seems like Jenny, no, she hasn't looked at her hand yet. Will she find anything playable on the button? Queen Jack off. This in the hand. Do they call?
Is going to go for the peel here. Wow. Kings versus kings.
Look at this. As Sam wrote in the chat, Steven was checking the price of jet fuel for his trip home. And now there's some jet fuel on the table as well, as these two, of course, will get tangling. And Jenny will get out of the way, because this is fireworks now when Steven first comes with the 3-bet to some 600-700, was it?
Yeah, is there any way that
Oh,
this doesn't go in
big one,
pre-flop?
1.2.
Let's go for the 5x 3-bet here.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
there's
just
no
double
way.
checking. I've got number 2.
Yeah.
Interesting to see how he navigates versus this meaty squeeze from the big blind. Pondering his decision here with the kings.
Yeah.
Are we going to see the 4-bet non-all-in or simply the rip? Looks like option 1.
I think number 2.
I think it's just
Option
going to
2.
jam.
I think, yeah.
Try and get the money in versus the queens versus the jacks. Not look to play potentially a post-flop situation where he might not be able to get the money. And
Here
he
we
does go
go.
for the shove.
Jenny folds quickly, of course, and the call is there. And he sees one king and the other one. Oh, we have the same hand. Turn over one each. So, okay, there's the ace coming with that. No, you had
Yes.
another one you as well.
And now, are we going to see any
The sweat.
fireworks here?
Is there going to be any
flush draws
flush
available?
draws? It should be.
Spade in the window
Oh,
and
two
another
of them.
spade. So the
Are we
free
getting
roll
another one for Steven?
for the Englishman. Could there be a spade on the turn
No.
here? Not to be on this occasion. You sadists in the chat, unfortunately, you're going to have to wait for another one for some cruel bad beat fireworks. Not to be on this occasion. They're just going to chop it up.
Yes. Some extra from Jenny in there, so a little bit to gain from both of them, but split pot. You can think it's sweet and special being played here now. David in the bottom still with 3 million, and Jenny 7.6. And we are about an hour into day 4, the final table in the main event, and World Series of Poker Circuit events in Tallinn. Final day as well. We have some other tournaments ongoing. There's a day 2 in the 3K.
Yep, just having a look at the chip counts now.
Yep.
I don't think we've got updated chip counts because I know my boy Max Sanders is absolutely cooking. But we do have 10 left, an early double up for Munir Taiju, who's recently been running deep in the main event. He told us about some of his rather generous charitable efforts he did in that. He gave 5% to a fellow table mate of his entire score for his daughter's unfortunate passing away via cancer. So that was straight to her foundation, and was telling us about that one yesterday and some of the humanitarian efforts. So just going to show that he is a rather well-rounded human.
Absolutely. And 6s quickly folded. And
And also
Jari-Pekka open under the gun. And another pair of 6s. I think we saw a pair already folded. Not 100% sure, but Christoph at least looks interested to play him from the button.
Yeah, versus under the gun, there is a likelihood that you're not going to see too many squeezes from the blinds. It does become somewhat tempting to peel the 6s here. Maybe we'd get rid of the deuces, the 3s, the 4s. Gonna have to draw the line somewhere.
And I think a queen and a king folded as well, so let's see if Jari-Pekka still can find a way to take over the lead in the hand.
And
Does
there
not,
is a
but it's
oh no.
diamond board.
Thought that was a 6. It's the upside down one, but he does
Yeah.
have an open-ended straight flush draw at the very least. And a board that he will do quite well on. I think a lot of his peels are going to be suited. They're going to be somewhat middling, connected. He's also going to have hands like 9s, 8s, and 7s at full frequency. Jack 10 suited as well. Does elect to go for the check back. And does turn the straight with the 5 of spades on the turn. Jari-Pekka surely not going to show too much interest in this pot with King Queen. Really just a complete swing and a miss for his holding. And Christoph likely to be looking to seek some value. Still going to potentially see some hands involving 1 diamond. Play in this fashion. And does elect to cut out some chips. And that should be the end of that.
On to the next hand then. With seat number 9 under the gun. Igor Pihila Sr. Both him and his son with the same name then, of course. Junior have been playing a lot of the events here during the week, and now then Senior proves that he's still the best of them, making the final table of the big main event.
Yeah, nothing like a bit of family rivalry.
Yeah, exactly right. And Christoph with a nice hand, of course, in the cutoff position. The ace-jack of diamonds.
I would know all about that. My brother's been on quite the tear on the UK scene. Just starting his first year of transitioning into full-time poker. So shout out to Harry. Good job. Had some nice scores on the UK scene. One to watch over the next couple of years.
So you're not even the best in the family, that's what
No,
you're
I
saying.
got second place at the dinner table now.
Do you even have a seat?
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Seat open? No, not for you,
not
sir.
for you. What's your biggest score?
Show us your mob. No, son, you're in the kitchen with the cats.
Yeah. You're not the only one that's been giving me a lot of jib about it, so I'm well equipped for the job.
Okay. I get it. Nothing like a bit of family.
Exactly. Brotherly love.
Yeah. Elias under the gun with the king-queen.
Yeah. Likely to find its way
Leaning
into an open.
backwards to peel the cards.
Not giving anything away to David there.
No.
And the eagle-eyed players at the table, you know, just picking up maybe something there. Looking over to see the stack of the big blind. Would we necessarily do that with a super strong holding? That remains to be seen. However, David finding the jacks.
Yeah, let's see if he picked up on that little tell you just told.
Yeah, I do think regardless it will be a hand that is quite likely to go for a 3-bet call.
Yeah.
Goes for around about 2.5x here. Jenny with the 3 is not really going to be able to justify any kind of continue. Does wisely get out the way. Over to Stephen. And he mucks it. Martin, once again, not picking up too much in the early stages. And over to Elias here, and I think our decision is somewhat crystal clear. Facing +1, a situation where even the top players are really going to struggle to find loads of bluffs. Just going to be a fairly value-driven range, and does find the fold there. So David at least denying some equity to those 2 overcards, picking up a decent pot. And after that huge flip versus Jenny Westerland, he is trying to fight his way back into this one. We did see him sort of tangle in the 5K, and by no means had the easiest run in that tournament. He was up, down, left and right, but did find a way to get it done, and I think a lot of that will go to hit the sheer amount of focus and determination that he brought to that final table performance, expecting to see more of the same today.
Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely paid off that he was so focused and
Yeah.
stayed alert throughout the night. They played the tournament for, I think, like 17 hours total.
Yeah, and I believe his opponent was, you know, drinking a couple of apple juices,
Yeah,
and he was
yeah.
on the waters, and even on the breaks he was walking around and just kind of staying active.
Yeah,
And that paid off.
really did. Yeah, absolutely. And Christoph now with the ace-10 off. Looking to start the fight yet.
Top gun.
Yeah, but the pilot is left to him.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
that makes, hey, you need to switch shirts, man. Christoph just stole the shirt of Steven.
Certainly did. And looks to be taking this one down with the ace-10.
Yeah. We accused Elias of getting sticky with the 10-4 off before, but he did not have that hand, and this time he folds the 6-5, so he's excused.
Certainly is.
And correct folding, of course, with the 6-5 off. Just not going up against and getting in trouble against Christoph.
So we are down to a final table in the 3K, and I can give you the lineup right now. It's Tommy Lankinen from Finland, Anton Markachev, Diego Aquilo from Italy, Max Sanders from England, Juho Sutari from Finland, Enrique Martinez from Spain, Alexander Shilko, the well-known Belarusian pro, Munir Taju, the very loud and eccentric Swedish player, and Totti Aruso from Finland is going to be the final 9. Those guys have locked up a score of 7,500 euros, playing for 80.5k plus.
I was about to say, how many names are you going to get in that final table? But are you doing 9 max then?
Fairly sure, right?
Okay. Because I still have them on 2 tables here.
Oh.
Surprised to see a
okay,
3K
maybe I'm jumping the gun. I've got a little sweat and I was getting overexcited.
Yes. We'll have to check that out in the break that comes up in this main event in 12 minutes or so. And we'll have to go outside of this little box and see what's happening.
See the lie of the land out of our media dungeon.
Give your boy Max a little shout, maybe.
Absolutely.
Even roommates, are you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and
did he get a good night's sleep? Did you wake him up with breakfast in the bed?
Because he's chatting the whole time.
Yeah, he's that guy. Yeah, you told me before. The chatter.
Yeah, he is a real chatter.
Even at night, I know he's daytime, but
no. But we went to the gym this morning, had a bit of sauna and stuff, and you know, I just let him kind of flow, you know, because I know that he had a lot of excited, nervous energy, and I was very much the listener and not the instigator in that conversation.
Did he blog the walk-in today as well from the hotel?
I think so. He's getting into his Twitch escapades.
Yeah, nice. As we go to the river now.
Ooh, 2 pair for Igor, peeling a rather speculative ace-6 offsuit pre-flop.
And a piece for both the other opponents, so this might be interesting.
Yeah,
might
Stephen
be some more
with second pair. David now should feel fairly comfortable about his top pair, likely to find a small sizing here, looking to target exactly hands like Stevens, the king queens, the king jacks, the king tens, the king nines, the king eight suiteds.
Well, and this is interesting now. Just a quick. Oh, it comes upstairs.
Yeah, very quick raise as well.
Yeah, to 1 million even. Just clicking. David's 460 and the call from Steven. Nice pot for Igor now. Now troublesome for David, of course.
Yeah, let's see what he arrives at here. I mean, Igor is really representing a very narrow range. Hands like you don't really expect him to have ace-6 off, which really lessens the combinations, but maybe 8-7 suited could be in there, and both players snap folding, not falling for Igor's tricks.
Who is now our new chip leader, Igor Pihila.
Certainly is.
Confirmation here. 68 big blinds.
And yeah,
the only Estonian left in the field.
Just a question of the timing there. I mean, it was such a quick raise where it's gone bet call on a check down line. It's very, very underbluffed. Both players identifying that and not paying any extra big blinds in that one.
And in what way do you think he could have gotten more?
Maybe taking his time a little bit, maybe a slightly larger sizing where he could at least have the illusion of having some bluffs in that spot. Maybe he could find a hand like 9-8 that blocks the 8-7, for example. So
yeah, it was almost like he screamed 8-7.
Yeah, it seemed like 8-7 suited, didn't it? And I think that, you know, when both players have no interaction with that hand and 4 combinations of it that could arrive in the river in that fashion, it was somewhat of a trivial fold for both in the end.
And our chip leader then looking to get over that $1 million mark on Hendon Mob. He has $943,000 in live earnings total. And the biggest cash so far is $225,000. So it would be about exactly the same if you won this one.
Yeah, with the current US to Euro rate.
I think so, right? And
He plays some big events, right? Like
Yeah.
25Ks, 10Ks,
does.
5Ks.
and I think he's an entrepreneur, businessman from Estonia that's been around for a long time in the poker scene.
Yeah, they're not short of a few quid in that family by the looks of it.
Maybe not.
So,
Now then, blind versus blind again. We know
Yeah.
how it ended last time.
a very small ISO from Jenny this time
Yeah.
versus the slightly shorter stack of David, who is going to continue with his Queen 8. And you
Nice
do
flop
feel...
for Jenny, of course.
Yeah, you
This
do feel
gets-
as though the door is open for a c-bet and a fold
Yeah,
on this particular
should
run out.
be. I think David. Oh,
She does check,
Check
back.
behind.
Interesting. Looking to navigate, and now David turning.
find something.
Yep, an overcard, a gut shot. Can potentially look to start to punish this. What would deem to be a kind of showdown heavy check back range. I think if Jenny had slightly weaker holdings, she might look to c-bet and take it down. With her ace high, though, she does find the second check back. Can we find an improvement for David? We do not. So the 3 rolls off on the river. David with the
gives
quick
up.
check, and this should be...
No reason for Jenny to do anything here. She has some showdown value with the ace high, so just checking behind. Or what do you think, George?
Yeah, I mean, she may
Yeah,
look
she
to be
will.
going for some tiny value
Yeah,
here.
it does.
Looks like she does go for...
140
Mm-hmm.
into 660. 180 actually into 660.
1.5 big blinds. David with the look over, trying to figure out exactly what she's representing here. Likely strong ace highs.
Yeah, there
On
we
this
go with the
occasion.
fold. And Jenny almost up to the chip lead again, but still Igor. And more info on Igor Pihela. We can see him having cashes back from 2010 something. And the biggest win he has is from the €2,000 Summer Showdown here in Tallinn 2018, when he took down the event for 18,000 euros, but the biggest score then was the second place in the 2024 second chance on EPT Tour in Barcelona, where he won 200,000 euros. About the same as he can do today, so looking at least now to pass the $1 million mark, and then
Yeah, every
Maybe.
chance with his current stack. And I think he would need, what, like a top 3 maybe? Top 4?
Yeah, I think so, right? Top 3 should be enough. And he's currently 9th in the all-time money list for Estonia, so he could pass actually Ranno Sotla with a win today and snatch that 8th place.
Uh-huh.
Both of
course,
them playing this main event, of course.
Top of the tree, Vladimir Korsunin, the Estonian Santa Claus.
Yeah,
with
8
his
millions.
exploits in the Triton High Roller Series.
He has not been playing this series, but many of the others in this top 10 of the money list for Estonia has been here. We've seen Ranno Sotla, we had Marko Koprima, who's in 6th place overall, and we had Markus Lade play a few events, he's 3rd, and Ottomar Ladva, 2nd, also was here for a couple of events early in the week at least. And talking about the family affair, Igor Pihila Jr. is 13th in this money list, so trailing his father with a couple of $100,000. As now Igor has opened to 240. Elias.
And don't be fooled, I think we might have some slight graphical issues with that particular box, because we did think that he had 10-4 off earlier, and it was in fact Queen 10. So
Yeah.
just something that we're going to be working on behind the scenes, and we will fix for you in the coming moments.
And Christos comes along, so 4 ways to the flop. As we then probably does not have Jack 3, most likely for Elias. Would
You'd
be
hope so.
surprising, yeah. Because then he needs some water, I think.
Yeah, and look at this.
Sun-
Christoph top 2 and Igor top and bottom here. So 2 pair versus 2 pair. This could be a huge pot Igor finds a check.
Wow, both of them checked.
Wow.
So, Elias does not have anything with the board. I was maybe thinking he had Queen Jack instead, and he would get this party going. And Jenny, lucky for her, she gets out of her way because now there will be fireworks on the turn at least. They will not check both of these guys with the 2 pairs. And then we'll see what hand Elias actually has if he gets involved. But this might go bet and raise, I assume. As Christoph gets the party started with some 600, that's 750 maybe.
Yeah, rather meaty sizing here. And are we going to see the
1.1?
patented snap min raise from
Yeah,
Behalia?
it's already there maybe.
Yeah.
No, this time he takes a bit of time at least.
Wonder how much credit he's giving to this sizing here. Looks like he is going for... Oh, no. Yeah, so he does play it somewhat cautiously, not raising this time 4-handed, of course.
And Elias is out of the way. Igor just calling yes. And Jenny, of course, snap folds as we go to the river with 2.6 million in the middle.
Yeah. Christoph with the check mark, so no 5s available by the looks of it for Behalia. And the 6 counterfeiting the 2 pair of Igor, just
Might
playing
save him a bit.
King. Yeah, it might save him. I'm interested if he's still considering paying off a river bet here. There are so many missed draws available to Christoph. All kinds of different straight draws, hands like Queen 9, Jack 9, 7-8, 9-8, 9-7 on the more ambitious side. Of course, missed flush draws that Igor unblocks, having clubs in his holding.
If he goes bet fold now, Christoph will be sad watching back the stream, seeing that 6 fall on the river to save Igor. But let's see. We're not there yet. And that's 2 million. Shaving off something. That's 1.5, 1.3, 1.4, 1.4 seems to be the bet. Into 2.6.
So just north of half pot. Let's see whether the Estonian legend can sniff this one out and figure out that potentially he could somehow be behind in this pot, although he is just playing kings with the 10 kicker right now, so he does even lose to a hand like King Queen that may take this line and does fold. Igor Behalia losing the absolute minimum there. As we do go to the 20-minute break. So thanks to you guys for tuning in. Only 1 elimination so far. 8 left from the 888 field in the main event.
All right, so let's go to a break then.
Yep, and we'll see you
We'll be back
soon.
with all the action all day long for the main event final table. See you soon. Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuit Events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open-faced Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. Now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you'll see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials, do not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to olibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Sweden Special Ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but you know, it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players.
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes, and we have 810 and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But yeah, we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned. Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit Events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Carlson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you're having such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social, taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends, and play a lot of hands as well. So
okay, that's part of your strategy.
It is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're gonna play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so I'm gonna play the mini main today. I first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to go through to day 2. Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always love a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring of that finger.
Yes. So hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know actually you talking about the ladies event. You won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right? In May.
Yeah, I won in Vilnius. Yeah. So that's why I also going to Queens of Tallinn in August.
Yeah.
Because I won a ticket in that tournament. So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament here in Tallinn.
I'm so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker, and we're so few compared to the guys.
Yeah.
So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in. With warm, good arms, so please join.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then
Yeah,
in
a lot of
August.
smiles and a lot of fun, yeah.
Yeah, it is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Drea. We're going to send you back and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi guys, welcome. We're in the middle of the action on the World Series of Poker circuit events here in Tallinn, and now joined by one of the real legends already in Estonian poker, Ranno. Remind me, where are you on the money list right now? Do you keep track of that yourself?
I look sometimes what's going on, but like not so consistently. But I guess I'm somewhere in between the 7 or 5, 6 or something. I don't know.
No. But you
somewhere
do,
there.
You do care a little bit about that.
I mean, little bit. Yeah. You know, it's always the thing with this money list is always these are just winnings. You know, they don't show.
Sure.
So it's the one who's played more, the one who's played higher, bigger buy-ins. You know, the one who's been longer in the game will always be up there. You know, so. It's a fun thing to like be in tune with, but I'm not like obsessing about it.
No, okay.
Yeah.
But now you're just coming back from, was it a full month in Vegas?
Yeah, I was 1 month in Vegas. Next time I will do max 2 weeks.
Okay.
It's a little bit too long to be in Vegas for me. I just don't like the weather and the place too much, but the games are good, you know. Yeah.
Did you most do tournaments or cash games?
I mostly mainly play cash. Because the taxes, but I did play the main and some other small events, but
Yeah, okay.
No good in tournaments, but decent in cash.
Yeah, all right. And now back home, you don't have to worry about the taxes. You're going for the rings here now then?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's I always enjoy playing here. You know, we have so many familiar faces, so many friends, and just always a good atmosphere in these Olibet events here. You just really enjoy yourself. You know, I have my longer here, and I'm just chilling today, playing this 350 mini main. So, taking it easy and enjoying.
Do you have a plan for the series already? I mean, do you look at the schedule, decide, or do you just play it by ear during?
You know, I will see. Like if cash games are good, I will try to play more cash games. But I will definitely play like the main and the 3K, and I will see then. Yeah. The main tournaments, all them tournaments, I will play. Might jump into a few PLO and here and there, and I will see. You know, go with the flow and just
So the extra little package added to the ring events, does Bahamas ring a bell?
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I didn't know about that. That's cool. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, Olibet always does these things. You know, to give value to people and make it more exciting to play. So it's nice. Happy to hear that's the case. You know.
Yeah. So you've been in the business already. You're not that old for many years. I mean, you're not that old, but you see yourself continuing with this for many years?
With poker?
Yeah.
You know, I can see myself a few more years, you know, but like, it's definitely like getting thoughts of like doing something else, you know, but it's hard to make the transition, you know, for me at least, it's hard to get into something else, like so, with such passion that I've done poker with, you know. So it's we'll see, you know. We'll see what life brings, you know.
But you have many poker players doing things within the business, start doing their own startups that has to do with poker. Do you have anything in mind that part as well?
I played with many ideas of starting to create maybe content, maybe doing Twitch, you know.
Yeah.
And I still haven't gotten into doing it because it's, you know, poker itself takes so much time and mental capacity. And I have a lot of I have hobbies. I have amazing girlfriend I want to spend time with. I have a dog, you know, and just like to to manage content creation, I've seen people do it, and it takes so much time. But it's something that I might get into in the future. Let's see. I might, I just might.
Let us know and we will promote your channels, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so best of luck in the mini-main now and the further events coming up. Is there a special ring though, special event that you would like to win to say that I'm the champion of this one? Your favorite game? Do you have that?
You know, I always come very close with these 3K high rollers.
Yeah.
You know, I really like the format. I like that there are like all the good players playing it. The fact that it's a 6-max format. And I just been second, I've been third, I've been 9th, 8th.
Yeah.
So
there is this Ropetami guy, right?
Rope, yeah. I have to ask him what's his secret.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, it's. I will at least get a swap with him there, so at least I'm guaranteed some money. You know?
Exactly. Sounds like a good plan. All right, thank you, Ranno, for always being a good sport.
Sure.
We love talking to you, and best of luck during the series.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
So it's time to step into the action as well. Talk a bit with one of the players, Scott Kenyon, and you're not playing Texas Hold'em today.
No, I mean I'm actually the leader of the Boo Hold'em movement, the fastest growing movement. We don't like Hold'em, so I come to festivals like this to basically avoid Hold'em at all costs. If there's nothing else to play, then okay, we play it. But for the most part, not playing Hold'em.
Yeah.
So today we're playing Open Face Chinese. Had a very good start. First few levels were nice. The last couple of levels not so great, so my stack has dwindled a little bit. Still workable, still playable, but always fun. But it's a really deep stack structure, so the nice thing is, should I bust, I will happily re-enter because you still come in with a lot of points. It's 50k starting stack as opposed to like 20 or 30 that you normally get, so allows for a lot of playability, a lot of rebuy potential.
And I know there's a lot of people back home watching, like Open Face Chinese Pineapple. That's a lot of words. But if they want to try it themselves, what's the easiest way to get into all these mixed games?
So it sounds like a really complicated game, but it's actually really simple. The hand rankings are the same as you have in Hold'em, but it's just you're making 3 different poker hands. You're going to have 3 poker hands just for yourself, and the strongest hand has to be at the back. You have 5 cards, 5 cards, 3 cards, and it goes strongest hand, next strongest hand, weakest hand. But the hand rankings are exactly the same as Hold'em, so you're making literal normal boards that you would make just with personal cards. Yeah.
And also, now we have a cameraman in front of us, but you have your own camera on the side here. You're live streaming the table.
Streaming at the moment. I'm trying to convince the lovely Teresa to maybe let me stream more days. I get that it's one of those very touchy issues these days with electronics, game integrity and such. For Chinese, that's why it's so great as well, because like all the information is open face anyway, so there is no game integrity issue. But yeah, it's tricky. There've been things happening obviously in the poker world, non-good things.
Yeah.
So it makes it more tricky for people like me trying to just spread the game and spread the word of the mixed games.
Yeah. But if they want to jump into your live streams, you know, you always do this from back home as well. You stream poker, so where do they find you?
So I stream full-time on twitch.tv/pokerbras. If you're looking for the spelling of Pokerbras, it is on my cap right there.
Now this guy's a professional, right? All right.
I mean, that's my full-time job. People ask me, am I a pro player? I'm honest, absolutely not. That is not my full-time living. My living is from streaming. I get sponsored by a site, so I get like some steady money from them as well. But yeah, that's my full-time job. I play poker online and stream it on Twitch.
You enjoy life?
Yeah, basically. I mean, I live in Gibraltar. The weather's beautiful there all the way through the year. Play some five-a-side football there as well. Have some fun.
There you go. Could be this could be you as well, maybe.
Yeah.
Just start. But the Open Face, is that your favorite mixed game, or?
It's one of my favorite for sure. It's fast becoming more my favorite because I had a couple of festivals recently where I won a high roller, 1K buy-in, won some nice money there. So it's fast becoming and a fan favorite, to be honest. People love to come watch it. I've had people who've come into the chat at the start and they have no idea what the game is. I give them a little command which shows sort of the rules and everything, and everyone's like, oh wow, this game's so much fun. It looks, really good.
And then you ask them to come play heads up and
why not? Yeah.
All right, Scott, thanks for talking to us, and I'll let you get back to the Open Face tournament then.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So welcome back to continued coverage of the main event here. 8 remaining players from the 888 entrants in the WSOP Circuit main event. Just seen the one elimination from the short stack Lithuanian falling by the wayside versus the Pocket Rockets. And there's been a lot of strong pre-flop holdings been flying around. Kings versus Kings already with no drama. As well as the slight cooler there for Jenny Westerland with her King Queen versus the top 2 of Elias. And also another big pot between David and Jenny. Queen 10 going for the 4-bet jam from David, blind versus blind, running into the 9s. Queen in the window, 9 following it. And apart from that, a couple of interesting pots involving Igor Behalia with his patented snap min raise strategy. And he has sailed up the chip counts with a pretty favorable start so far. Also folding the 2-pair versus Christoph in one of the hands before the breaks. So Stephen, blind versus blind with the Queen 4 suited, continuing that high tempo style, opening it up versus the limp, blind versus blind. Looking to clear out some of these types of holdings, I guess, the ones that dominate him, slightly better Queen X, and also hands like King 4, King 5, just kind of trying to lean on what I'm assuming he thinks to be a slightly weaker limping range. Christoph did have maybe some ideas of going for a limp 3-bet there. Would have been, I think, a good opponent to do it against, based on what we've seen from Stephen. I don't think so many of the players have seen the showdowns, but he's been right in the thick of it and willing to drive the action. That should have him in good stead for this final table. Current payout is just under 20,000 euros, and thanks very much to all of you joining us after that short break.
And now even I joined.
Aha!
Better late than never, as they say.
Well, you've got to get some refreshments on the break, and
Yes, sir.
it's a long old stint this week, so you are...
Yeah, 19.5k to the next player out, 8th position. And of course, up top, 200,000 euros and the package to Bahamas. And if you missed that so far this week, it's an added package in all the ring events. That includes the buy-in for the $2,500 mystery bounty in the Bahamas on December 4th, and some accommodation as well included in the package. So one of these gentlemen or lady is going to the Bahamas, as it is the lady opening the action with the ace-4 off, Jenny from the cutoff. Folded down to Martin in the big blind, and Martin hasn't been active at all at this table today, just hasn't got any cards and just been sitting fairly quiet in the corner.
Yeah, but he's not lost too many chips. I believe he came in with just over 7 million, so he's just been kind of quietly going about business. Nothing spectacular, but keeping his head above water, and that's a rather important type of style on a final table, just making sure that, you know, you're not getting eaten up by the blinds. Sticking in the game.
Elias now with the King 8 suited. Quite early position, but opening to the min 300, as we now are on the 150,000 blind level, which of course means that there are some 400k already in the middle of the start of each hand. So
Starting stack in this tournament was 30 or 50k?
50, I think, right?
50, yeah. So you know you're knee deep in it when the big blind is 3 starting stacks.
Yeah.
Of course, David looking to find the aggression. Going for a click here to 550, and Christoph in the cutoff with pocket 10s.
Oh.
Let's see how the pole decides to navigate this one.
Interesting, because David just has 1.9 behind as well.
He's got those glasses that I'd be slightly worried to
Yeah,
wear.
those Kim Kardashian memes ones.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I really wouldn't want my opponents being able to see what I'm looking at. So, bit of a bold play there from Christoph.
Absolutely.
It's worked out for him so far, though. He's had a decent start.
You should have those, but then you have it like a fake card showing.
Oh, right.
So they
Jack
think
3 off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be some high-level stuff.
Yeah, really.
So 10s get out of the way, and now Jari-Pekka with a candidate of his own, but maybe looking to follow suit because he's definitely going to be interested in allowing a collision between the short stack in David versus Elias opening from +1. So 2 honest folds there.
David looking to get the 3-bet through and pick down uncontested pot. There's him some valuable chips as he was on the shorter stack coming back from the break. With just some 20 bigs, but now increasing the stack to 3.2. He had less than 20 bigs, but now we at least have 22 ones.
And Elias giving him a little look up and down as if to say, what is going on with this guy? It's on my case.
Yeah.
It's a couple of early position opens now that have been 3-bet by David, and good thing not to take it too personally. David just trying to play the best he can. Rather unlikely in those situations that you're being targeted, especially with such early position opens, so got to brush it off.
And Jenny still with the slight chip lead. Igor Pihila in second place right now, but it is still a deep stacked final table as we don't have anyone under 20 bigs, and a lot of play left on this day and for these players, as Jenny will be first in with the Jack 10 suited from +2. Did she make it the min 3? No, she added some spice to 325, and Steven folding the ace 9. Now then, Martin with the ace king suited.
Not seen much from the man hailing from Czech Republic, but ace king suited is surely going to be enough to wet the whistle here.
Definitely so.
An interesting spot, though. It's going to be 2 of the bigger stacks at the table. Still think that we need to be finding 3 bets, and ace king suited surely going to be one of those. He does go for the peel. Takes the conservative route.
No.
Maybe hoping to find a squeeze from behind.
You can see 2 10s folded also for Jenny, unfortunately. Or not folded yet, but I expect this one. No, it comes along with the 10-5 suited. At least some of Jenny's cards are in the muck or in the hands of Igor. As we go to the flop, let's see if we can find some other help or if it will be the ace king. No, there's a 10, the last one. Top pair then for both players, Igor and Jenny.
Yeah, and Igor is a bit of a defender. We know that he likes to enter pots.
And Jenny, of course, being the aggressor pre, will continue on this one. And there we have the new chips in play, the 250 ones, white and green.
Martin will continue 2 overcards and the backdoor royal flush draw.
And Igor, of course, with the top pair as well, comes along. So building the pot now as we go to the pairing 7 on the turn.
That's a card that could slow things down. It's going to hit Igor more than anyone else.
Exactly so. And no help for Martin, not adding any flush draw or straight draws to that ace king.
No. Jenny, I think it would be wise to find a check now 3 ways with the prevalence of some 7x. And a player like Igor, maybe not necessarily the type of person that's going to be leading on this type of card all too often.
Exactly. Expect him to check a 7 as well, right?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Jenny goes for the bet.
Does go for the second barrel here. Interesting.
And Martin, of course, has to give this one up. One more player involved, and Igor sticking around.
Wow, so she does know her customer at the very least.
So, interesting river coming up now.
It's the 9, so the Jack 10 still plays.
Great card
No.
for Jenny, of course. No
Yeah.
overcard.
Ooh.
But it's Igor who gets active with a small bet here. No, stop betting
Yep,
into the 3.3.
designed to slow down the action.
450.
Maybe looking to target a hand like a rivered 9, some kind of 9-8 suited that she might have opened, or 8, but I mean it's pretty thin. It's mostly a bet designed to not have to call a larger sizing on the river.
Do you think her thoughts is here now? She thinks she can get anything more?
Yeah, I think with the Jack 10 on the turn, slightly overplaying the hand already, so I don't think with this kicker with the Jack that we can look for a raise here. I think if we have a hand like Ace 10 or King 10, which would have been more of a candidate that I'd have looked to bet on the turn, because I think both players can still have stronger 10s in their range.
There's the call. And
that, yeah, it
good
doesn't
news
really...
for Jenny. Look at that stack size now. 11 millions for our chip leader.
That it wouldn't necessarily justify the raise with the Jack 10, so I think on the
that's
river there, just kind of forced to not reopen the action there. You never know what a player like Igor is capable of. From time to time, if he has a 7 there and you face a bet 3-bet, it would be a bit of a disaster. So I think...
I'm a bit surprised she took her time to call, actually, because, I mean, it's not more like a snap call situation.
No, I think wholeheartedly she was considering the raise, but just realizing potentially value cutting against King 10 and Queen 10 type holdings is not going to be the best way to go about it, having already got 2 significant streets of value. So nicely played from Jenny in the end.
And well up in front now, because Igor was in second place in chips before that hand. So Jenny now with 11 millions and about 6.5, I think, for Martin in the third place, or is how much he has.
Yeah, she's got a pretty significant chip lead, I believe, at this stage, and looking to continue to drive the action with the Queen Jack. Keeping up
for Martin,
the same tempo we saw from her on the final table of the ladies event earlier on in the week. She was one of those players that's always looking to enter pots, always looking to find aggression pre-flop. Unfortunately, that didn't work out for her, but she won't be complaining, as she is having a rather scintillating stack here deep in the main event. So Queen Jack on 7-3 deuce.
And it's Igor versus Jenny again, and if she keeps the aggression this time as well, now she checks behind this time. Probably earned her the pot if she would have continued, but now we're on the turn 9. And maybe Igor will find something. No, check this one too.
Can she find the delayed C-bet here? She can certainly represent some 9x. Maybe from time to time a hand like pocket 7s checking back the flop. Going to go for the small sizing. I'm interested to see if the river bricks out, and Igor does find the continue with the ace high, and he does not. So Jenny just prodding at her opponent there and taking it down, not finding any response from the Estonian.
Now then, new deck in place. Shuffling and get going. 8 left. Looks great, that up in the right corner. 8 out of the 888 remaining. And we will stream, of course, the final table all day long. And also on the outer tables we have the 3K. There are 9 left. Last time we checked, they're not on the final table yet.
Just have some information for you now. It is
Oh.
a final table of 7.
Now down to 7, all right.
And it's Juho Sutari, the Finnish regular, busting out in 8th for a €9,050 payday. And the final table is now Tommy Lankinen, Anton Markachev, Diego Aquilo, Max Sanders, Enrique Martinez, Alexander Shilko, and last but not least, Munir Tajou.
Who's the current chip leader?
Is that right?
No. Who is?
I'm not too sure. As the
Okay.
chip counts have not been updated on
I
from
see,
what I'm
I see.
seeing. But there was chips flying. I had a little brief rail on the break. And Max and Shilko were getting involved in a big pot, and then Shilko lost a pot shortly after that to, I believe, Enrique Martin. No, it was Diego Aquilo. So chips were flying around, and a couple of confrontations over there. The stack
Look at
size.
this one now, George. 12 million, almost double. Second place, Christoph and Martin. And David still in the bottom of this count, 2.9. Now good for 19 bigs as we have laddered up in terms of blinds. 100 and 150k small and big blind and ante. And Jenny continues to push the pedal to the metal.
Absolutely. And let's see if she can keep up the tempo and keep going about business. It's been a strong start to her, not without stress.
No,
the queen in the
that
window.
queen and then the turn, flush draw against, but
exactly.
Yeah.
We're referencing the hand versus David Vinaya there, blind
Exactly.
versus blind. The 4-bet jam with the queen 10 called eventually by Jenny with the 9s. The queen in the window followed by the 9. And she was thinking that she was a real dog to be continuing in the tournament at that stage, but finding the set and holding up versus the turn flush draw. Once again, another blind versus blind confrontation between these two. David has just under 20 big blinds, limping in, and Jenny happy to see a free flop with her 3 deuce of hearts flopping a flush draw. And David has top pair, so could be some fireworks here.
Absolutely. Another blind versus blind.
Yeah, those of you action hunters in the chat cheering on for the Jack of Hearts at home.
Exactly. And it's checked from David, and now Jenny comes with a 150 into 450.
Yeah, very interesting
Or
to
600
see
actually.
how David continues here. Does he go for the check raise or just the check call? Does elect to go for the secondary route, and the 5 on the turn can still conceivably improve Jenny sometimes. She may stab some bottom pair for value / protection on the flop. You see a quick check back on the turn, and the 9 of clubs rolling off on the river. David may now be looking to seek value from all of the worst 10x in the range, maybe more weighted towards a 7 or some kind of hand like this. So 6-8 getting there, not insignificant as well. David going to be pondering over his decision. Does he want Jack-8 as well, completing on the river? Is he going to look for the street to target the worst 10x, the 7x that could potentially be in there? Looks like that is what he's going to do.
And of course, Jenny quickly folds. No help with the flush draw. At least she got to see the river for free, and on to the next hand.
Stephen, Ace King. Certainly been a player that I've been impressed with his final table performance so far. And wow, look at this, running into the kings, and you feel now with just north of 30 big blinds for Stephen that this could be a rather significant pot in the sense of his chances to remain in the tournament, as Martin will surely be finding the 3-bet here, and the money could be flying in pre-flop with 2 powerhouse holdings such as this. That's the unfortunate downside of the variance of No Limit Hold'em tournament poker. 2 hands that simply, you feel, have to find their way into the middle. Just a matter of how. There is the raise from Martin, making it 875. Slight discount on the 3x. Jenny will get out the way with the 4s.
He does.
Christoph
Back now.
Has anything to join the party, will be happy to fold and allow a potential collision between these two. And as we can see, highly likely at this stage. Snap jam and a snap call. Cards on their backs. Ace king versus kings.
And the pilot, will he fly all the way or not? Stephen in trouble.
Can he clip the wings of Martin here with a flopped ace? Or will it be a crash and burn for the man hailing from England?
I doubt they're all in both, though. That star should only be with the one risking his seat, but that will be decided later on, as it should be Stephen that has on the shorter stack and still trailing.
Some backdoor opportunities in the form of the hearts or the potential gut shots. Oh, the 10 of hearts!
Wow,
come on now.
What a card.
It's coming home.
Is it? It's not coming home. Unfortunately for your fellow countryman Stephen Groom, he is our 8th place finisher, as the ace king does not find a way to fly against the kings, and the pilot is out.
Crash landing.
Crash landing for
yet
Stephen. Another 19.5, but not enough maybe for the jet fuel we were talking about, or at least not the jet.
Yeah, that might just get him in a private jet home to the UK.
To lick his wounds. Well.
Unlucky, Stephen.
Good game.
A valiant effort.
A great performance, and happy to have you on the final table. Now these are the 7 payouts remaining.
What is it with England and finals? It's just brutal, isn't it?
It's never coming home. It's just never.
I haven't seen Sweden up there for quite some time, so.
No, but we don't do that.
We don't give it the media a big one.
Antics about always coming home. You know, we're already home. Swedes don't go anywhere, so you know.
Too busy running
Except
Sims
Jenny,
at home.
though. Hey, Jenny.
She's on the
maybe
tour.
It's coming to Sweden, actually.
Maybe it is
today.
Maybe I'll let you have your shining hour here.
Yeah.
Yep, Jenny leading the aggression stats as you'd expect from the chip leader. She's showing a great game so far. Once again, not without the stress, facing a couple of hairy moments, but she's managed to compose herself well to assail to the top of the chip counts.
Yep, it's really nice to see Jenny in the top of the aggression frequency, putting on a show and not being scared about.
Yeah, not shying away from the big stage with a largest career score of about 25,000. You wouldn't be.
Yeah, as I said previously, I know she's an aggressive player, but I'm not sure that she was gonna keep that going in this on the big stage.
Yeah,
but
and
she's doing her thing, playing her game, and
absolutely, she's certainly
finding that 9 and
finding the 9 is important as well.
But of course, she was ahead in that hand, and it was David who was trying to push her off
with the Queen 10 exactly.
Yeah,
Christoph in the small blind
with the exact hand again. Queen 10, David now.
Yep, Queen 10 of hearts. His favorite hand after today.
Or maybe not.
Yeah, well,
after losing to Jenny, we'll see.
Let's see what happens here.
Yeah. Flop Queen 10 of diamonds and then choo-choo.
Looking for blood on the final day, are we already?
Well. They say there's an after party.
They are.
Can't be here all night.
I've heard rumors.
At least there will be some winner partying going on, of course, somewhere in Tallinn tonight, because someone is looking to get the biggest score of their life in this tournament. And Christoph now,
and joking
doing
aside,
his part.
all welcome at the Olibet Sports Bar later on. It's going to be a great closeout to the week, but instead here we do have, of course, the final day of action, which is going to be our main focus. And Christoph,
And David is just like, do they see I have Queen 10 of hearts?
do they know that I'm capable of the 4-bet jam? How dare you?
Are they sees through these two cards?
He does elect to fold this one.
Yeah.
Maybe tail between the legs after the last hand, but still remains fighting fit and still has a good chance with his solid game and excellent final table performance in the 5K. Of course, those of you tuning in, he was the winner of the €5,000 high roller earlier in the week. Okay, so we've got some information on the 3K final table with some chip counts. It's Anton Markachev with the current chip lead, 1.7 million at an average stack of 750. Second in chips is Enrique Martinez from Spain with 930. Third in chips is going to be Tommy Lankinen, 705. Then you've got Max Sanders with 675. Munir Taiju, 545. Alexander Shilko, 410. And Diego Aquilo, the Italian, rounding up the numbers in 7th with 325,000. Those players have locked up, I believe, 11,000 euros, playing for a top prize of 80,000.
Yeah, and Munir Taju, some more GPI points, is on the hunt for Victor Blom in the Swedish
is that the top
Player
two?
of the Year. Yeah, it is. So that's why Munir went to Vegas in the first place. He wasn't planning to go, but then Victor Blom started making some deep runs in the WSOP Vegas.
And he thought, hang on a second.
Yeah, so Blom passed him on the Player of the Year, and then he went for the hunt.
Yep.
And it turned out 58, I think, right, in the big main event in Vegas. So now still trailing Blom, though. So he has Isildur. Victor Blom is currently leading the GPI for Sweden, and Munir is on the hunt here in Tallinn.
Looking for some extra points in the 3K.
Yeah.
And a ring as well.
Of course. And current chip count in this one has 2 chip leaders. Martin is slightly ahead, though, of Jenny, both around 11 millions. And Christoph, 3rd. Igor Pihila, 4th in chips. Elias, 4.6 million. David now not the smallest stack anymore, as Jari-Pekka has that one with 17 big blinds to his name. But still not in real stress either with 17 bigs, and the final table of the big main event continues. Jenny Westerlund looking at the King 5 off. Throw it into the muck. What about Christoph?
Yeah, with the stacks relatively close knit, not the sort of spot, especially opening into the chip leaders button, where she can get too wide in this scenario. So kind of methodical levels of aggression at this point, still with 7 remaining, lots of players to get through, of course, in the lineup as well. And Igor, again, continuing that theme of being a bit of a big blind defender, not really letting anyone get a free look at his big.
And flops the top pair. Nothing for Martin.
Yeah, King 4 off here, almost 0 interaction. He is up against a player defending wide, so that can be good and bad in the sense that he's going to have a little bit more board interaction sometimes, but also some complete swing and misses.
I think that quick check from Igor might give Martin the feeling that he has absolutely nothing, so let's stab this one.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's going for.
It worked for Igor.
Yeah, Igor with his wily tricks, finding a bet out of his opponent just with 3 outs.
Gasping, looking at the watch. He has somewhere to be. Need to clear this out now.
Yeah.
Table.
And again, the
small little value bet.
Yeah, the rather unpredictable style.
So Martin now goes from saying you have nothing until aha, you had a 7.
Yeah, representing some kind of queen, some kind of 7. Hard to say, but he does get the job done with his rather unique style, and that's going to be a fun dynamic to commentate on for the final table.
Absolutely.
Adding to his chip stack, taking a couple of chips off our current chip leader, who now is neck and neck with Jenny Westerland at the top of the tree.
Absolutely so. We have Teresa Nusiainen in the background as well, our main tournament director for the entire series and the person behind the whole festival in terms of creating the schedule and setting up everything around this event. And it has been an absolute pleasure to visit this event and see how smooth everything is running.
Absolutely. I mean, the organization is top tier. We saw Andy Tillman, known for his exploits around the world, as one of the chief tournament directors of the WSOP brand, was here. He's now moved on to next week's event, the WSOP Circuit in Bratislava, I believe.
Yes.
And did say in our interview that the Gold Coast in Australia was actually his favorite stop, just because of the stunning beach scenery surrounding that casino. That's somewhere I traveled last year and did get to play a little bit of cash games in there, and it is quite the venue.
You meaning Mr. Tillman actually has time to go to the beach during the stops?
Well, that remains to be seen, but yeah, he was particularly happy with himself about that trip.
Okay, then. Maybe he won't be 14 hours a day in the casino on that stop.
Well, you never know.
You never know. Guy has time for everything, as Igor now might have some trouble as the King 6 off opening against the blind versus blind surely will be picked back at by Elias. And
Yeah, going
probably it will end with Igor losing some 450 and folding when Elias comes with the train of chips soon.
Yeah, despite running into a hand, I do like his aggression with
Yeah.
the raise first in with the King 6.
Absolutely.
Putting a lot of pressure on the shorter stack, looking to pick up the blind and the ante. Unfortunately, on this occasion, is going to get the bad news, as you mentioned, in simply a matter of seconds. Double checking the cards, having a look over at the opponent, and sliding in the 3-bet, which we assume is going to be the end of this.
1,075,000 it should be. Completely correct.
Yep.
My
Nailed
eyes
it.
are still working after 12 days.
Yeah, I thought that would be a bit more on the delirious side by now. But sharp as attack as ever.
Yeah.
And Igor also getting out of the way and understanding that maybe the game was up, having chanced it with a late position steal running into the ace-king.
And no big changes since the last time we saw this chip count. Gary-Pekka still on 17 bigs. Jenny and Martin neck and neck up top. And
Yep.
2 Finns, 1 Norwegian flag, 1 home Estonian, a Polish, a Czech, and up top, a Swedish, nice, beautiful
There we
flag.
go.
Where's the English flag? Oh, it's still there on the screen, but...
Bustinate. Lost on penalties again.
Oh, yeah. It's getting ever so close.
Yep. So close yet so far, the consistent theme for our nation. However, as you mentioned, it is Jenny in the driving seat right now.
Martin, the nice 6-5 suited. Making it min raise to 300. Gary-Pekka looks interested, and this is why the ace-10. Knowing now that he has to pick his spots with the rather short stack that he has. This seems to be the one. That's 800 by the looks of it. And Igor looks interested as well. Small pair. Sticky, sticky. Might flop a set, he thinks.
Yeah, it's a
You do that every 283rd time.
You never know.
Oh, there's a
there's
4.
a 4 for
Bad
David.
news.
That is bad news. Igor with his ambitious peel here, and it will be going heads up between him and Jari-Pekka. The Finn looking to flop a piece, and does.
Oh.
What a board for.
With the 10 of hearts as well, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Does he...
On to the next one.
Well,
Or?
let's see if he can find a super small sizing here.
Yeah. At least nice for Jari-Pekka to most likely be gaining some chips out of this pot. It's already 2.3 in the middle. He has 1.7 behind, so already there he's up to 4 million. If he's able to get something more, not likely as he shoves the 1.7.
Yeah.
Oops. Or?
Little bit of a panic jam. What's Igor up to here with his pocket fours? Is he getting frisky? Hasn't snap folded.
No.
You really don't know what to expect. Looking at a sub stack to pot ratio of just under 1. And this would be quite the speculative call with the fours on the ace king 8.
Yeah, I think we need to stop a minute here now before Igor and just think about how much this actually would cost us if we're wrong, which we most often are in this case, but it seems like he really wants to continue on this one.
You can't see it on the face of the Finn, but he will be licking his lips on the inside with the tank. He probably knows he's got the best
He's already thinking, what do you have? Because I have it all.
Yeah, he might be concerned about a hand like ace-jack, although I think that would have called by now.
Yeah, I think it's just a queen or jack of hearts that is really doing, but he will be very, very happy. And if he knew what we know that it's only 1-4 left in the deck as well, so
wow,
this is as good as it gets.
Yeah, you really can't ask for a better spot. This would be one of the sickest beats I think I've ever seen.
Oh my god, but still outs, of course. Still outs for Jari-Pekka with the flush draw.
Oh my word, that is one of the most brutal final table eliminations, just from the way that the hand played out.
Do you see the goosebumps? It is like
yeah, your hairs are on end.
I'm shocked. Wow, that's just
I do not
sick. Call it what you want.
What I would do facing that. What an absolutely spectacular blow up from the Estonian, but finding the miracle 4 of diamonds, the one outer.
The one outer sends Jari-Pekka home in 7th place for sure. He's picking up 25k on his walkout, but that one got to hurt.
Let's just take a moment. Rest in peace, Jari-Pekka. That is an absolutely brutal way to go. It just doesn't really get any sicker than that, and especially from the way the hand played, you're thinking, what's this guy cold calling my 3-bet with? Oh, he's called it off. He's got pocket 4s. I've got him absolutely crushed. I've got to fade what he thought was 2 4s.
Cards,
we could see it's 1. And
wow.
Yeah. I'm lost for words, honestly. That is incredible.
So, you guys in the control room, if you have any highlights planned from this stream later on, I think you already now can cut up this hand and it's going to be the one. Because no matter what, that's just the sickest one for a long time. And of course for Igor Pihila in a good way. He's up to 8.2, the home hero and favorite. Sure, the Rail are happy. And
a couple of people in the chat expressing or echoing our sentiments, let's say, with just pure shock as to what we've just witnessed there. Back to the action though. Wow, Igor with the 9s this time, just peeling. Martin coming out on top with second pair, just looking to navigate. There's another 4. Don't be looking at the stream, Jari-Pekka. It's going to be haunted by that 4 of diamonds for probably...
It's going to wake up screaming for nights and nights to come.
Yeah, that's nightmare worthy right there. That is one of the sickest beats I think I've ever commentated on. In just so many different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you did warn them, the audience, about the fun that's coming up with Igor.
And
then someone mocked you in the chat saying,
they
this
didn't
is
believe
not
me.
fun.
Yeah.
Boom.
Boom.
There's
it
the
is.
4. One
Martin.
guy not finding it as funny though, Jari-Pekka.
No, he is going to be sick to his stomach. As Martin finds a savvy little small bet on the river there, trying to seek some value with the best possible jack. looking to target hands like Jack 10. Maybe the weaker pocket pairs such as Igor had, not on this occasion.
So, Maureen, welcome to the stream, and I hope you're doing fine. Being here at the series early in the week, and know you're back home now. And just what happened, Maureen? If you're in the YouTube, I think you can just
scroll back.
Scroll back, because we can't even describe with words what just happened like a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
So just rewatch it.
One of
Go
the
back.
all-time sickest WSOP Circuit Tallinn bad beats. I think that has to be number one.
Yeah,
I don't
for
think
sure.
Considering the gravitas of the situation.
That pot is worth. I mean, Jari-Pekka was on the rather short stack, but still had 20 bigs almost.
Tens of thousands of euros in EV there. And he's got 95% on the flop. And it's the offsuit 4 on the turn to shatter the hopes and dreams of the Finnish grinder. Ouch.
Yeah, some cheers in the chat for Jenny as well, as she calls in the small blind with the Jack 7 clubs, and Christoph is out with the Queen 8 actually, so he decided to take a breather, just let everyone watch the hand through his glasses.
Yeah, she certainly brought a couple of really spicy peels pre-flop in the small blind. There was an ace-7 off earlier, and this time coming out on top, right?
Pretty okay flop, you must say.
Yeah, she's going to be happy with that one.
Although Martin just has nothing on this board.
It's tough to flop the second nuts with the Jack 7 of clubs, but she's managed to find a way.
Yeah.
Martin.
Behind though, doesn't work with the trap.
No. Can we see an ace? We do not. Jenny also holding a pair blocker now.
Don't you think there's been enough blood already? You're cheering for an ace as well now?
This could be over in 10 minutes if Igor's got something to say about it.
Yeah. Could be. Now then, Jenny trying to seek some value of that flopped flush, but not much for Martin to call 350 here. Nothing to find. Ow. You're kicking yourself?
Yeah, I just need the desk. Maybe a little bit of tilt on behalf of Jari-Pekka. That was absolutely brutal. I still can't get over it.
Oh, yeah. Now, there's the fold. And now we can see from the chat that Maureen did find that hand as well.
Yeah.
Scrolling back. And if you watching this and you did miss it yourself, scroll back, because it's just 5 minutes or so ago. The elimination of Jari-Pekka in 7th place, and Igor was the one coming out ahead of that miraculously find on the turn, case 4, or the single 4 left in the deck, I should say.
Yeah, and also wishing you good health and a recovery, Maureen.
And now then, on to the next hand. Staying out of it with the 9-5 off Igor, but Elias might be interested now here.
How you doing, Dan? Missed your comment there. Tuning in, looking for some 3K action. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing much of that. We will scroll to the outer table when we get the opportunity to do so, but the full focus will be, of course, on the main event. Jenny going with the 3-bet with the King-Jack. Looking to put the pressure on one of the medium stacks here, Elias. And should get the job done, you feel. Ace-10 would be quite a hearty 4-bet. Don't think we really have any justification in finding a call. And does wave the white flag. Another nice pickup there for Jenny.
Echo Fox says Christoph is going to win this one. I'm telling you. Well, we'll see in a few hours or many hours. Who knows if you're right or not? Because no one knows how long this final table is going to take. It depends on if Igor keeps hitting those one-outers. Then we might be out of here in 15 minutes. But right now, it's looking like we're in for a treat. A long day of poker and action. As we now had it folded over to your man, Christoph, with the king deuce off. Does not play that one from the button. What about Martin with the 9-6 off from the small blind? At least entering the pot and calls. Quick check from Igor. With the 8-4 suited, so middle cards. Let's see if they can both find something. 6 is there for Martin, but just nothing for Igor to this board, and he checks behind the check of Martin. Will they find a flush draw? He does for Igor. Another big card though for Martin to slow his action down as well, and goes check check. But surprisingly, Igor does not find the runner flush.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, change the deck.
Yeah, exactly. I think the dealer got wind of that and thought that this might be looking a little bit suspicious, considering he is the hometown hero from Estonia.
Yeah, I mean, still should change this deck because the one with that 4 should be on the wall at home.
Yeah,
of Igor Pihila.
It's getting signed and framed.
Yeah.
If you were to take this down, what a story that would be.
Absolutely.
Dishing out one of the cruelest beats in, well, not even just Tallinn, but Estonian poker history. And it goes to the man.
A legend gets even more legendary.
Exactly.
Status.
Looking to surpass Ranno in the Hendon Mob all-time money list for Estonia.
Yeah,
and
I guess now that your man is out, George, country-wise, we have to say if it's coming home to Estonia.
Well, exactly.
Maybe.
Unless you've got anything to say about that with your vested interest in Jenny.
Yeah, of course, keeping extra fingers crossed for the Swedes, but not being biased, of course. It's just nice to see all the action.
Just a bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Igor actually folding. Must have been a bad hand. King 6 off.
Yeah, and Queen 7 for Elias. One of those fringy combos that doesn't feel strong enough to defend, but could find some counter-aggression from time to time. Doesn't elect to do it on this occasion.
Right, waiting for the next hand. I'm just going to step out for a little breather, George. And see you
No
soon.
problemo. I don't blame you after all that. Wow. What a roller coaster so far on this final table. 3 eliminations so far. And the Adi-Pekka being by far the most unlucky of those. Elias, Queen 7 of clubs. Having a look over to the stack of David, who's been battling with the short stack ever since that big flip versus Jenny with the Queen 10 of hearts versus her pocket 9s, Queen in the window, 9 following it. And he is going to go for the shove, BVB, for around about 15 big blinds, picking that one up. 2 big blinds added to the arsenal for the Finn, the last one remaining. So cards in the air once again, and hopefully normality restored. Let us know who you're cheering on in the chat. Elias, King 6 of spades, facing this hijack open from Martin. Is the Finn going to look to take this one upstairs and start to build an aggressive dynamic versus one of the chip leaders on this occasion? Elects not to. But pocket eights for Jenny will certainly wet her whistle in the form of a continue. Unlikely to be the type of hand or the hand class that looks to 3-bet. And she does. She does 3-bet to 750 versus the 300k open. Wow. Some pep in the step of the Swede. And Martin, deep stack, getting a great price in position with a hand like 7-6. Not going anywhere for now, so all of a sudden, gauging the interest of some of the shorter stacks at the table, especially David, the onlooker, hoping for blood. The board does come 7 high. Eights out in front right now. But by no means a comfortable scenario, out of position on a monotone texture. Does elect to start with the check. And this is somewhat the issue with the hand category such as pocket eights. In a 3-bet pot, out of position versus a player that is extremely deep versus us. Do have to employ a lot of caution post-flop. So she does start with a check, now potentially looking to seek value from hands such as this. She does have a relatively strong one pair holding with an additional straight draw. Martin in the similar boat, but slightly pipped versus the eights here. Likely to come along with a call. And a 10 on the river, adding another overcard to Jenny's pocket eights. And certainly you'd feel too thin to find a river value bet with some likelihood of our opponent improving to a 10. Can also have a fair amount of 9x holdings as well. And Jenny is going to manage to take this one down to showdown with her eights, getting another bet post-flop. And does now hold a big chip lead. Whittling down second in chips, Martin, with now 23 big blind advantage over him. And 13 million in play here with no one else in the 10 million plus chip zone. For now it's David at the bottom of the rankings, the 5k ring event winner earlier in the week with his 15 big blinds. Igor from the hijack with the ace-7 of clubs. Certainly a player not afraid to enter pots. This time with a much more standard decision with his ace-7. Over to David on the button. Just electing to muck the queen-jack there. A little too short to maybe consider any other kind of move. Jenny in the small blind with the ace-7 of diamonds. Does she find a 3-bet? Looks like a just call. And Christoph getting out of the way. So once again, confrontation between two of the larger stacks, as the short stacks are simply onlookers. Another strong board for Jenny, flopping the nut flush draw. Igor checking back. We've seen quite an honest approach from him, although he does balance that quite nicely. The King 5 multi-way on King 10-5 earlier, having opened from the cutoff in position versus 2. Not betting that one and losing the minimum versus what was King 10 from Christoph earlier on. Now Jenny going for a small stab, looking to target hands like Ace-8, Ace-10, Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen, and does the job. How live is this? We are on a 30-minute delay, so there's no opportunity for any under-the-table antics. Of course, everything above board. But the real time of the game, 30 minutes ahead of us, although all of the reporting channels will be following the streamed action so as to not give away any spoilers. David folding the Ace-5 in the cutoff there. Not looking to tangle with the chip leader. Sat to his direct left. Not the ideal seating position for him so far, but having gone short early, is just looking to navigate pay jumps right now as the primary aim. Christoph limping in with Ace-9 and has his opponent dominated here in this blind versus blind battle. Martin with the look over, trying to firstly see the chip stack, but also maybe trying to ruffle some feathers. Is going to go for the ISO. Makes it 500k to go, just north of 3x. Does Christoph have any intentions of a limp 3-bet? You feel like the hand is far too strong to avoid a continue. Once again taking the more conservative route, which has been a slight theme of his play so far. And Queen 7 deuce. And with the ISO, you feel a rather natural follow-up from Martin incoming here. Somewhat wrapping around the Queen, also having some interaction with the 7. There are some decent turn cards for him to pick up some equity. And looking to gain folds from Ace and King high holdings at the very least right now. An uncomfortable scenario here with our Ace-9. We don't really have any immediate board connectivity, but does feel somewhat weak to not consider continuing on such a dry, disconnected texture. Taking his time. And there is the peel. First and foremost, hoping to turn an ace. I'm sure he'll take a 9 if it's offered to him right now. A 7 on the turn. No improvement to either player, no additional equity picked up for Martin. Just with his jack high right now. Does go for the check back. Maybe looking to open the door to the bet check bet line, where he can conceivably represent some hands like a slow played queen on the turn, hands like jacks, 10s, 9s and 8s as well. Can very conceivably take this line.
Okay, 3K, we're gonna do the photographing first. So 3K players, if I can have you by the table, come on over and we're gonna do the group photo.
So semantics in the background surrounding the final table of the 3K, where we'll get more information to you as and when that comes. 3K. But for now,
Please
Martin
come on over to the TV. We're gonna do the group
firing in a delayed bet, having checked back the turn. And let's see if Christoph can sniff this one out here. Is he going to give his opponent credit for those hands? Or is he aware of the fact that there are a lot of different types of holdings that simply feel compelled to bluff, and does find the call with the ace high? Bad news for Martin on a slight downward trend now as Christoph catapults ahead of him in the rankings. And a strong play there from Christoph. Up to 54 big blinds, followed closely by Martin and Igor. Jenny, of course, still with that chip lead, and it's Elias and David with work to do.
Final 7 players of the €3,000 no limit hold'em. I need you by the TV, please. Final 7, come on over by the TV, please.
So, new hand on the board, on the table. And Elias under the gun. Folding, and of course David does the same. Jenny, 9-3 off. Not anything she'd like to play, even though being the big stack, so just crap for everyone
again,
so far in this hand. Small blind now.
For the 3K. I need you over by
King
the TV,
8.
please.
Just limping from the small. And the man, the myth, Igor Pihila. Just want to get rid of Martin right away, or at least make him pay to see the flop, as he makes it 500 to go. Big blind now being 200. We have a new blind level, 100 and 200K. So the limp was for filling it up to 200, but now still sticking in there, staying in there for Martin with the King 8. 1.2 million already in this pot going to the flop between Martin and Igor. And ace 9-6, 2 clubs, not favoring any of the player. But of course, Igor being the aggressor, when Martin checks it over to him, it's easy to continue. Looks like he's making it 200. Small bet, but just nothing for Martin on this board. And of course, so many aces in the range for Igor when he just raises the big blind pre-flop. So hard to do anything for Martin there. He just folds the hand, and another pot for our gentleman from Estonia, well-known face around the Olympic Casino and all the events that's ongoing here throughout the years, always playing and putting up a good sport. And he was happy coming into this final table today. I'm not seeing him that talky, and even making some grins to the camera before and boxing. So he was really fired up for this final table. And of course, if you didn't see the elimination of Jari-Pekka in 8th place, you should scroll back on our YouTube feed to see how he almost doubled up by that elimination and finding the one-outer. Magic card as Christoph now, 8-3 off. Back on Igor. In the
We're
small
looking
blind
for
now.
Max Sanders. Max Sanders,
Maybe.
need you over by the TV, please.
Even Igor can fold a hand as 5 deuce off from the small, or can he? Yeah, actually does fold. So Elias, oh, look at that. Bad beat in the big blind. No one racing at the kings for Elias. And that's just a unlucky spot, of course. He peeled the kings and hoped that it would be 3-betted once it got around to him, but it's one of the rare round folds at the table. Almost feel him or see him a bit distressed about that, not getting any action. And here we have the aggression frequency. Still Jenny staying aggressive, using that big stack, and we touched on it before the final table start that she's an aggressive player. We weren't sure about how she would take this table, and she said that she wanted to feel the table, hadn't studied any of the other players, just wanted to get a feeling, get it going, but she's been on the pedal to the metal from the start, and just those nines doubling up through David early on, and 14 millions. You can see she's doubled the starting stack, and then she was second coming into this final table, so it's just massive chip lead and definitely well deserved as well. She's been playing great, and seems like that tactics works as Christoph's now is folding out of turn. Maybe those sunglasses should not be that strong for him. And Jenny takes the situation, raising the ace-7 off. Just this time it's just one king for Elias, accompanied by the king, the queen of diamonds. Given some thought from the small blind, early open from Jenny, of course. Players know by now that she's very active, but still is an under the gun race. Telling the table that she has something here, but Elias grabbing the chips, going for the call. What about David in the big blind? 10-8 off. 200 more to call, but he only sits with 1.8 now, so still a chunk of his stack if he's gonna call and come along for the flop. Are we seeing the squeeze? No. But he comes along for the call, so three ways then to the flop. Jenny, David, and Elias. The Nordic trio goes together to this 8-Jack-6 flop then. There's an 8 for David, nothing for the two others in this hand. Jenny was the aggressor pre-flop, so expect her to continue on this one. No, she actually checks. Back around to the 10 on the turn then instead. Two pairs for David now. Good news for him. But we have the open ender for Elias, so he might be interested in this one. Jenny, just with the gut shot, probably not staying in because there will be betting going on. It's just a question whether it's Elias opening with the open ender or if it's David that's going to be the first in on the turn. Elias looks interested here. There was a round check on the flop, so weakness has been shown. He's coming for the bet. It's 1.4 in the middle, so rather small sizing as he makes it 350. And David, of course, with the two pairs, not going anywhere on this one. Just a question of how we want to play it now with the just 1.6 million. He has been aggressive before, and we know he's not shy of using the ICM to put pressure on the other ones. Still, he's on the short stack, so it might be hard to scare Elias off any pair here, but of course with the two pair he must think he's good, so why scare in one way, but still he wants to get maximum value out of this one. Goes for the shove. And that'll be interesting once he gets back to Elias then, because it's only 1.3 to call, 3.4 in the middle, but of course he knows that he's behind. Just the open ender and overcards, and not even a king or a queen will be enough to win the hand. He needs the ace or the 9, and yeah, there's the fold. Nice pot for David. Does not have to see the river, but still 3.4 million. And updated chip count now then. David still at the bottom, but 3.4 million, 17 bigs, so great improvement. So our chip leader Jenny Westerlund, Sweden, now in the big blind. Let's see if that goes to get some action. Someone stabbing at her, but Krista will not be the one. Martin not playing many hands on this final table, but just hasn't got the card for it either. Elias, though, might be interested from the button. King 7.
We have currently 4 minutes left on this level. It's 10,000, 25,000, 25,000. 4 minutes to go on this one. And enjoy.
Exit 400, min raise. And David not folding, and Queen 10 suited. Grabbing some bigger chips.
See a jam here from David, to be honest. These hands play very well as 15 to 20 big blind re-jams. You get a lot of dominating hands to fold. Hands like Queen Jack offsuit, for example, are going to be out. King 10 off as well is going to raise fold. So yeah, David once again showing his class. Very well-studied player and just doesn't really miss a spot. You wouldn't say he's like the most overly aggressive player, but when he gets given these opportunities, he rarely passes them up. And a nice pickup there for David, the Norwegian.
Teresa now also acting as the waitress, or at least asking the players if they need anything. And as we wait for the next hand, I'm going to introduce the next guest alongside you, George Sandford, because we have Christer Larsson coming in, the poker manager extraordinaire of Olibet Olympic Group. So I'm going to leave you to it. And as we know, Christer also hailing from Sweden.
Of course.
Might be biased. If he is, you have to tone him down so he doesn't shout too much for Jenny, all right?
There's a slight sweat.
All right. See you soon, George.
Thank you, Andreas. And once again, hello and welcome, Christer.
Oh, good to be here, George.
Excellent.
Yeah, this is exciting.
It certainly is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the biggest first prize for Olibet events
ever, the 200k.
Yeah, 200k.
Yeah, that was kind of a landmark, or let's say psychological barrier that's nice to breach, but it's been done.
It's done now, yeah. And lots of action going on at the same time. We have the 3K final table running on a side table to this stream table with some seriously good players as well. So happy days.
Yeah, a really strong final table underway there. I believe that they are down to 6.
Yeah.
So we did just lose, I think it was Munir hitting the rail in 7th. He looked like he was quite short for some time though, so a decent effort to make the final table nonetheless. Surrounded by strong regs and live battlers.
For sure.
Really tough lineup over there, and that's going to be the last 2 rings to be decided this week, right?
Yeah, this is the 2 last ones. And at this table we also have the 5K winner, David.
Yep.
He's, such a strong player.
Really, really tough, exactly. And yeah, anyone that is able to win a 5K event has certainly showed their class, and that was basically the takeaway from his performance late into the hours earlier in the week, and really dialed in the entire time.
And we can see here that Jenny she's just continuing with the aggressive style and using her stack and put pressure on the other players. So yeah, great performance for her as well.
Yeah, she's really not shied away from the limelight. It can be quite difficult. Her career best score compared to some of the other players at the table was rather modest, but really taking the bull by the horns and showing a gritty and aggressive final table performance so far. So well played to her.
Yeah, but she have experience working in the business for many years as well. So I guess she have seen 1 or 2 final tables before as a dealer.
As a dealer, and yeah, watching the intensity under the bright lights of the final table, it's something that does take a little bit of getting used to.
Expect her to continue to put pressure on the players.
Yeah. Looking for any reason at this stage to continue to drive the action, and pocket 4s and the ace-x holding in the last hand, both great candidates to do so. Might face some resistance from Martin, who's been on a slight downward decline in terms of his chip stack. Did come in with the chip lead and has had a bit of a to and fro. Did win the big pot versus Stephen earlier on, but hasn't really been able to kick on in the same manner as Jenny. And this will be potentially a start of a resurgence.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, we will see a 3-bet here. So the question is how he wants to size this.
Yeah, whether he does even go for a jam. It would be a lot of big blinds, but if you were to pick a hand that is just wanting to send the money in, it would be ace king. I think on this occasion he's a little too deep for that. Let's see what he arrives on.
Yeah, no, I don't think he will do that. There's big pay jumps here, and it's still still a few players in. So why go up against the biggest stack?
Yep, for sure. Instead, going for a meaty 3-bet here by the looks of things.
Yeah, I guess he wants to have information. 2.7.
Wow,
that's
that is
basically
huge.
That's basically as an all-in, more or less.
Essentially, yeah, just kind of trying to freeze Jenny out of the pot here.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a size that you more typically see in kind of a cash game arena where you're hundreds of big blinds deep.
And Jenny, of course, strongly believes that Martin has just the hand he has, but it's still very difficult to do anything here.
The risk is too high if she were to chip it or call or try and kind of put him on one exact hand. He can still have potentially hands like jacks and tens and even queens in this sizing. But yeah, the size of the 3-bet is very indicative of someone that doesn't really want to see a flop, just wants to take it down and move on.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what is achieved. So does get Jenny out of the way with her 4s. She lives to fight another day. No need for any kind of heroic moves or blow-ups there. Continues to have a firm grasp on this final table.
As we can see, just north of 200k in first prize. And next payout is 33,000 for 6th position, right?
Yeah, that's what's locked up, as well as the 5k package for the winner. So a lot of euros to be decided over the next couple of hours. And it's David looking to drive the action, this time with the 10-9 suited.
Yeah.
Looking for opportunities to get involved off of that short stack and still kind of contend with some of the pay jumps. Christoph, though, might have something to say about that with king-queen suited.
And David can be a little bit relaxed. He already have the ticket to Bahamas, right?
Yeah, he's done okay for himself this week. I think regardless of the outcome, he's in big plus.
Of course, and I would assume that Christoph here will 3-bet David.
Yeah, it's a question of whether he wants to 3-bet call or whether he wants to peel, take a flop in position. Both options certainly on the table. Looks like he's going to go for... Ooh, maybe changed his mind there. He reached for the big chips and then went for the slightly smaller ones. Those green and whites are 250k and the pinks, of course, 100. Igor loves to get involved, and queen 10 suited surely going to fit that ilk.
Yeah, he could even actually consider to squeeze.
Exactly.
But interesting. Lots of flops can make this a big clash between the players.
Yeah.
And we see a king.
Yeah, and that's one of the least action-heavy ones.
Yeah, this should be easy for Christoph down the line. Igor have a backdoor flush. And David backdoor straight, so nothing for them really to work with.
Yeah, quite a smooth run from the man from Poland. Didn't come in as one of the larger stacks, but has managed to win quite a few significant pots, and once again flopping the best of it here with the king-queen pot pair on a very dry board, no draws available. And that should be the end of it for these two players. Let's see if David has any fight here. Does have 3 to a straight flush, and you know, the only real way to continue in the hand would be with a check raise. But I think Christoph is certainly able to have a lot of these types of holdings in its range, as David is going to go for the check raise here. Wow,
And this is, I think, is unfortunate for him. I think it will be very hard for Christoph to actually fold this hand.
Yeah, lots of hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10 could potentially stab in position here. As Christoph now with the King Queen mulling over his options. Might be slightly concerned as to hands like aces or ace king, but for the
not really
for the
aces,
most
ace
part,
king. I think if anything, I think he believes that he hit some kind of set in deuces or sevens possibly, but still it's going to be very hard to get away from this one.
Absolutely.
I can actually see him repop again here, because David's only have 2.6 behind, so
yeah, very possible. Let's see what Christoph decides on. Should be feeling somewhat comfortable with the holding right now, and is going to allow a bit of rope for David to potentially turn some equity and put the rest of the chips in here. So we go to a 3.9 million pot on the turn, 2.6 remaining, 2/3 pot for David. Looking to turn something, turns a 9. That's an interesting card, so improves to a pair. Must be aware of the fact that his opponent is going to mostly have a king at this stage. There aren't too many floats available on a board like King 7 Deuce.
Is he going all in?
He's going to shove.
Yeah, I guess so. Just representing the set of sevens or deuces, but this will be maybe not a snap call from Christoph,
Wow.
but close to it.
Yeah, you can see he's under pressure somewhat in this situation. Really trying to figure out whether he's actually live or not, because as you mentioned, versus the sevens, he's drawing stone dead.
Yeah, and that's what David tries to represent here, but well, let's see. It's not an easy decision for Christoph, but I think actually we will see a call here. Of course, he's afraid of the set, but
it's a big move though from David at this stage. I was surprised to see him continue with the turn pair. I thought that might slow him down. Maybe a bit of showdown versus some hands like a 7x or pocket 8s, but instead putting Christoph to the test, and let's see if the Polishman has the gusto to find the call, because if he does, he's going to be looking at a very healthy equity advantage going to one more card. Counting out the call, maybe just plucking up the courage to get those chips over the line. That's all he needs to do at this stage. And he'll have 90% with one card to come. Can he find the call? He's been put under the max pressure here from David. A very tough player, and he does find the call.
And David is at risk here, of course. 5 out, 11%.
Yep.
So basically,
Drawing thin. Yeah.
Needs some real luck here.
Needs some luck, and he needs it fast. A 10 or a 9 to keep the hopes and dreams of David winning 2 rings this week in check, but does not find it. An ace rolls off on the river, and that's the end of the road for the Norwegian pro. Well, he went out with some gusto there, and he gave it his best shot, but couldn't quite get the fold from his opponent. Was hoping that maybe Christoph was able to fold a hand as strong as that. On this occasion, not to be. So 5 left in the main event. Christoph now challenging Jenny at the top of the rankings. 63 big blinds to his name after finding the turn call. And Elias now the player at the bottom.
And now with 5 players instead of 6 players, the dynamics of the game changes quite a lot, actually.
Yes.
Because the blinds are coming around much faster. I'm quite sure we'll see some more aggressive play from some of the players. So because now it's time to act.
Yeah, there's every elimination we see right now means there's even less room to hide for these players. You've got to get in the mix. You've got to be opening potentially hands like this for Martin. One that maybe 9-handed he could have let slide, but important to continue the tempo and important to look to build and maintain that stack.
And also everybody around this table, they also understand that, you know, the range of the opener will be wider, and also we will see wider 3-bets or steal.
Counter aggression and
exactly.
such like. So yeah, could be some fireworks.
More fun.
More fun for us, that's for sure. Great board for the opener. Ace, King, Queen. Gonna hit that opening range a lot harder than the big blind defend, that's for sure. Jenny just left with not much hope here, just the 5 high. And Martin cutting out the inevitable C-bet.
Next pot.
Next one, yes. Jenny getting in there a bit loose with the 5-3. Not flopping anything on this occasion.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see now the chip leaders, Christoph and Jenny, how they are acting, because there is huge pay jumps, and with the 13, you know, this big stacks, so they have 13 millions or close to 13 millions, means that they could actually sit back a little bit, but you know, they should really try to go for the win. So it's going to be interesting to see if they are, you know, super happy with what they have.
Yeah, exactly what's going to develop, and what the theme of the next hour or so is. It is a crucial one.
Elias, will we see him shove here or just open?
Yeah, both options definitely on the table. Here's the clear short stack. Maybe feels that he's short enough to justify the open jam here. Looks like he is going to go for the raise. Gets rid of Jenny, which he'll be happy to see with a hand such as Ace-4, and Christoph unlikely to find much of a defense with his 8-3. So important pickup for Elias, back up to 18 big blinds. And news on the 3K, I believe we just had another elimination, so we are down to 5 players there. It was Alexander Shilko busting out in 6th place, high stakes player, for 13,646 euros.
Top price in 3K?
80.5k, and the current locked up prize of 18.9 for the remaining 5 players.
Yeah, looks like the cashier will pay out quite a lot of money this afternoon.
Yeah, there's going to be some some bills flying around, that's for sure.
Yeah, and they can't spend it tonight either, because we have the players' party in Olibet Bar and Grill, right?
And what's the benefit of that? Is that going to be a free bar for everybody?
Yeah, at least some free drinks, I would assume.
Yeah,
possibly. But and
I could
some
see
snacks.
I could see a slight sigh from you there as you realise it's going to be an expensive night for Olibet potentially. Yeah, I'm sure you're going to get a couple of thirsty participants in that one, looking to put their karaoke skills on the main stage as well.
Yeah, and the house band.
For sure. And what time is that getting kicked off for anyone that wants to join us?
I think there is some buses actually going from the casino at, if it is like 9-ish. I don't actually have this information 100% sure, but it's an easy walk from here as well.
Yeah.
So not too far away from the casino in Hilton. So good times.
Absolutely, guaranteed. And
here we see the legend Jussi Rysävi, the live reporter.
Yep, checking in on his lone singular fin. The short stack currently, Elias, with some work to do, but still in the mix. 5 left, with a nice payday guaranteed at the very least.
Elias now under the gun with ace-9. This is also an opener for him, should be anyway. Now it's not as protected in position like before, so this could be risky, of course, but he knows that he needs to move on.
Yep, and find some opportunities for a bit of tempo of his own to pick up some chips. Opening into Igor's big blind, who we know is someone that doesn't like to fold the big blind too much, and that's quite a good thing for the ace-9. Jenny next to act with ace-7.
So this is a typical situation where she can 3-bet, you know, like having a really good chance that Elias folds his card more or less independently what he have, but
yeah, looking to get some folds from hands like Ace 10, Ace 9, Ace 8, King 10, King Queen, King Jack, putting those hands under a lot of pressure, and has a good blocker with the ace, which means slightly less of those Ace Kings, Aces, Ace Queen type holdings that will not be surrendering, and Elias does get out the way. A nice little pick up there for Jenny.
Yeah, this is exactly how you play the bigger stacks versus the ones on the ropes, so to speak. So great play by Jenny, and also Elias picking up the pot earlier. He can actually be patient in this. He doesn't need to put his money in with Ace 9. So
no.
And Jenny is aware of this. So well played by both.
Absolutely. Christoph, with his newly found north of 10 million stack, will be looking to put more chips into action here with the Ace 5 suited. Does open it up to 400k. Martin on the button is going to get out the way. One of the middling stacks right now, third out of fifth, which is quite a tough chip stack to play, especially as he's got both of the chip leaders on his right. They're going to be opening a lot of pots, and he's going to be struggling to find much resistance. So it's a kind of a theme as well for the middle stack, because he's obviously interested in the exploits of Igor and Elias, wanting to maybe get a couple more jumps, but at the same time he's got to make sure he keeps his head above water, else he could be getting blinded out by the rather inevitable aggression he's going to see from his right hand side.
Yeah, it is a difficult spot. So, but we will also know quite soon the level of you know, aggression from his side, the intentions. Is he here to win, or is he here to
make a few extra quid? Yeah,
exactly. So this is a good example of this. 9, of course he will open here, but the question is how he acts if he gets three bet.
Yeah, if he faces some resistance from Jenny in the big blind, for example.
Yeah, so basically in this situation, Jenny can actually 3-bet with any hand here, because Martin is in this position. I don't know if she will do it, but she could do it and get away with it many, many times.
Yeah, she will be able to lean on that at quite a large frequency. This time with the Queen 4 electing to just defend instead of taking it upstairs. And does flop an open-ender versus the now underpair to the board of Martin. It is a board that you expect to see a lot of c-bets, but this particular hand may be one he feels inclined to check back.
Yeah. He might not think that Jenny have an ace, so actually... So he actually continues with 350, and I guess Jenny has to call here and or repop again, but tricky situation. I would actually prefer Martin to check in this because he might be in a really bad spot, but he just wants to steal the pot. But
he could potentially get a hand like 10-6 suited to fold, you know, slightly better holding. Does feel like his range hits this board quite a lot, so he does choose for the bet, and it's going to get the bad news here. Jenny finding another nifty little move with the check raise, putting the pressure back onto Martin. Yeah, she's not going to have hands like Ace Queen and Kings, Jacks and Tens, but she does have hands like Queen 9, hands like King Jack in there.
Sure thing, and it will be extremely hard for Martin to continue to play this hand, so Jenny will most likely take this pot down with her aggression as well.
Ooh, unless Martin's got other ideas here. And what he might be thinking is that a large part of the value range is going to be the flop straight in Queen 9, and he does block that, but it's still super tough to find a continue here, and he does elect with the first option to fold.
Yeah.
Another great move from Jenny, just slowly amassing that stack.
Yeah, she's putting a lot of pressure on the players.
She really is. She's given such a spirited final table performance so far, and that is why she is top of the tree there with 75 big blinds. And also sending a message to these guys to say, hey, if you're going to go after my big blind, you're going to have to bring some heart into the post-flop game, because I'm going to be going after you at any chance I can. Pre-flop, post-flop, she's had all the moves, and it's working out for her nicely so far.
Yeah, for sure. She's not freezing here,
No.
you know, freezing at the table in the spotlights. Looks like she likes it.
Absolutely. Thriving on it, one could say. Igor, not seen much from him. We saw a spectacular play earlier with the fours that ended up working out in his favor. One of the toughest beats I think I've ever seen.
One out there.
Yeah.
I guess Jenny will continue to play here.
Yeah. Does she go for the limp or the raise? Looks like she's choosing the small raise.
Yeah.
Let's go for the 450 here. Does Christoph fancy continuing? He's getting a great price. Usually in these situations, I like as the chip leader to go a little bit larger to put some pressure on these types of hands that when you make it 3.5x or north of 3x, they're in a really tough spot. But versus the small raise, feel compelled to call, and does find herself in a little spot of bother as Christoph improves to top pair. She doesn't have much equity to work with, electing just to give up for now. Christoph with a check back. Could we see a straight draw for Jenny on the turn? No. So the check mark with the Polishman for now.
Question is now if Jenny is trying to steal this pot away, but she will for sure face some resistance here from Christoph, even though he's not super comfortable with the king 4, but sure thing. The question is basically if he raises this to get the information he need, or if he's just opting to call.
Yes, and I think the design of the check back was to induce this kind of activity on the turn. So continuing to play it slow, underrepresenting his top pair. Let's see if there can be any spicy river, something like a queen, a 9 or an ace would have...
Let's see if Jenny gives this up, or if she tries one more stab at it.
Yep,
I think she understands now that she's in kind of deep trouble, so she needs to put in a big bet or just give it away.
Yeah, it would have to be a massive bet, and the components of her hand don't seem to align with one that makes for a great bluff, but she does.
Was it 1 point? No, it's only
550.
550.
Yeah.
Okay, so she makes it a kind of a value bet, and Christoph will just call this off and be super happy with the win.
I think she's targeting folds from hands like 10-9, maybe a hand like Queen 10 that's checked back the flop. But instead, it's going to get the bad news here. I don't think she's trying to get a king to fold, maybe just to put a little bit of pressure on a hand like a 10 or even a sticky 5 on the turn.
Yeah, I think, check, give it up, or you have to make it a pot bet to actually put maximum pressure on the pour, because Christoph could definitely fold this king for a pot bet.
Agreed. So maybe a first slight misstep there from Jenny, not really committing to the to the play on the river with a hand that really didn't have amazing credentials to bluff, although she did unblock a couple of those hands I mentioned, sort of the one pair plus draws that maybe she was trying to lean on. So interesting to see how that develops.
I think Christoph is super happy with how this has been developing. He's sitting in position on Jenny and building a stack as well. So and now Igor has been a little bit not overly aggressive. It's kind of a very nice position for him.
Yeah, he hasn't picked up too many hands in fairness, but he has been a bit of a passenger of the final 5 so far. Jenny, on the other hand, looking to... Oh, I thought she would be opening the King 8 offsuit there, so taking a little time out. Christoph with Ace 10 will be happy to put some pressure on Martin, one of the medium stacks right now. We are down to 4 players in the 3K. Anton Markachev, Enrique Martinez, Tommy Lankinen, and Max Sanders. So Spain, Finland, England, and one more country. Guaranteed payout in that one is currently just over 25,000 euros.
Mm-hmm. So Elias has been waiting patiently now for a couple of rounds. So let's see when he will start to act. He has 2.7 in his stack and still playable, of course. No worries about that. But
yeah, going through the blinds next hand, and Christoph on the other hand, looking to drive the action himself with the 10-6, receiving a call from a dominated hand in King 10 suited from Igor, who's playing it slow, well aware of that situation. And look at this for a board. Wow.
Straight and flush draw for Igor.
Yeah, the gut shot to the straight flush for Igor, and Christoph with not a lot of hope here, just 10 high, maybe feeling compelled to fire in a c-bet on the flop. Trying to get hands like pocket fives, pocket fours, these kind of underpairs to the board, maybe starting to apply some pressure to the 9x in Igor's range. Goes for 450.
Igor is totally happy about this. The question is if he just calls or if he tries to take down the pot immediately. It could be interesting to just call here because Christoph is in that position that he can maybe fire another bullet. But I think he's racing, right? No?
Looks like he's trying to play for stacks here. I think it's a raise to about 1.3, 1.4 million. Yeah, it goes for 1.4, and Christoph left with, well, in no man's land really with his 10-6. We'll just have to politely wave the white flag on this one unless he's going to get some seriously devilish intentions, and does not.
Also, of course, for Christoph, seen that Igor has been a little bit, I wouldn't say passive, but not been on board to play too many pots. So
been a bit of an open seat for a little while, but we know that that's because he's not picking up too many hands. But still, yeah, it's something that these guys are not going to see. We have the benefit of seeing all of the whole cards and everything that's going on. Jenny just on her feet there, composing herself somewhat.
Now we have Elias in the big blind, so big chunk of his chips is now in the pot. So
yeah, and Jenny likely to be hunting for those with the ace-7 of diamonds in the hijack, 5-handed.
Christoph goes out of the way with ace-9. And Igor ace-10, so
yeah, maybe a slight indication of Christoph's game plan here, just trying to allow that collision with the shorter stack in the big blind, getting out of the way, showing some respect to Jenny's hijack open. Whereas we saw Jenny, for example, when she had ace-7, actually attacking the open of Elias.
It's very hard now for Elias to actually fold this hand. He will not jack 10, so interesting to see now Jenny acting. Igor is, yeah, she's actually have the position, Jenny, here, so yeah. And she hits the 7.
She hits the 7, a gut shot for Elias. Igor left with the lone overcards. Should be seeing this one go check, check, check.
Elias will for sure check this hand, but the question is if Jenny also checks or
Looks like he's going to consider a lead here, and this is designed to fold out hands like Ace Queen, Ace King, King Queen, King Jack, King 10, some of those hands that do dominate him in this situation. He feels like he's going to have the advantage in terms of flop straights, some 2 pairs as well that could be in the big blind range.
And he also sizes the bet 325 so he can actually fold if he gets counter-attack from Jenny or Igor. Question now is, it's a little bit of a tough decision for Jenny, but she is in position, so I would really think that she at least will call this hand.
Yeah, especially with the backdoor flush draw as well. She's actually raised the flop. Wow. What a move. Really wasn't expecting to see this type of aggression from Jenny on this particular board. She's representing a very thin range for value here.
But this is also due to Elias open 325 instead of 450 or 500, you know, like, and more or less kind of looking like he's committing himself into the pot. So, and Jenny takes advantage of this a little bit, actually, even though I would have liked to see a call only, but she got it done.
Did indeed.
I guess Elias have this lap now to find something.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more orbits at the very most. Facing a bit of a dent to the chip stack there and left with 9 big blinds. Christoph with the King Jack from under the gun. Actually the hijack in 500 play, of course. He's going to get this one through to the blinds. Let's see what the short stack's got. Pocket 4s. Is this time to go?
I would think so, actually. You know,
does he feel like he has any fold equity here? With 1.8 million, I think, compared to Christoph's huge stack there.
I can also do a stop and go, of course. But actually, I prefer to put my chips in the middle and just make the decision.
Yeah. And just hope for the best.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's doing now as well, right?
Yeah. There is a slight chance he could be ahead of his opponent in terms of maybe ace-3, ace-deuce type holdings that could raise. Hoping to also potentially get some folds from some of the weaker 2 overcard type holdings, but on this occasion you do feel like Christoph, especially with the blind and the ante that Jenny's put into the pot as a little juicer, is seeming to get too good of a price to pass this one up.
Yeah, that's exactly why we see the smirky smile on his face, that he knows that he's not committed, but hey, come on.
Yeah, exactly. He's not thrilled about it, but I think the chips are going to go over the line. We have seen him take his time in a lot of different situations, and usually did follow it with the move that we were expecting. Let's see what he's going to do here with the King Jack. Does he feel like he wants to allow the short stack to just pick up this small pot and then continue to try and bully the rest of the table? I think that the price is too good here with the King Jack, and he's certainly got artillery left behind regardless of the outcome. So,
but we have also seen that both Martin and Igor's being a little bit, you know, inactive as well. So actually, to keep the smaller stack alive has a value in itself, you know, for aggression factor. So we have to count that in. So, and I'm sure this is exactly what he's thinking about now. Okay, do I want him at the table or not? Yep. Maybe it's even better for me for having this short stack, because the others will be not paralyzed, but so
he does end up finding the call, and we are off to the races. King Jack versus 4s for Elias. Says good luck, and just rising to his feet now as he looks over at the rail with that kind of look as if to say, oh, we're flipping. Hoping to hold up here and avoid some paint.
Yeah, both were quite happy with what the other said, and now we can see that Elias is in big trouble when Christoph hits top pair.
Yes, looking to find a 4. And close, but no cigar. Igor managed to find that 4 of diamonds. Can Elias find it to stay alive? not to be on this occasion as the Finn busts out in 5th spot, giving a GG and some sportsmanship shown on his way out towards the cash desk.
Yeah, played it really well.
Yeah.
Just ending up in some poor spots, but well played, and 46,000 euros in prizes for Elias.
Yeah, it always stings somewhat, but it's always going to be something that he'll look back on with a fond memory of a nice run in a big field main event here in Tallinn. Closing out the week of the WSOP circuit, we are down to 4 in the main event, and also I believe 4 left in the 3K running alongside. We will get information on that as it develops, but it's Christoph and Jenny at the top, followed by the second pack of Igor and Martin.
Yeah, but they all have chips now, and actually it's just one big pot between the chip leader and the bottom, so anything can happen and anything might happen around this table. So it's a totally open affair with these 4 players currently, with the lowest stack on 35 big blinds.
Absolutely.
Now with Christoph in the big blind, and with 4 players playing now, the aggression level will go up, the ranges will be wider. Jenny picks up ace-jack from the small blind, and we will see her raise here. But she have Christoph on her left side, so no, he's actually calling, so we see 2 big stacks, the 2 biggest stacks up against each other. And you can see that Jenny hits the middle pair here. Christoph have been doing this quite a lot, just calling in his big blind, you know, trying to get the other players to understand that he's not giving it up easily. So don't push me around, I will be coming along for the ride.
Showing some fight in that regard. And it's going to stab when check 2 here. Unfortunate timing, but at least some bonus points for the courage. And Jenny with a rather easy decision to simply come along with middle pair, quite strong in this blind v blind battle.
Yeah, I think she opts to...
It's actually gone for a check raise with middle pair top kicker.
She will for sure get the information now if Christoph really have the queen or not. So I like it actually, because it's so easy to just come along and then you don't have the information. So
puts herself into a tough spot later down the streets potentially, trying to save that outcome.
Yeah, and if she sees another race in this situation, she can bow out, possibly.
Yeah, potentially. Opens the door to some potential moves from some straight draws and things like that, but on this occasion, again, picking up another pot. And it's been slightly unorthodox, but nevertheless, aggression has been something at the forefront of her final table performance, and usually that works really well, especially when you're playing for big money. Managing to take another pot down there without showdown. So Igor's been uncharacteristically quiet so far, but Jenny with Queen 10 of hearts, the hand that she was up against in the big flip earlier, versus David Vanaya with her 9s, which was one of the defining moments for her on this final table run. And Christoph in the small blind, is he going to be finding any pep in his step with the ace-6 of clubs?
Yeah, starting to get tired of Jenny now, maybe.
Yeah, she's certainly bringing a lot of game and mustering up a lot of courage, continuing to drive the action. Does look like Christoph is just going to call with his suited ace, allowing Martin.
He likes the call, Christoph.
He does, yeah. Not seen overly aggressive moves from him compared to players like Jenny. Martin now closing the action. Does he allow the big stacks to potentially battle and get out the way with his 9-7? Often going to be dominated there. Does wave the white flag. Off to a flop. Queen 10 of hearts versus Christoph's ace 6 of clubs. What a board for Jenny. Gut shot with queen high flush draw.
Yeah, she plays well, but she also have a little bit of good flops from time to time.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what you need to win a bumper field tournament, right? 888 players. I very rarely believe the people that said that they had run bad in that tournament.
I'm sure there's a couple of players that would think that, you know, like it could have been better.
Yes.
Let's see also if Jenny joins us here in Tallinn in a couple of weeks when we have the Queens of Tallinn Ladies Only Poker Festival. So I truly hope so.
Do we have any streaming for this event?
Yeah, we will definitely stream the final table of that event. That's in the plans. Igor now in the big blind.
Let's see if Jenny continues the aggressive tempo that we've seen from her with the ace 3 four-handed.
Yeah, she only have one gear.
Exactly. Let's go. Continues to open.
Yeah, as long as it's successful, of course, she should just continue because the smaller stacks they will be starved out.
Yes, and whilst Christoph is putting up somewhat of a fight, it's very rarely finding 3-bets against her, so he's kind of allowing her to just continue to go about her business without too much of a headache, which is a great spot for her to be in, and the reason why she's started to inch away from the field. Does flop a gut shot, and Igor with just queen high. Interested to see if he's going to continue here. He's got 3 to a straight. Queen high does have a little bit of showdown value. Jenny will be opening very wide, as I'm sure these players are aware, even if they're not seeing many of her showdowns.
So she's checking.
Yeah, she does have. She has made the option to check back on a lot of situations and is going to induce a bet potentially. Or is Igor going for the old reach for chips and then check to try and get a check back from his opponent?
Yeah, I would think so, but he have a gut shot draw here.
Yeah, with the queen of hearts, could potentially barrel on a flush completing river as well, so some options available for the Estonian. Looking to try and reverse the aggression, this time leading into Jenny with his straight draw.
Similar situation now with the small bet 275 that we saw from Elias earlier, 325. See if she's doing this in the exact same way now to hit back to get the information, or if she just calls. I don't think that she necessarily thinks that Igor has an ace here.
She does exactly do as you mentioned. Looking to seek value from flush draws, from straight draws, from inferior holdings such as the king, and does get the job done. Jenny once again taking the aggressive route with her ace 3.
Yeah, but I think she really feels that when they're putting these tiny bets in, that it's just like keeping the pot low and they have a draw or whatever. So well played by Jenny. I like this play quite a lot actually.
Yeah, she's definitely been prodding at her opponents, looking for any signs of weakness, and often is coming up with the goods. And as you can see, 88 big blinds to her name. Now has some daylight between herself and second, Christoph, who after this break might be thinking about ways in which he can start to battle, as she's somewhat running away with it right now.
Yeah, Christoph is actually letting Jenny totally dictate the terms on this final table for now, but we'll see what will happen down the line.
Yeah, so it's going to be a blind versus blind battle with Igor and Jenny. Igor just electing to fold, showing a lot of respect to what could be a new Queen of Tallinn in Jenny Westerlund. As we do go to the break, thanks for all of you tuning in. Jenny is the current ship leader, and the other three will have some work to do as we come back for the break in around about 20 minutes.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuit Events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open-faced Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. Now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you'll see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials, do not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to alibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Sweden Special Ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but you know, it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players.
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes, and we have 810 and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But yeah, we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned. Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Carlson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you have such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social, taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends, and play a lot of hands as well. So
okay, that's part of your strategy.
It is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're gonna play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so I'm gonna play the mini main today. I first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to go through to day 2. Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always love a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring on that finger.
Yes, so hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know actually you, talking about the ladies event, you won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right?
Yeah, I won in Vilnius, So that's why I also going to Queens of Tallinn in August.
Yeah.
Because I won a ticket in that tournament, so yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament here in Tallinn.
I'm so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker, and we're so few compared to the guys.
Yeah.
So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in with warm, good arms. So please join.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then
yeah,
in
a lot of
August.
smiles and a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Drea. We're gonna send you back, and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi guys, welcome. We're in the middle of the action on the World Series of Poker circuit events here in Tallinn, and now joined by one of the real legends already in Estonian poker, Ranno. Remind me, where are you on the money list right now? Do you keep track of that yourself?
I look sometimes what's going on, but like not so consistently. But I guess I'm somewhere in between the 7th or 6th or something. I don't know.
No. But you
somewhere
do,
there.
You do care a little bit about that.
I mean, little bit. Yeah. You know, it's always the thing with this money list is always these are just winnings. You know, they don't show.
Sure.
So it's the one who's played more, the one who's played higher, bigger buy-ins. You know, the one who's been longer in the game will always be up there. You know, so. It's a fun thing to like be in tune with, but I'm not like obsessing about it.
No, okay.
Yeah.
But now you're just coming back from, was it a full month in Vegas?
Yeah, I was 1 month in Vegas, and next time I will do max 2 weeks. It's a little bit too long to be in Vegas for me. I just don't like the weather and the place too much, but the games are good, you know. Yeah.
Did you most do tournaments or cash games?
I mostly, mainly play cash. Because the taxes, but I did play the main and some other small events, but
Yeah, okay.
No good in tournaments, but decent in cash.
Yeah, all right. And now back home, you don't have to worry about the taxes. You're going for the rings here now then?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's I always enjoy playing here. You know, we have so many familiar faces, so many friends, and just always a good atmosphere in these Olibet events here. You just really enjoy yourself. You know, I have my longer here, and I'm just chilling today, playing this 350 mini main. So yeah, taking it easy and enjoying.
Do you have a plan for the series already? I mean, do you look at the schedule, decide, or do you just play it by ear during?
I will see. Like if cash games are good, I will try to play more cash games. But I will definitely play like the main and the 3K, and I will see then. Yeah. The main tournaments, all them tournaments, I will play. Might jump into a few PLO and here and there, and I will see. Go with the flow and just
So the extra little package added to the ring events, does Bahamas ring a bell?
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I didn't know about that. That's cool. That's what I'm saying. Like, Olibet always does these things, to give value to people and make it more exciting to play. So it's nice. Happy to hear that's the case.
Yeah. So you've been in the business already. You're not that old for many years. I mean, you're not that old, but you see yourself continuing with this for many years?
With poker?
Yeah.
I can see myself a few more years, but like it's definitely like getting thoughts of like doing something else, but it's hard to make the transition, For me at least it's hard to get into something else like so with such passion that I've done poker with, so it's we'll see, we'll see what life brings,
But you have many poker players doing things within the business, start doing their own startups that has to do with poker. Do you have anything in mind that part as well?
I played with many ideas of starting to create maybe content, maybe doing Twitch, and I still haven't gotten into doing it because it's, poker itself takes so much time and mental capacity, and I have a lot of hobbies. I have amazing girlfriend I want to spend time with. I have a dog, and just like to manage content creation. I've seen people do it, and it takes so much time. But it's something that I might get into in the future. Let's see. I might, I just might.
Let us know and we will promote your channels, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so best of luck in the mini main now and the further events coming up. Is there a special ring though, special event that you would like to win to say that I'm the champion of this one? Your favorite game? Do you have that?
I always come very close with these 3K high rollers.
Yeah.
I really like the format. I like that there are like all the good players playing it. The fact that it's a 6-max format. And I just been second, I've been third, I've been 9th, 8th.
Yeah.
So
there is this Ropetami guy, right?
Rope, yeah. I have to ask him what's his secret.
We'll do that.
Yeah, it's. I will at least get a swap with him there, so at least I'm guaranteed some money.
Exactly. Sounds like a good plan. All right, thank you, Ranno, for always being a good sport.
Sure.
We love talking to you, and best of luck during the series.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
So it's time to step into the action as well. Talk a bit with one of the players, Scott Kenyon, and you're not playing Texas Hold'em today.
No, I mean I'm actually the leader of the Boo Hold'em movement, the fastest growing movement. We don't like Hold'em, so I come to festivals like this to basically avoid Hold'em at all costs. If there's nothing else to play, then okay, we play it. But for the most part, not playing Hold'em.
Yeah.
So today we're playing Open Face Chinese. Had a very good start. First few levels were nice. The last couple of levels not so great, so my stack has dwindled a little bit. Still workable, still playable, but always fun. But it's a really deep stack structure, so the nice thing is, should I bust, I will happily re-enter because you still come in with a lot of points. It's 50k starting stack as opposed to like 20 or 30 that you normally get, so allows for a lot of playability, a lot of rebuy potential.
And I know there's a lot of people back home watching, like Open Face Chinese Pineapple. That's a lot of words. But if they want to try it themselves, what's the easiest way to get into all these mixed games?
So it sounds like a really complicated game, but it's actually really simple. The hand rankings are the same as you have in Hold'em, but it's just you're making 3 different poker hands. You're going to have 3 poker hands just for yourself, and the strongest hand has to be at the back. You have 5 cards, 3 cards, and it goes strongest hand, next strongest hand, weakest hand. But the hand rankings are exactly the same as Hold'em, so you're making literal normal boards that you would make just with personal cards.
And also, now we have a cameraman in front of us, but you have your own camera on the side here. You're live streaming the table.
Streaming at the moment. I'm trying to convince the lovely Teresa to maybe let me stream more days. I get that it's one of those very touchy issues these days with electronics, game integrity, and such. For Chinese, that's why it's so great as well, because like all the information is open face anyway, so there is no game integrity issue. But yeah, it's tricky. There've been things happening, obviously, in the poker world, non-good things.
Yeah.
So it makes it more tricky for people like me trying to just spread the game and spread the word of the mixed games.
Yeah. But if they want to jump into your live streams, you know, you always do this from back home as well. You stream poker, so where do they find you?
So I stream full time on twitch.tv/pokerbras. If you're looking for the spelling of Pokerbras, it is on my cap right there.
Now this guy's a professional, right? All right.
I mean, that's my full-time job. People ask me, am I a pro player? I'm honest, absolutely not. That is not my full-time living. My living is from streaming. I get sponsored by a site, so I get like some steady money from them as well. But yeah, that's my full-time job. I play poker online and stream it on Twitch.
You enjoy life?
Yeah, basically. I mean, I live in Gibraltar. The weather's beautiful there all the way through the year. Play some five-a-side football there as well. Have some fun.
There you go. Could be this could be you as well, maybe.
Yeah.
Just start. But the open face, is that your favorite mixed game, or?
It's one of my favorite for sure. It's fast becoming more my favorite because I had a couple of festivals recently where I won a high roller, 1K buy-in, won some nice money there. So it's fast becoming and a fan favorite, to be honest. People love to come watch it. I've had people who've come into the chat at the start and they have no idea what the game is. I give them a little command which shows sort of the rules and everything, and everyone's like, oh wow, this game's so much fun. It looks, really good.
Yeah. And then you ask them to come play heads up and
yeah, why not? Yeah.
All right, Scott, thanks for talking to us, and I'll let you get back to the open face tournament then.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we are live from Tallinn. This is the WSOP Circuit Events final day and the big main event. We have seen a lot of action on the table, George, and we're in for a treat for the remaining few hours of this event.
Yeah, we've got some fun players in the mix. Jenny Westerland really running away with it right now, showing her unbridled aggression, and that's working out. So let's see if she can keep her foot on the gas and edge ever closer to a career-defining win. Previous biggest score of 25k would be mightily eclipsed by the 200k plus 5k Bahamas package up for grabs.
Definitely so. So let's get back to the action and the final table. You can see only 4 players remaining out of the 888 entrants in the €1,500 buy-in tournament. And if you just joined us, you missed some action-packed start of the day. They got back on the final table of 9 this morning and been playing for a couple of hours or more now. And you can see they have a new blind level as well. 125, 250 now.
Yeah, we've seen bad beats, we've seen callers, we've seen huge pre-flop all-ins. And we are left with 4 remaining contestants. One of those, Igor Pahalia, getting a little bit short now with this slight increase of the blinds. 6.1 million, but still plenty of chips in play. Looks like he's going for... How much has he made there? It looked like quite a meaty open. Yeah, 850.
Yeah.
Almost a pot-size open there for Pahalia.
Oh,
in the big blind with the ducks. Is he going to trust it versus this unconventionally large button open from the Estonian? It was interesting to see what he's up to. You can never really...
Because some parts of it in his mirrored glasses, what he's up to, but does not trust the ducks.
Bahalia might have had a little look at the deuces, thinking I'm in pretty good shape here.
Yeah. Here we have it, the updated break chip count then. Jenny, 18 million, Christoph, 14. And then a jump down to the two shorter stacks of Igor and Martin, 26 and 27 blinds respectively. As we now have a little dealer change, one hand in after the break.
Yep.
And why not? Let's go. Maybe Igor wasn't happy. Said, you go on, son.
Get out of here. Yeah. Ace 3, that's not enough for me to get back in, but he does at least jump up into third place right now. So it's Martin now the current table short stack. Jenny remaining with the chip lead and all of the wind in her sails. We saw a great final table performance from her so far, really flipping the switch on a lot of the players that she's been up against, finding the aggression. It's been working out for her so far.
Yeah, and of course it's important also to adjust to the now only 4-player format, and should favor an aggressive player because you need to play a lot more hands, of course. And if you see the starting hands will be worth more the less people are on the table, so important to stay active and not let the blinds eat you.
Absolutely.
Even though we are pretty deep still in this 4-handed final table now then. And Martin really being like the one just lurking in the background of this entire final table. He came in with a big stack and hasn't lost much chips, but just, been the silent man in the corner, but still hanging in. And of course, just a double up will still get him in contention with the chip leaders, so he's in no way short, but we'll see how he adjusts. As Jenny now will open the action, maybe. Queen 8. Yep, comes for the min raise to 500. 6s for Christoph.
Yep. 2 potential rejam stacks behind, but likely to take a flop in position. Needs to, again, start to battle for some of these pots. And Martin with 9s in the small blind. You feel the most natural course of action will be to go for the jam. Raise and call ahead of him. So 6 big blinds out there up for grabs. And that's a big pickup for his current stack of around 25 big blinds. Is he going to get fruity and go for the slightly greedier non-all-in? He doesn't. He goes for it all, I think.
Yes,
Yep.
by the looks of it. 5 million, he said, so it was the non-all-in.
Yeah, leaving a little bit behind just in case things get absolutely hectic ahead of him. The likelihood of that seems low with these holdings. It's just whether Christoph is going to flick in a call with these 6s. Up against a pretty strong range here. From the small blind, jamming for a hefty amount of big blinds, and does make the discipline lay down. So nice pickup there for Martin.
Absolutely so.
And that gets him back into third. So Igor at the bottom of the ranks with 25 bigs, but still plenty of play. Although, as Andreas mentioned, with the blinds and the antes circling, and the likes of Jenny not scared to drive the action herself. Nowhere to hide for these 2 shorter stacks. And Christoph himself has a bit of a challenge, facing a rather frequent opening strategy from Jenny on his direct right. It really does limit the amount of pots that he can get involved in as the first in. So interesting to see that theme and that kind of narrative. Is he going to be able to find the counter aggression, or is he going to simply fall by the wayside, which has been the theme so far?
And Igor not trusting the Doyle from the small blind, folding 10 deuce, and Jenny just gets to keep all the blinds and antes for herself. And we go to the next hand. And if you're interested in more about the event as well, if you go to olibetevents.com online, you also have some live updates from other events, and you can go back and see what has happened during these 10 days of action here at the Hilton and Olympic Casino in Tallinn. Of course, the biggest poker festival in the Baltics, this one, and the Kings of Tallinn that you also seen some advertisement for in the background, that is coming in February, but currently this is the biggest one so far. Huge fields all over in the tournaments this week. And Jenny now limping with the 8-6. Christoph likely to make a race here now and try to just keep the blinds to himself.
Yeah, I should have something to say about this with the ace-10. Wants to start to initiate that aggressive dynamic, wanting to disallow Jenny from having her way with entering pots and getting cheap flops. And does elect to raise, and that's going to get the job done. Jenny relinquishing the 8-6, of course. And a small pickup there for the pole.
Yes, and we have Cartman on its way in to the booth as well, or as some other people call him, Poker.pro, and maybe his mom called him Scott, who knows. But the man, the myth, is coming to the booth to join you, George, so I'll let Poker.pro get settled in and comment away with this final table, and see you soon.
Thank you very much, sir. So the final day, Scott, have you been lubricating your vocal cords ready for the karaoke performance later?
Ready as always, sir.
Whoa, you're coming in low today. We're dropping down an octave there.
But I'm afraid I'm bringing bad news, George. I don't like to bring bad news.
Oh, yeah?
Max has just busted the 3K.
Well, he was quite short.
Fourth position. And in Max's words, he said, I torched it. Not happy, I torched it.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so...
He's quite hard on himself, though, so I'm sure it can't have been that bad.
I mean, that's a good way to be, though, isn't it? Because that's how you improve. If you're one of those people that think, oh, I played so well, I got so unlucky, blah, 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 you're never going to improve.
Exactly.
So Max is always analytical to the maximum in order to try and, perform a bit better the next time. And, I mean, look at him.
Yep.
A few years ago, playing 200s, 300s, now he's playing 3Ks.
Exactly, he's doing all right for himself. Yeah, and doing fairly well now. That's a second in a row in the 3Ks where he's had a
because he won the one in the Irish, right?
Yeah, exactly. One, and that was a bumper prize pool, and now this one as well with a pretty tough field coming out in fourth. That's no mean feat.
Very respectable. Yeah, good on Max.
So limp pot here with two fairly decent holdings, King 9 versus Ace 5. Martin looking to check back, not wanting to face a limp raise. I don't think it's the type of player that he's going to face that particular action with, so might have liked to look to just open or sort of isolate the limp myself, but nevertheless, we do get a bet and a call, and a king on the turn for Christoph, improving to 2 pair now. Martin should be wary of this king. It is going to align with some of the check calls, some of the king highs, like this with the backdoor flush draw, going to stick around for a bet. And even better now for Christoph, improving to King 9. Is he going to think about some of the Queen X in the range of his opponent? No, just going to check this one over, trying to induce some kind of stab from his opponent, and wins a rather modest pot there with a fairly strong holding.
So let's pretend, George, that I've been asleep up until now.
Okay.
Let's just pretend. What have I missed so far?
The Jenny Westerlund show, really.
Well, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, lots of aggression. She's certainly not shied away from the limelight in terms of the big stage. Did come in here with a very, long career on grinding the circuit, playing some slightly smaller events. But in terms of, when you see players and a theme of some of the bigger final tables, you tend to see some players freeze up. She's been the opposite of that. She's really confident and brought in the game that we saw from the ladies' final table. Unfortunately, that didn't go too great for her. She did face a little bit of resistance from the other ladies and bowed out in, I think it was 8th place in that one. But yeah, very happy to enter pots, very happy to apply the pressure, and she's been doing a nice job of navigating this field.
So dare I say would you say that this has been an easier final table for her so far than the ladies was, in a sense?
Well, she had some hairy moments early on. She got her chips in with 9s versus Queen 10, blind versus blind, after being coolered with King Queen on Queen 10x versus the big blind's Queen 10.
Oh, wow.
So she had a moment where a queen arrived in the window with the 9s versus Queen 10, shortly followed by the 9.
Wow.
So that was a real defining moment, and since then she hasn't really looked back. Igor dealt one of the worst beats I've ever seen.
One of the worst you've ever... Oh, you need to tell me this, please.
So he's cold called a 3-bet with pocket 4s on the button, and the board has come Ace, King, X, all hearts. He has the 4 of hearts, and the money goes in post-flop. His opponent has Ace 10 with the 10 of hearts, and we did see a 4 folded, so one remaining 4 in the deck.
Wow.
There it was.
Wow.
The 4 of diamonds. So Igor, rather fortunate to be in this situation. Now finding some aggression of his own.
Oopsie.
Yeah, exactly. Versus Christoph's Open. So yeah, it's been a rather fortunate final table for Igor. Christoph has been kind of running decently, navigating around, playing a bit of more of a small ball strategy than Jenny, although now starting to see him open up when having the chance to with the 7-6. And does get out the way after a little bit of posturing. Martin secured a big elimination early in the final table with pocket kings versus Stephen Groom's ace king after a bit of a turn sweat where Stephen turned a flush draw and a gut shot.
Oh, wow.
But did hold up on that one, and that is the lie of the land and how we are here in the final 4.
Thank you very much for that summary, Mr. George. Excellent work.
No problem. So yeah, at the 250k big blind level, still plenty of big blinds in play. A very generous structure once again, which has been the theme for the week here at the WSOP circuit. Prestigious events and certainly the structures to match.
Yeah, the structures have been excellent. So good that I believe a certain 5k tournament ended at 6 in the morning. So it's rumoured.
Yeah, I heard about that one myself. Yeah, that was won by David Vanaya, who bowed out, I believe, in 6th on this final table with a hearty effort.
How are we out there on YouTube land, boys and girls? Tell us what you're thinking so far of this final table. Seems like we've got a lot of Jenny supporters out there. Roberto Olsen, Hubert, Echo. Do you think Jenny's going to win it? Oh, we've got a few Christoph fans as well. How live is this? This is very live. We were just a bit behind on the chat, but we're there now. Extremely live, albeit the action that we are calling is on a 30-minute delay for game integrity, as is standard. But we are very much very, very live.
3-bet pot brewing here between Igor and Jenny. It might have actually been limp raise call. Apologies on that one, but Jenny flopping huge with the trips. 1.7 in there, 6 million the effective stack. Does she go with the conventional small sizing? She doesn't. She's been playing lots of situations rather slow versus Igor, feeling like she can pick up on his tendency to overstab on the turn. Let's see if he falls for it once again. Not this time. So once again, checking back.
Surprising, because actually this is one of those combos where he has literally 0 showdown value. Yeah. You would think he may well go for a little stab there.
Maybe favouring a bit more equity, having a heart or some kind of gut shot instead. But on this occasion, does duly get out of the way, and Jenny adding to that chip lead. Slowly, maneuvering her way through these pots.
Yeah, she had a big dip yesterday as well. At one point, she was massive chip leader with like 9.5 million when the average was, I think, 3 at the time. But then lost a huge pot against what was then the chip leader like after that pot. So she went down to like 3 million but then found her way back. I think she bagged like 7.5 going into today, right?
Yeah.
So definitely a bit of a bumpy ride along the way.
Yep, but managed to find the resilience and the resurgence to get back on top. And that's where she's been for quite some time in this final table, after a bit of a bumpy road once again in the early stages of the final. Igor relinquishing the King 7. Let's see what Jenny's got. Queen 9 suited. Is she going to go for another limp, or looking to go for a small raise by the looks of things? 2.5x.
So these funky green, lime green chips that we have at the front, how big are those?
They're 250Ks.
Oh, okay. So those are the chunky ones, and then the red ones.
The pinks are 100K.
Yep.
And then I believe the greens are the 25s.
Excellent.
And Christoph again, continuing to defend. Here's blind versus Jenny this time. 10-6, 6 in the window, followed by a 10 and the ace of clubs. Flush draw with backdoor straight opportunities for Jenny.
We have liftoff.
Yeah, bottom 2 for Christoph. We certainly do. This could be a huge pot. Jenny electing to continue.
What a flop.
With the 400k c-bet. And she's going to be slightly perplexed if Christoph has any ideas of taking this upstairs, which I believe may be the case. He could look to call and take a turn card, trying to navigate over there.
Looks like he's going for the pot control line. Maybe just also sort of disguising his hand. I mean, it's very rare that he should have many raises on this board, having not re-raised pre, right? Ace-high board.
Yep.
Oh my!
Wow,
oh my!
And he does have the 10 of clubs to boot as well, so that 2-pair, despite plummeting down the hand rankings, is still a rather strong holding, blind versus blind here. Jenny checks now.
Wow. This could be utter disaster for Christoph. Surely he has to go for a bet, and a fairly chunky one, I would think. I mean, very coordinated board.
You would, wouldn't you? Jenny's going to have a lot of hands like ace-5, ace-3, ace-8 that, you know, are far behind his 2-pair, especially with the additional equity here. What are we seeing? So much pot control being employed, and now a club completing river, so flushes for both players. Jenny with the second nuts.
Wow. I'm really shocked that went check on the turn, though.
Yeah, me too. Is Jenny going to go for a large sizing now, maybe making up for lost ground after the sneaky check on the turn? Reaching for chips.
Looks like about half pots. And this, by the way, the third nuts for Christoph. I mean, against what we would perceive as a sort of not massive sizing. Maybe he's just feeling like this is good enough.
There is
no, he just calls. Wow.
For raising here.
I was thinking,
he doesn't elect to find it. And we see once again 2 massive hands, and the money's found a way not to go in.
I'm really surprised that so little went in there.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a defensive style of play from a couple of the players at the table. Pots have been kept quite small, and this time it works out for Christoph.
Christoph has got to feel very happy, like lost the absolute minimum there and what could have been a train crash.
Absolutely right.
My goodness.
Had he faced a check raise on the turn, that would have been a horrible situation for him to be in.
How does he find a check on the turn there?
Senses.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Wow. And Jenny obviously is not going to know what he has at this point. When she sees this back, she's going to be like, how did more money not get in?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's just as well that she doesn't know that at this point.
Yeah, that would be
I like her turn check. I think her turn check was
nice and
balanced, super nice. Super nice.
She does want to find some checks with some of those, as I mentioned, weak top pairs. Also, she's going to turn a jack sometimes as well, which is not a hand that wants to go for multiple streets.
Yeah, some king jack, queen jack.
Exactly, out of position pot control herself. So, wow.
What a check back from Christoph. Incredible.
Yeah, quite surprising in the grand scheme of things. Igor, once again, looking to get back in the fray. With ace-8, going for another kind of custom pre-flop open sizing.
And Christoph, with the same hand, is just going to bow out.
Yeah, versus the large open, not looking to tango. And Igor takes another one down. Neck and neck with Martin in third and fourth. But Jenny once again adding to her chip lead with that surprisingly small pot in the Battle of the Blinds, especially where the ranges are so wide and you feel just totally compelled to bet the 10-6 with the redraw in position there.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed that he finds the check back on the turn there.
I don't know really. Yeah, we're late into the week now. I'm guessing as to why that was, but maybe he had some kind of strong read to allure him to make that decision.
It would be curious to ask him if possible at some point.
We are simply speculating, aren't we, really? But anyway, 9-7 suited versus the 2 short stacks. Surely going to be one that he looks to open, and does. It gets rid of Martin with the King 7 in the small blind. Igor does love to defend his big blind and also has King 7 offsuit. So Christoph dominated by both players, but only heading to the flop versus 1. Can he find a way to maneuver himself?
Oh, the clubs are hot.
Holy moly, the clubs are hot, and that's a flush with a straight flush redraw. So Jin for Christoph.
Sad thing is, unfortunately, with Igor's holding, he's probably not getting paid anything.
Yep, you'd think so. Does he elect to go for another sneaky defensive check?
These monotone boards, you can go very small, right? You bet sort of a quarter, quite a lot.
Absolutely. Even less is fine.
But yeah, even a quarter pot.
Yep.
Igor has no interest in that one.
And a pickup.
He's going to feel a bit gutted with that. Oh, flop to flush, no action. Jenny with the highest aggression frequency. No surprise there.
No. Stephen as well came out firing at the start of his final table appearance and unfortunately bowed out, getting cooled by Martin. And we're left with Jenny, Igor, Martin and Christoph. Christoph likely to resume the order of play with his Queen Jack.
Still plenty deep here. Christoph and Jenny with 50 plus bigs. The other two finding themselves in the 25 range.
Yeah, just looking to slowly pick up pots, and is going to find another one now. Jenny almost with double his stack at this point, with that mighty tower of 80 big blinds to her name.
Yeah, she's really pulled away. So calling out the YouTube chat, who do you think is going to win this? Talk to us. I would definitely say Jenny's got to be the pretty overwhelming favourite at this point. The bookie's favourite.
For sure. Should be odds on, probably.
Not just with the stack size, but how well she's played as well.
Yeah, definitely seems to have a grasp of her opponents. Igor out of the way. Jenny with the ace-7. She's gone for quite small raise first ins, blind versus blind. Let's see if she adjusts that or continues to go for this small raise. Which she does. 5-4 for Christoph. And for me, as the chip leader, something I mentioned earlier, I like to go for the slightly larger raise first in, especially when you're a little bit deeper with your opponent, just to challenge some of these fringy hands and put a little bit more pressure on the weaker parts of the range. You know, picking up the pot right now is a 2 big blind pickup.
Yeah, it's valuable.
We're playing for 25% anti-four-handed, so she does continue to employ this smaller sizing. And it's certainly a confidence thing because she's very, you know, happy with her post-flop skills in some ways. If you are going to employ that strategy, you've got to have a lot of moves, and she's certainly found more than enough gusto post-flop to make up for it. So
yeah. So you think it's justified?
I think it's a stylistic choice, isn't it? You know, it's not something that I personally would employ. I'd prefer to go for just a slightly larger open, but she's put it to good work, and it's going well for her so far. So let's stay tuned.
And having
on
played
that
it the
one.
way she has, she's found bottom pair on the flop. Christoph finds bottom pair on the turn, maybe finds himself compelled, interested enough to put a few more chips in.
Yeah, versus the delayed c-bet, still plenty of candidates that he's going to do fine against with a pair, blind versus blind. It is only a small raise pre-flop, so the ranges still remain quite wide.
Pretty irrelevant river, aside from the 8-9 that gets there. Obviously, we're not expecting Queen 9 or Ace Queen having just flatted pre. I guess once Jenny checks it, Christoph should be checking back a lot. Seems a bit too thin to go for value here with bottom pair.
He's probably aware that he's not going to win much versus the check. It's almost one of those situations where if you face a bet, it's almost more because she's going to river a jack a reasonable amount of the time and have some slightly better pairs already.
She has tons of showdown value that should just be check calling on the end there.
Yeah, more check deciding at the very least, and Jenny continuing to add to the chip lead. 21 million. 83 big blinds in play, 45 for Christoph, Martin and Igor. Once again, heading up the pack. Closing out the pack.
And she just extracted a little bit more there. Had she gone for that larger size in pre, probably he just folds this way. Not only he calls pre, but she gets that turn bet as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, navigating the spots very well. So we got Christoph, Jenny. It's a very polarized split in the YouTube chat. I wonder who Ava J could be. That's Cheek, by the way.
I figured.
yeah. Who I believe is in Bratislava now.
Already?
Yeah.
Wow. She moves fast.
That she does.
So Jenny opening it up, electing to add a little bit of juice onto the conventional min-raise sizing that she's been picking so far. Martin, with a candidate that could have found a 3-bet non-all-in with the King 6, electing instead to call, getting a slightly worse price than normal. And Jenny comes out top here with the top pair.
Jenny from the flop.
I'm still Jenny from the flop. I couldn't help myself. She is going to go for the c-bet, and unlikely to face much resistance from Martin with his lowly King 6. Does have an overcard and the backdoor straight draw, but a little bit caged in that tussle with Igor for what would purport to be third place at the moment.
Welcome to the Jenny show.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be heading in that direction, slowly accumulating a larger and larger stack. Not been too many potholes in the road for her in recent times on her journey.
Oh yeah, sorry, Eva's back in Sweden, Stockholm, but she's going to go Tuesday to Bratislava.
Right, I was going to say.
She's got to work a couple of nights first.
Fair enough.
So speaking of karaoke things.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what you're going to do tonight?
Well, it depends on the set list. It depends on the mood. You got to play it by ear.
Yeah.
I'm much more of an intuitive. If I were to call myself a performer, I'm more of a shouter after a few beveraginis, but yeah, let's
maybe some Linkin Park.
See what the
slips
live
in there.
We had a great one, didn't we, last time?
Yeah.
That was I did the rapping and you did the sort of high pitched chorus with all of the gusto. That was a great performance. I really appreciated your role in that one.
No worries. I enjoyed it.
I think we got the crowd pumping, which is the main thing.
For sure.
It's what I figured out with karaoke. It's not really about the quality. It's about the energy that comes with it.
Absolutely. And there is no shortage of energy
No.
at our after parties. What I really love is like all the dealers come along, all the floor staff come along. Obviously they've worked a hard week themselves, so they absolutely deserve to come and have a great time.
And for you as a player and me in the booth, it's actually a good chance to, somewhat socialize with these people that we kind of walk past and maybe say a hello to every now and then, but you know, the hair's let down a little bit and it's a good fun. And for any of you guys that are still lurking around Tallinn, feel free to make your way over to the Olibet bar. It is a real pinnacle of the week, aside from, of course, the action here that we are commentating on, with 4 remaining in the main event.
I wonder if we can expect our main event
let's see.
final tablists to join us.
I think Jenny might be there. Maybe. What do you reckon?
So. I hope so.
Yeah, I think so. She's had a great week. Final tabled the ladies event now, with the majority of the chips here in the open main event.
Jenny told me that a deal had been made with her husband, that they're going to be going to the Bratislava World Series circuit event after this one.
Beautiful.
I think there was like a sort of line that she had to cash, and if she cashed above a certain amount, then yes, they would go and play that. So
excellent.
Very much the line has been made.
Yeah,
and a bit more.
Be having a healthy role going into that tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And is going for the 3-bet here versus Igor, looking to play for stacks with the ace-jack. Igor, unfortunate timing with his jack-9. He has been somewhat sticky versus 3-bets so far. Let's see if he does chance his arm at a flop.
I wouldn't.
This time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't imagine him being sticky with the jack-9, but you never know.
You never know. He's a player that likes to beat to the sound of his own drum. He's got a very unique style, as Jari-Pekka, who ended up busting out in 7th, will be having nightmares over for the next at least couple of nights. Maybe not long, maybe longer than that.
Oh, did Igor do him dirty?
Yeah. Yes. That was the pocket 4's hand.
Ah, oh yeah, the real nightmare hand.
Yeah. Yeah, any counsellors in Finland, if you are watching, feel free to try and reach out to Jari-Pekka. I'm sure he'll be very happy to use your services. After that one, it's really what tournament players' nightmares are made of, that kind of bust. And if you are tuning in, feel free to scroll back and have a look. It was rather spectacularly sick. So Jenny continuing with the 2.5x strategy, blind versus blind. Not had too many raise and takes, but does flop another decent board for a continuation here with the jack-8. Goes for a
I'm
check
surprised she
again.
doesn't see bet that.
I know, me too.
Ace-King high board definitely favouring our raising range over the calling range.
Yeah, you can almost...
It's not like you have to go huge as like a third pot or something.
Bet it dark, yeah.
But you bet and take it a lot on this flop. Maybe just going for the... No, delayed either.
She's going to try and navigate this jack-high to showdown by the looks of it.
It is good.
My personal preference would be to look to put some pressure on hands like queen high and bottom pair as well.
Absolutely.
But she's been quite confident with her post-flop game, and she's managed to navigate a lot of these situations to showdown extremely well, not faced much resistance. Christoph, though, with the double check back, potentially realizing just the sheer lack of showdown in his holding, and feels compelled to fire a bet. Are we going to see a masterclass from Jenny, finding the jack-high check call not to be on this occasion? Waves the white flag, and a pick up there for the pole.
Yeah, surprising. I thought she really would have gone for a small c-bet on the flop and just taken it there. Seems like a board that massively favours her raising range over the calling range.
Yep. Her c-bet percentage hasn't been the highest, but she's still managed to find a way to navigate those spots quite well.
Yeah.
So it's, again, a stylistic choice, and one that you can't really argue with, as she's the one sat there with the chip lead, and she's done a great job of navigating her way through the field.
Yeah, mighty field as well. 888 players started in the main
field.
event.
Yeah.
Monstrous field for a 1.5k.
A record-breaking first prize for any event.
Yeah, 200,000 euros for first place. Plus, of course, that Bahamas package and the World Series ring.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much to play for these final 4 players, as Jenny looks to get back on the saddle with the pocket 6s.
YouTube saying, easy to navigate when these guys are as passive as corpses.
I mean, he's not wrong. It has been a rather lackluster general table dynamic, I have to say. Lots of pots that you're just thinking money's going in here, and it's, you know, checking down to the river and all sorts of stuff like that. So
yeah, the one that surprised me really was that one between Jenny and Christoph.
yeah, exactly. You came in for that, the 10-6 versus Jenny's turn flush. The 10-6 even with the flush redraw. Blind versus blind.
And then actually made the flush.
Yeah.
It was then second nuts against third nuts.
Yeah.
But just very, very little went in for what I would have expected.
Martin now finding a bet with the 8-9, the bottom end of the straight draw, looking to target hands like this, hands like some ace highs in Jenny's check back range. Once again, Jenny not electing to c-bet. But does find a stubborn turn call, so good on her. Let's see if we can test the mettle of the man from the Czech Republic here. On the river, 7 is the card that arrives.
And it's very clear that all draws have missed. There was a flush draw on the turn, couple of straight draws on the turn. Everything is bricked.
Yeah. 6-5, which she blocks quite heavily as one that could be in Martin's range, alongside some 10-9, some 9-8, and he just waves the white flag with the 9-8, not following through, alluding and kind of in agreement with that YouTube comment we just had about some passivity that we're seeing in these final stages of the tournament, allowing Jenny to win with her lowly fourth pair. And once again, Jenny navigating her way down to a winner.
I mean, it's looking like all one-way traffic at the moment.
It does seem to
the
be
Jenny
heading in that
Westerlund
direction.
show.
Yeah.
Which, to be honest, is the show that I wanted to come in and see.
Yeah, exactly. We
I've
can't be
known
biased in
Jenny
the
for a
booth,
long time.
But yeah, I was certainly rooting for her when I saw the final table lineup today. Was interested to see the performance of David Vanaya, who didn't disappoint and played extremely solidly. Just got on the wrong end of a couple of all-in confrontations and ended up bowing out in 6th, but a very solid player with a lot to learn from. Martin, 9-8. He's going to be looking at around about 16 big blinds effective here.
Do we just jam this blind v blind?
I think it is quite a nice one, especially with the big blind ante format.
And also he is the fellow short stack that we're attacking, so it seems to be the correct person to be putting the pressure on.
And just retaining equity versus the calling range as well. You still do okay versus hands like ace-jack, ace-king, ace-queen.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Getting hands like queen 9, king 9, king 8, queen 8 to snap fold. Great result, right?
Yeah, perfect result. Very important pickup as well. When they're both so similarly stacked, if you can just apply that pressure blind v blind and chip away at him, all of a sudden you're going to move up a little bit, he's going to move down a bit, and maybe you achieve that extra ladder before you then have to try and take on Jenny and Christoph. So yeah, that should be an interesting battle developing. I would predict in the next few rounds we might see a few more blind v blind encounters between those two. And that is going to be walkies for Jenny. She would have indeed been given some resistance with the ace-2 there as well.
Yep, you certainly think so.
Yeah, we're getting to that stage where the two shorties are really needing to find a double up soon.
Yeah, inching down somewhat, especially if we hit the next blind level of 150, 300k.
It's a big jump.
It certainly is, and just less and less room to hide for the short stacks as the blinds and ante comes around. Martin with 9-8 suited, 20 big blinds.
Under the gun, this is a very different proposition to the blind v blind. He is just going to be coming in for an open here.
Igor out of the way. Jenny with the trash, 6-3 offsuit, and Christoph, though, will have something to say about it in the big blind with his queen 9 of clubs.
Very defendable. Do we expect any 3-betting here?
I don't think with this particular hand class, 3-bet folding could waste a fair chunk of equity versus some ace-x's and some lower pairs to the 9. So I would just expect to see a call or maybe sometimes a jam. I don't think the dynamic is aggressive enough where he could consider that Martin is actually even opening hands like 9-8 suited based on what we've seen so far. So I think the call seems the most natural, which is the one he finds, and Martin, the favorite to take this one down with the serve and volley, and does.
Serve and volley working.
Absolutely. Pete Sampras did that to perfection back in the day, and why not now? Looks like the Jenny show. Certainly is. Absolutely right. Ace King for Igor.
Hello.
He's been on a slight downward trend. Not been able to pick up too many pots. He's had a couple of these huge opens that have all got through. Let's see if he changes his tact with a powerhouse holding four-handed such as Ace King.
Looks like he's gone a bit smaller than the sort of 3x. 2.5. Oh no, that's gone 3x.
We've seen 7-2-5, 850, kind of making it up on the fly by the looks of it. And Martin facing this 3x with a very awkward situation with the King 10.
Four-handed, maybe a bit too good to be folding though.
I think we do have to take a flop, yeah.
Very unorthodox versus this sizing.
And that's what he's going to do. And there could be a lot of rather troublesome boards for Martin here.
King high would spell disaster unless it has a 10 with it.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
And Igor almost falling out of his seat, flopping top there on such a dry texture.
Yeah, he jumped there, didn't he?
Didn't he? Yeah.
I wonder whether Martin picked up on that or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we can pick up when we've got a hand as strong as King 10, but at least it's an indicator in some way, shape or form. Does go for a small sizing, which is usually the way to go on a board like this. 400 into 1.9.
Reeling him in.
Yep. And Martin is still going to be very comfortable in this situation. He's going to have hands that he's up against, such as ace highs, queens, jacks, tens.
It's just such a disaster board with the rainbow, no real connectivity as well. Like,
yeah,
excellent board. What you would think excellent board for the King 10, but little does he know Igor lurking in the midst with his ace king.
Yes, and setting up stacks for the river, playing the 3-street game, which is what you like to see here. Didn't want to see any panic jamming on the turn. He even has the King of Spades, which blocks some of the hands like, you know, King 5 of Spades, for example, for Martin, picking up some equity here. So no need to panic and try and send it all in. Still looking to seek the value from the inferior King X, the 7X that maybe picks up a flush draw itself.
And Martin sitting there thinking, well, yeah, he can have some ace king, he can have some king jack, but he's also just got a ton of not very much that we're beating here.
Well, on this turn card, he can have hands like ace jack, ace 10, jack 9. Wow, that's the brick of all bricks.
Try run outs.
On the river, no straight available, of course, and Martin is going to be put to the test by Igor Behaler Sr. 2.4 remaining into the pot of 4.1.
Oh, and he doesn't go for everything, which surprises me a little bit.
Goes for a little milky.
Yeah.
And is going to see the bad news.
Are you surprised that Igor doesn't go for the lot there on the river?
Yeah. Very surprised to see the size down there. Maybe just trying to get called by a hand like a queen that might have floated the flop, queen jack.
Yeah.
Queen 10 with the back door, that kind of ilk.
That's good news for Martin anyway, keeps him alive. That could have spelt up utter disaster for him there.
He's somewhat lucky to still be in the tournament, or at least not have been put to the test for his full stack. So always going to try and have to look for positives, especially when you're facing some resistance or headway on final tables such as this, and I think he'll be somewhat pleased to at least not be out at this stage.
For sure. And one assumes that if Igor finds the jam on the end, Martin is probably gone.
Yeah,
High
maybe.
percentage chance.
I would say so, yeah. Gone as in eliminated.
Yes, yes,
exactly.
Yes. Would be a heroic foul. We'll see, we've seen them before.
We've seen them before, that's for sure. We've seen some pots that have not.
And this just has to go all in. Blind v blind.
Yeah, it's
11 bigs. Very clear jam with the ace-5 suited.
A slam dunk and a very happy one at that, for sure, for Martin with the 11 big blinds. And there go the chips into the middle.
Like to see that.
Igor got anything to work with here? Not on this occasion. 9-3.
I like that Martin is finding his jam spots, and I think that's so important. The difference between picking it up when you're that short to letting them in and maybe letting them catch up and get there. I think it's so important. Hubert is asking for the payouts. I can tell you it's 200,000 euros. The first place.
Pinned in our chat.
Oh,
so
there you go.
To the top of the chat and just click that little bulletin there.
Oh, lovely,
from Olibet Poker. You can see the payouts for this final table. Yep, indeed, with 200,000 up top and a current guaranteed payout of 62.5k.
Not bad for a few days' work.
Absolutely lovely. What dreams are made of. But still, when you're in this situation, especially as someone like Christoph, second in chips, you're looking for more.
Yeah. And again, Martin should be jamming here over the open.
Has to go.
Pretty clear jam over the raise for what looks like 14 bigs. Sometimes we're going to be behind, but at this point we can't expect to always get it in good. It's more about getting it in live, getting it in active, and King Jack suited definitely doing that job. I think he's gone for a non-all-in sizing, albeit effectively all-in.
Yeah, just saving some chips in case it goes crazy behind, putting in the large majority of his stack. Jenny not going to be able to get involved in the party with her Queen 7 offsuit, so back over to Christoph with the 4s. Is he going to stack it off here for the 14 bigs?
Is Christoph trained like a Jedi? No, he is not. The 4s are not strong with this one.
The Force is not with him.
4s are strong with this one, yes. Trained like a Jedi, yes.
Very good.
But 4's been the lucky hand of the final table, as you alluded to with that.
Well, yeah, the momentum is with the
disgusting
4s.
One outer. Maybe he should have gone with it. We'll never know.
We certainly won't.
I'd love to have like a rabbit cam on certain boards, certain hands, just to know what would have happened, you know.
Yeah, just like in other formats of the game where you get to have a little look.
Little click, see the rabbit. Jenny.
With the King Queen, likely to continue with her small blind versus blind raise strategy.
Very much on the ascendancy as Jenny. A bit of a tough spot for Christoph because always this blind v blind, small blind v big blind. Jenny just chipping away. Christoph in the meanwhile probably just waiting for these other two to chip away a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. Looking to
bit of an ICM locker.
Looking to climb up the ladders, but also at the same time, any over exertion in that regard is going to lead to less and less chance of actually taking the lion's share of the prize pool up top with the 200k plus the 5k WSOP Bahamas package available for the winner of this remaining 4.
And the ring, the precious.
Oh yes, the precious ring. It looks so beautiful, doesn't it, when you walk past these ring ceremonies? Jenny continuing to knock at the door with her King Queen.
Picking up some great hands, though.
Yeah, she is.
Great card distribution as well as just great play in general.
Great candidates, and gets another one through, edging ever closer now. Here's Westerland with the chip lead and all of the momentum firmly in her sails.
There must be some Game of Thrones references that we could make. There's something West something in Game of Thrones, right?
I wouldn't know. It's not something that I've actually watched.
Help me out, chat. Come on. I'm not going crazy. I'm sure there's some West something something in Game of Thrones. Help me out. Westeros. Westeros.
Okay,
I knew there was a West. Haha. Yeah, she's looking to become the Queen of Westeros. Or Westerland, as it may be renamed. We're looking at €200,000 for first place, EAM. If you look at the pinned message at the top of the YouTube chat, you will get all 4 payouts. In fact, all of the final table payouts. Thank you, Lucky. It is, yeah, indeed Westeros. Westeros. Maybe they'll call it Westerland after this final table. The new realm. The Jenny realm. Pretty clear jam for Martin here. He has been finding these. I'm not a fan of this, however. I'm not a fan of the limp. He's just going to bet and take it on the flop. But I definitely would have preferred a jam pre there. Particularly again because this is the one guy that you really need to chip away at. We can't be letting him see flops there. Gotta just take it. And if Igor gets information back about that ace-king against king-10 hand, he may well be ruining keeping Martin alive here. Martin very much should have been put to the test on the river for his stack, and I think he would have really struggled to get away from that one. Igor ace-jack, blind v blind. It's 25 bigs deep. So definitely a little bit too deep to just jam. Looks like a 3x into Jenny's big blind. Oh, and Jenny with the ace-7 could maybe face some resistance here for Igor. It's just a question of whether she chooses to call or go for a 3-bet. A 3-bet would potentially spell a bit of disaster. Oh, and she's reaching for 3-bet in chips. Blind v blind, we could have a bit of a car crash here.
Yeah, Igor has been the type of player that has shown a willingness to get involved. And I think that the 3-bet is justified. He makes a little bit of a hatch of that, but the chips are flying in regardless.
Yeah. And one assumes that Jenny's going to be finding the fold button to the 4-bet jam.
Yes.
Just unfortunate timing, unfortunate hand. But I can't imagine she's going to put the rest in here. Yeah, and good news for Igor, he's starting to chip up a bit here. He found himself quite similar stacked with Martin, had that very important hand against Martin with the king high board where both of them flopping a king. Igor may well regret having not stacked him for the rest. But now has found himself a lovely blind v blind spot here to potentially chip up even more. Jenny is calling. Cutting out calling chips, whether this is just a bit of posturing. I kind of assume it is.
Yeah, we haven't seen Igor find a play like this for almost the entirety of the final table without having a strong hand. So, you know, Jenny has 3-bet him a couple of times, not faced any resistance. And this time he decides to lay down the gauntlet, and you surely feel that the ace-7 is shriveling in value versus that particular action, even blind versus blind.
Yeah, the kicker just feels a little bit too low. If it's sort of ace-9, ace-10, maybe you're doing well against those middle pocket pairs. But Yeah, does find the fold correctly there. Yeah, good little couple of orbits for Igor. Igor's found himself a bit of momentum here. Also distances himself quite nicely from Martin. And not too much damage there for Jenny. Jenny still finds herself very much at the top of the tree. So Martin down to 14 big blinds. Igor nicely pulled himself back up the pack there.
Yep, back into contention at the very least. Jenny still, through her hard work, is not faltering too much and still accumulating chips nicely. Ooh, but might be finding more resistance here from Christoph, who has peeled probably the last 5 or 6 of these confrontations now with the clear raise.
And given that he's peeled so much, the 3-bet will ding the alarm bells quite strongly.
You would hope so, yes.
I don't think that Jenny thinks at this point that they're picking on her.
No, there's been a lot of candidates that, you know, you tend to see sort of online players and very well-studied players find that we haven't seen too much on this final table.
The chat even going as far as saying it's been a very sort of corpse-like final table, so yeah, we don't really assume this to be out of line.
Yeah, the gusto, the momentum is wavered somewhat. I would agree with that. We are four-handed for a lot of money, so it is very natural for nerves and kind of a bit of an edginess to creep into the table dynamic.
I like that Jenny not taking it personal there. It's very easy if you get 3-bet a couple of times to start feeling
firing
like
in a 4-bet.
Yeah. But just business-like, you know. I think she's well aware that they are not getting out of line at this point. So Jenny still top of the tree, 86 big blinds, 21 million chips. Christoph with 43. Igor having pulled himself very nicely up the pack with 31 big blinds. So actually not too far between Igor and Christoph at the moment. And Martin, very much bottom of the pack, is going to need to find himself a double up in the not too distant future. But happy to be alive, I guess, after that
happy
King
to be
10,
alive.
Ace King confrontation.
Well, certainly, as far as coolers go, such a dry board.
Yeah,
but
disaster.
also, you know, some of the backdoor type holdings could have chosen to rifle it off, so it would not have been an easy decision. Martin posturing a little bit with the 8 deuce offsuit.
Surely
really
not
wouldn't
considering
like
defending.
to see anything here.
Surely not.
Maybe just counting the chips he's got left remaining after the fold, or could be getting a little bit tired. It is quite draining being under the lights for this amount of time.
It's a good job he's got the cap to sort of shield himself from the light a bit.
Yeah, exactly. That certainly comes into play. But from what we can see, 8 deuce off is going to be stone bottom of the range. Not really sure. Maybe he's thinking that Igor has been using a lot of bigger raise sizings.
He has actually, yeah. He's always been opening 3x, and now why this 2x?
And now does that mean that Martin is going to go for some kind of spectacular 3-bet non-all-in with just total napkins? I just can't see it. You know, there is the chance from time to time that the smaller raise is somewhat nutted as well. We know that it's been quite difficult to assign Igor to a range with some of these deviations in his pre-flop play, but
yeah, I would have thought that. I would have thought like 3x you're more looking to take it pre, and 2x you're looking to sort of get them in because you have a massive hand, right? That would make more sense.
Conventionally, yes. Yeah, I mean, there's always, again, different ways of going about it, but we see Igor doesn't exactly have a weak hand here. Ace-9, it's been somewhat similar to some of the ones that he's chosen for the larger sizing, so I think there was an Ace-8 earlier that went north of 3x, so it's certainly been tough. Yeah.
Seriously considering doing something now with the 8-2. He just had a feeling.
Igor politely showing the ace, as if to say, I'm not sure what all that was about, but I had a good hand, mate.
Raise your blinds, please. 150, 300, 300,000.
Okay, so we do have another blind level increase. Jenny not at the table right now, but just getting on her feet. Maybe releasing some of the very naturally nervous energy that is circulating.
Yeah, I like to do that quite a lot as well. Sometimes just occasionally just stand up, have a little walk, because you're sat down for so long.
Exactly, gets rid of the pins and needles, you know, gets a little bit of blood pumping around the body. These are all good things.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely nice to ground yourself once in a while. So we have a new blind level, 150,000, 300,000. We also have a new dealer. Welcome. Christoph coming in with the open with the king 6 off. Igor in the big blind with an ace. Will be defending. So it's actually the first bit of tanking I've really seen on this final table. I haven't seen anyone really. I don't know what that was about actually with the 8-2 off.
Yeah,
because no one's really done that at all.
My German isn't so strong, but I've got a pretty good idea of what that guy's on about.
Yeah. But I can tell you that's the first of it we've had on this final table.
It's really
there's been no kasuthing here or anything. It's been a very, very good pace of play in general. I really don't know what that was about, whether he was just having a little brain fart.
It must have been the pre-flop sizing read that he thought he had, I think.
Yeah, because Igor has been opening 3x as standard. Decided to go for a min raise for the first time. I guess just in his head he was thinking about doing something.
Yep.
And probably just as well that he decided not to. Igor with some very sneaky checks here with the ace. One would assume Christoph is gonna find some betting. King High has some showdown value, but of course he's got the pair of sixes as well. Looks like a fairly chunky bet on the turn. No.
Oh, wow.
No.
What do we have here?
No.
I mean, Igor, I told you he was a tough guy to read. And, yeah, we can't surrender the ace there versus Christoph. That, at least for the second street, I can understand maybe if we got to a river and Christoph went for it all. But seemingly very conservative there, Igor, facing the aggression. My word, bit speechless after that one. We weren't expecting a fold there from Igor.
No, I'm stunned at that. I'm actually stunned at that. We just can't be folding the ace there. Igor with Queen 10 suited in the small blind. He's got himself 22 bigs. Wow. Yeah, I'm still a bit speechless at that as well. Jenny with the ace-3. Now this is definitely a 3-betting candidate again. But having faced resistance last time, just comes in with the call. king, 4, 7, 2 clubs.
Ooh, so Igor might be making up for lost chips in that last hand. His opponent was trying to give them to him, but couldn't find the turn call this time. Firing in a bet. And Jenny is going to relinquish the ace-3 just with the lone overcard and the weak backdoor flush draw. So
I like
Igor
that.
Takes it down. Yeah, I think so as well.
No need to get too sticky there.
No.
Jenny still top of the tree with 68 big blinds, 20 million chips. Martin at the bottom 13 is going to be needing to find a double up quickly. But again, probably still quite happy to be alive after that pot against Igor with the king high, dry board.
Yeah, you would think so, exactly. It feels like he's a cat with 9 lives that's kind of on his 10th by now after being let go of that one.
Yeah. Still plenty deep, though.
And again, just something to take some positivity from, to keep yourself, you know, in good mental shape. It's always important to kind of keep rechecking. I know my friend Max, for example, in the 3K was having a little bit of a tough time with a couple of the... Is Igor folding Queen Jack on the button there?
Igor is folding Queen Jack on the button there. Yeah.
The man really just makes it up as he goes. He doesn't follow the rule book, and you got to respect him somewhat for that. But some very unconventional plays now. But yeah, I was saying, so sometimes you face some resistance. It's either other people at the table or slight downward turns in your tournament runs, and it's quite easy to let that get to you and kind of, you know, not really have the best positive mindset about it. So
well, he had a certain chatty gentleman at his table.
You know who I'm alluding to.
I know exactly who you're alluding to.
Yeah.
And yeah, Max had these lovely headphones around his neck, and I was like, did you ever consider putting them on? Because sometimes you just gotta, you know, if you have a person like that at the table, the worst thing to do is actually engage with them.
Exactly.
You want to just whack your headphones on, put some music on, get yourself into your happy place.
You're adding
As Happy
fuel
Gilmore would say,
to the flyer.
Go to your happy place.
Happy place.
You're happy, you know. You just have to do that sometimes. I think the worst thing you can do is when you have someone super chatty and they're literally trying to get into your head.
Yep.
Why engage with
and
them?
And you're fighting back.
Yeah.
And showing frustration and annoyance. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they're looking for, because, you know, it's a free world. You can say what you want. I mean, to some degree.
To a degree.
Right. Yeah.
Albeit it's 2025, so it gets harder to say what you want.
To have an opinion these days. But yeah, with Kasuf, for example, that is obviously taking it too far, and it's not like he's necessarily overly toxic, but it's just incessant, and it's the same drivel time and time again whilst wasting everybody's time. You know, with some other players, they're a little bit more refined in their approach, and they can be a bit more subtle with these kind of verbal altercations, and that is something that you really don't want to rise to. That's not been a problem here. It's not been a chatty final table, but the theme was just to keep yourself positive, keep finding reasons to instill confidence in your style, and that is going to help in this particular dynamic, because we're seeing Jenny really one of the only players that, although after this, look, Christoph, the second barrel with the king 6 getting through, now finding the 10 deuce.
Wow,
and what is going on here?
Look at this.
Jenny just sniffing it out.
Look at this. What a player. What a player. That's my Jenny. Go on, Jenny.
What a player. How has she found this? Incredible poker being played here. Just street poker. Zero equity.
I think Christoph in a bit of disbelief there. I think he thought he was just going to bet and take it there, but no.
Exactly. And
Jenny has
for
other
example,
ideas.
In the interviews, in her, you know, chats off of the feature table, in between breaks and things, she's been exuding so much confidence, and it takes courage to find these plays. Whether or not it's correct by the rulebook, who cares? She's the one on the final table, and it's working out for her. And yeah, there's been some plays that maybe we disagree with, but she's finding a way to get it done in this particular arena on this particular day.
In the Jenny way.
And that's why she's the clear favorite right now.
Yes, yes. Yeah, it's impressive to see, actually.
It is. It's been an excellent final table performance. And she's had to deal with so many different styles. You know, you've got Martin and Christoph. Christoph is starting to come out of his shell a little bit, but Martin you know, that they've been on the more conservative side. And then Igor, you've got a kind of a wild card
Yeah.
guy that you just don't know what to expect. You know, he's folding big hands and then he's raising sometimes. The sizings are always changing. There's lots of min raising post flop. It's
very much not GTO.
Well, exactly. So why do you need theory in that situation? And I think what she's been doing quite well is employing pot control when she needed to versus players that are capable of absolutely anything, especially Igor. And that's worked out really well for her.
Yeah, we are watching, boys and girls, the Jenny Westland show. Albeit the show is not over yet, there are 3 protagonists trying to take
certainly are
some chippies, but definitely in the driving seat, the favourites. 1 to 5 on with the bookies.
Yeah. I think I wouldn't bet 1 to 5, but I'd definitely take 1.5 if it was. Yeah, I'd take 1.5 if there was an exchange for it right now.
Let us know if you're going to offer George some odds, chat. Jenny with the raise. King at 9 off. Very easy candidate for an open. Christoph with the a6 on the button is just going to bow out. Understandable that he doesn't really want to tangle too much with Jenny, but Igor with the ace-10 in the big blind will be interested. Them's 3 betting chips. Would you have preferred a jam, maybe, from Mr. Igor for 25?
For 25?
Yeah.
Depends on whether he's going to 3-bet call or not. If he thinks that Jenny's capable of finding some of these weaker 4-bet shoves, then yes, although it is a hand that does just like to jam and pick it up and move on to the next one, doesn't it?
Yeah,
really?
I think so. And Jenny showing herself very capable of a move or two. May not be done with this one yet. He's going to call with the king 9.
Yeah, pretty loose peel here with the king 9, but she's going to have certainly her own reasons for it.
And like you say, no stranger to wanting to see the flop and navigate post-flop situations.
Yeah, the one thing I would say is that Igor has been a little bit reluctant to put chips in out of position in post-flop situations, and has been, you know, quite happy to show the strength of his hand quite quickly. Let's see if he does find the c-bet here or whether he just simply gives up straight away.
Yeah, looks like the white flag might be waved.
So this is why you can peel a bit wider, and so I you know, whilst I think that the hand is still quite loose because we're dominated so often, Jenny's thinking that, you know, she's not seen much aggression post-flop from Igor in these types of situations.
It's very face-up, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. He's just kind of fit or fold for the most part. Jenny going to test the waters with a small sizing in position versus the check.
And a nice sizing, a flexible sizing.
Yep, looking to...
And it's going to get the job done.
It does. 24% heads into the muck there from Igor. Had a backdoor straight draw, 2 overcards for Jenny's pair, and she does successfully navigate yet another pot.
And this is the kind of reason why I would have really preferred just getting it in pre from Igor's point of view.
Yeah.
You don't allow those peels. You don't allow those weird post-flop situations where you just miss and have to give up. Occasionally you're going to get it in bad, but... yeah. Ace-10 out of position. Very, very awkward post-flop. I think we just do want to be getting that in pre. So Igor losing a little bit there. Finding himself more towards the Martin stack again. And that is 13 bigs for Martin, 24 Igor, 34 for Christoph, and very much the Jenny show on 81 bigs. She has over half the chips in play with 4 players left. Martin with the ace-7 on the button, a very clear jam here. The 12 big blinds. And Martin has been finding these jam spots pretty consistently. Albeit there was one very weird one, blind big blind, where he limped a suited ace against Igor for like 13 bigs.
Yes.
Was a little bit strange.
Could have just sent that one in. Let's see what he goes for the min raise again.
Bit chunkier than a min raise. 1.8.
He puts in most of his stack.
Yeah. Sticks half in. I assume if it goes jam, rejam, maybe he finds the
Gets out
fold.
of the way and tries to make the ladder instead. So still 4 remaining. We've been at the last 4 for quite some time now, but in that time, Jenny has been chipping up quite nicely.
I'd love to see a graph with like the chip stacks as they're going along kind of thing, and I feel like Jenny's would just be a very steady climb, steady rise.
Yeah, it would be one of those sort of bottom left to top rights ever since the all-in versus David Vinaya with the 9s versus the Queen 10. It's been smooth sailing. And here she has the Queens, and she could potentially be the new Queen of Tallinn if she can close this out. Is going to go for the conventional 2.5x that she's been choosing for the most part.
She's been very consistent.
A little bit smaller now.
Christoph certainly should be defending with this 10-3 suited.
Yeah, he's been a defender. Relation to the blinds, this is a slight size down from Jenny. She's usually been choosing the 2.5x or just 2.4x style. So whether we can read anything into that or not remains to be seen. But Christoph with a suited hand in position, getting a great price. It seems like a very trivial continue as he does.
Is there any chance that it might be a slight live misclick because the blinds
It's
quite
possible,
recently
yeah.
just went up? Maybe she was aiming for
She's
2.
been so used to adding 500k to that.
It might have just been a
small
slight live misclick.
Wow.
Oh, hello.
Holy McMoly.
Hello, hello. This could be... Now, I say this, we had the last one between Jenny and Christoph where Christoph flopped the
And
2
Jenny's
pair.
checked
Jenny
the
had...
flop. She does have top set in
Yeah.
fairness on Queen 6 deuce. Oh no.
Christoph with the pair on
now
the turn.
For Christoph, having checked back his flush draw. Eyeing up his opponent. But will surely be continuing in a rather insensitive to price style. She does go for 500 into 1.6 now. The emergence of a backdoor draw, some gut shots available as well. I would have liked to see a slightly larger sizing personally, but she does go for the 3rd, and it is going to be called. Is this going to be a cruel 3 on the river?
Ooh.
No! The King of Diamonds completing the flush for Christoph.
And this is very disguised.
It is very
This is
disguised.
very, very disguised.
Having checked back the flop, calling the turn, improving to a flush. Are we going to see a double up and a change in fortunes for the man hailing from Poland here? With, as you mentioned, a rather sneaky flush.
And equally Jenny with just a very sneaky top set on the flop.
Exactly, both players somewhat under-repped here, facing the line of the action that we've seen so far. Jenny seeking the value, hoping to target hands like potentially King X of spades, any kind of King 4, King 5 that is stuck around to a river. And Christoph, behind those glasses, will be thinking of Vegas and the Mirage, or even the WSOP Bahamas, perhaps.
Question is, what size does he go for, George? It's such a weird hand that it's just played so slow. You think he just jams and she snaps?
It would be a rather uncharacteristic jam, but I think at this point he's well aware that Jenny does have a pretty strong hand. And if we were to arrive with some kind of, hard to say, I'm trying to think of a combo where we have one diamond that arrives at the river. Maybe 3-4 with the 4 of diamonds? Do we have a hand like ace-3 with the ace of diamonds, ace-deuce with the ace of diamonds that could potentially fire one in here?
He's not gone for everything. Looks like about 3.5. Yep, 3.5. Does Jenny ever feel like she has enough value to still get more in here?
What, with the river 3 bet, trying to target now hands like King 3, King Deuce, King 6. I mean, that's
maybe
kind
some
of what it looks like,
yeah, maybe
right?
some 2 pair hands, though, that he can have.
Yeah, I mean, he's accidentally opened the door to getting the lot with this small raise, but she does just call. Well played, Jenny.
Yeah, well played, Jenny. That could have been a car crash.
It really could have. Top set goes down in flames for Westerland as Christoph with the sneakily small raise on the river gets paid.
That was very impressive from Jenny.
I would have been tempted versus that size, but also
Yeah,
just with the lack of aggression that we've seen from Christoph, I don't fault her for taking the more conservative route. She still does retain the chip lead. If she were to run it into a flush there, it would have been spectacularly bad, and you have to think that it is still a possibility. We have seen Christoph mostly in these post-flop confrontations kind of revert to the conservative side of play.
I mean, I understand why he didn't go for everything, because equally her hand was so underrepresented. How can he possibly know that she's that strong and that she would call it off? I mean, yeah, fascinating hand.
Jenny with the 9 deuce now, letting one go, as Christoph with Jack 6 of hearts.
Yeah, I think Jenny did very well to lose as little as she did there. That could have been an absolute car crash.
With the big blind ante in play, 2 bigs out there. I think they're around about 13 effective. Definitely arguments for an open jam here.
I think this should be good enough to just go with, right?
Yeah, I think chip EV, you can jam a hand like Jack 3, Jack 4 suited in these situations, but he does go for a limp. Wow, Martin now with the queens.
A good job that he did just go for a limp.
But as I was about to say, not playing chip EV here, and a lot of pressure, even on Martin as the shortest stack, with Igor there as well, down at the bottom of the chip counts.
Martin should come in for sort of 2.5, 3x.
Yeah,
it's such a strong hand, we don't want to just jam and take it here. She goes all in and he folds. I couldn't see that happening. It's been tight-ish at points on this final table, but it's definitely not been that tight. Decides to just not tangle. I mean, good discipline there from Christoph.
Gets out the way.
I think the Jack 6 suited combo quite defendable. Didn't really go for the huge sizing as well.
No.
I think Martin will be a bit miffed that he didn't get any action though. Maybe even could have just checked back, you know. So short, SPR so low. Do we have to?
I think we do want to drive more chips into the pot.
Yeah.
Especially as
maybe just some in-click. Looks a bit sus though.
Yeah. I don't know what bluffs are we going to min-click in position with. I think we want to have at least the illusion that we have weaker hands in the range as well.
But that's why I just want to check it back. I want to give the illusion that I've got so many.
You could maybe check back a hand like aces that it's with ICM you really want to drive chips into the pot and charge your opponents and not really face post flop collisions or allow free equity to be realized. And I think that's why the raise is the default play, but ace 10 here now.
Seems like a pretty good jam over the Jenny Open.
For sure.
Jenny's been opening plenty wide.
So wide, exactly. She's been more than capable enough to find a boatload of raise faults here, and Martin's hand is certainly good enough. He is going to go for most of it, which has been his kind of style, leaving a little bit behind just in case it goes crazy.
I like it. Martin's been finding the good jam spots, the good re-jam spots.
Yeah.
I think some other people taking the more passive approach on those, but
certainly,
yeah, he's definitely finding those. And now this is tricky for Jenny because the last time it was ace 7 off and ace 6 off. But ace-9 suited...
Ace-9 suited is a very tempting
against the range,
proposition.
yeah. Against the range, and equally we've been facing quite a few of these 3-bets from Martin. Maybe she feels like it's playing well enough. There's going to be some king-queen in there. There's going to be some pocket pairs that we're flipping against.
Some ace-5, some ace-4 suited.
Yeah.
Yep.
Occasionally we're dominated, but against the range...
I think ace-8
feel
suited
like
would be a pure take for Martin as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, there are
I think this might be good enough.
It is really close, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, ace-10 off, ace-9 suited. She does go for the jam, and we are going to see cards on their backs here as Martin is committed with the ace-10. Jenny Westerland, looking to seek the elimination, runs into the slight pip above, but
still 33% equity.
Still
1 in 3 times getting there.
Still got the 9.
Maybe some spades as well.
Oh,
or maybe just the 9. Oh.
And backdoor clubs now with the overcard for Martin, so the equity is completely shifting. 8 of spades on the turn is an open-ender, but also a flush draw covered for Jenny. Taking away the jack and the 6 of spades, and there it is, the 7 of hearts. So we do get, after quite some time, an elimination here with 4 left. And it's Martin from the Czech Republic hailing out in 4th place. Unlucky there.
Very unlucky. Found a really good rejam spot. I've been finding quite a few nice rejam spots, but as we alluded to, Jenny's hand just a little bit too strong, a little bit too good not to go with in that particular spot, and she finds a dream run out to take us 3-handed. And again, the Jenny Westerland show with the chip lead, 82 bigs, 25 million. Igor very much at the short end, and Christoph in the middle of the pack.
Absolutely right, Scott.
Yeah, I like the call, to be honest. Ace-9 suited just feels like it's a bit too good against the range.
When we started listing out to the combos, you know, you're looking at the suited broadways. There's some of the worse ace-X's in there, as well as some of the pairs that we're flipping against. I think you're right. I think it is a spot that, you know, we are playing for the win. And yep, we are going to be pipped sometimes. But look at this, Christoph. Queens are getting dealt around the table at a alarming rate right now. Is that a sign that it's going to be the Queen of Tallinn?
Maybe.
Maybe. Westerland.
Westerland, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, I've been struggling with that name, even though it's not the toughest one. And Igor is all in with ace-6.
Oh, hello.
Or at least putting in a rather healthy-looking raise.
Are we going to go from having a wave of no eliminations for the best part of like an hour and a half?
Hang on a sec, Scott. What's Jenny got here? She's got ace-jack.
My. Oh, my. Wait, this could just be everything. This is 3-handed.
3-handed. She's 50 effective almost with Christoph.
And she's not to know that Christoph is as strong as he is.
No, 3-handed with the big blind ante in play. That's a lot of...
Oh my! Oh my! This is huge. And obviously Christoph is going to be comfortably getting this in. I mean...
Oh my word.
Wow.
Action time indeed.
Yeah, this is basically for the tournament, boys and girls. This is the hand. Wow. That's so sick that Jenny picks up ace-jack here. Like, what is going on? And Christoph obviously is going to take his time, but this just go. Yeah, this just go. I mean,
this is the dream spot.
Yeah,
really,
this just goes in.
Queen's 3-handed.
Wow. What a cooler!
Yeah.
What an absolute cooler. I mean, this is for the chip lead for Christoph. Huge chip lead for Christoph if he holds here.
Does Igor save the 1 million if Christoph goes all in? It is 3.5 big.
It's a huge ladder. I mean, so from second to third, it's a 38,000 euro ladder.
Yeah.
So when Christoph jams, not if.
Yeah.
When Christoph jams, Igor should probably save the million. Yeah.
Oof.
Do we ever get a weird situation where Christoph jams and it just goes like fold? No, Igor's in.
He's decided he's committed, and Jenny will.
And Jenny's in. This is for the tournament, pretty much, boys and girls. Wow.
Wow, 18% to be crowned the WSOP Circuit ring winner here. As we have half an hour level left of the 150 300k, and it's ace-jack versus queens versus ace-6. in what could be the final showdown. Are the queens going to hold up for Christoph? He will be sweating buckets, as this will surely.
So bear in mind,
determine
whatever
the fate.
happens, Jenny will still be in. Jenny has the covering stack. If Christoph wins, if Christoph holds.
Some diamonds!
Oh, wow.
Jenny's got a diamond, and the only player in the three-way all-in with the diamond. It could be dead on the turn here, Scott.
Oh, and there's the ace!
Whoa! Holy McMoley, left with one queen in the deck, the Queen of Hearts, and it
it's
does
over!
not arrive.
It's over! Jenny wins!
Oh my word!
Wow!
What a run out!
Wow! 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 Wow!
For
wow!
Jenny Westerland, and she goes to the rail looking for the hugs from the supporters.
Unbelievable final hand there. Wow. Christoph must be gutted. You pick up queens three-handed, you find the dream spot to take the massive chip lead.
Giving
But
a
Jenny
hug
with the win.
to Igor, going around now after the outpour of emotions to say good game and unlucky to Christoph, who got the bad end of that three-way collision there with the queens. He was looking so good, and then the flop, based on what we'd seen, based on the momentum in the sails of Jenny Westerland, it looked somewhat inevitable, and it was.
Jenny
Return
is your
ace.
champion, boys and girls. 200,000 euros, the World Series ring, the 5,000 Bahamas package.
Wow, and it was all locked up in a matter of moments. I mean, since the long four-handed bout, we were going on for hours in that node. All of a sudden, within a couple of orbits,
And there's the hubby.
won the lot.
There's the hubby.
And you love to see the emotion pouring out here, because it's such a tender moment, the big breakthrough score for Jenny.
And the chat are asking, Igor, why play? Yeah, I mean, he could have maybe held that last million behind. It ultimately would have got him the ladder. Wow. Well done, Jenny, though. I have to say, for what I saw of the final table, from what I heard of the final table from you, the deserving winner, the absolutely deserving winner, the Jenny Westerland show from start to finish. There were some bumps in the road, but absolutely controlled the final table.
Yeah, what a final table performance, and sometimes you need a stroke of luck to get over the line, and that's exactly what she's found. Finding a way to get it done with the ace-jack versus the queens versus the ace-6. And wow, what a roller coaster that last 10 or 20 minutes was, as we go down to 4 to a winner in just a matter of moments.
It was two hands, right?
Wow.
We went from 4 to 3, one hand, and then all of a sudden picks up queens on the button.
Yeah, the
Ace
three-way
6
action.
goes all in, ace jack goes all in, and all of a sudden it's over, and we
so
have our
quickly,
champion.
I can't even process it right now. What a final hand. We haven't seen drama quite like that, and there was so many storylines on this final table. We saw the wild, erratic play of Igor finding his way back in, getting short again, finding some moves. Unfortunately, bows out with the ace-6 there in the last hand, but it was the huge confrontation between Christoph and Jenny that ended up sealing the deal.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. But as we said, from start to finish, very good play from Jenny. Really controlled the final table in her own way, in her own style.
Yeah, exactly. Navigating excellently, and we're going to be ready for the ceremony. Let's get back for the ring winner ceremony, the last one of the week. And it's over to Jenny with the ace-jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our main event winner. World Series of Poker Circuit Tallinn 2025. Out of 888 main event entries, our winner, please give a big hand from Sweden to Jenny Westerlund.
Krista there, also hailing from Sweden, on hand to hand over the ring as the emotions start to pour out from Jenny, a deserving winner, a great final table performance, and getting over the line in spectacular fashion with that three-way all-in, Scott. Wow.
And will we see her at the karaoke tonight is the question.
I mean, surely, right? So we are going to come back for an interview shortly, but in the meantime, let's just decompress because that was quite something. Honestly, I've never seen a final table like it. We had so many storylines. We had David coming in as the 5K winner earlier in the week, putting Jenny to the test early with the Queen 10 suited. She did find the call with the 9s, blind versus blind, Queen in the window, followed by the 9. And since then, smooth sailing.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive from Jenny, like you say, taking some post-flop lines that maybe you wouldn't take, pre-flop lines, pre-flop sizes that you wouldn't take, but you know what? She did it her own way. She did it her own style. Very comfortable with her own style.
Yeah.
And
she
navigated the final table like very well.
She adjusted to her opponents extremely well, and she did keep some of that small ball strategy in play. And with that, you saw just a slow, progressive climb to the top. And yeah, having a bit of luck to get it over the line.
Incredible final hands, like, my goodness.
So we are going to have an interview very shortly. Let's get back and see the interview. Okay, we're going to have to wait on that one, as I'm sure Jenny will be celebrating with the rail with some of the emotions outpouring, but a fantastic winner nonetheless, and the last ring winner of the week. I do still think we have the 3K running as well alongside.
Well, I can try and get some updates for that, actually. Let me quickly have a little look on the Poker Lens app. Let's see if we've got the 3K. We know that Max Sanders busted out in 4th place.
We certainly did.
In that one. I believe it was the Spanish player that got him. Let's have a look. Yep, 3K. Boom.
But regardless, a record-breaking...
Oh, a heads up there.
Ooh.
It is Enrico Martinez with 1.6 million. Tommy Lankinen heads up with 1.3 million. And
playing
they
for
are
a top
playing
prize
for
of
80k.
80,000 euros. Exactly. And of course, that last ring, although this will be the last one we see. And we should be ready now to go back for the interview.
We're actually just going to show you very quickly again, Jenny, get in the ring, get in the trophy, and then we're going to go straight to the interview after that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our main event winner. World Series of Poker Circuit Tallinn 2025. Out of 888 main event entries, our winner, please give a big hand from Sweden to Jenny Westerlund.
And I totally forgot we're gonna bring your friends also.
Yeah, like a friend's picture, yeah, for sure. Yes, we definitely. A few. Most are asking me as well. Most of them actually went home already.
You know, after this win, you always get more friends. Check on the right. Okay. Come more together. Come closer to the table. Yeah. Okay, nice. Ready? And one more. Wait, don't check. You all look perfect. Thank you.
So, a couple of technical issues to deal with.
Oh, and you're Jenny Westerlund, apparently.
We're having fun with it at the very least, but we've had a great week of action with rings being handed out for not only No Limit Hold'em events, but the PLO 4-5. We had the PLO 5-5-5 as well as the Sveton and the 8 games. So it's been a record-breaking week in terms of numbers and a successful one here, despite a few hiccups towards the end of the week. But we're all tired and we've had a good one. And thanks very much to all of you for tuning in and watching the show. It was indeed Jenny Westerlund taking it down.
Love to see it. I mean, again, just very impressive play from start to finish from Jenny. Controlled the final table super well. Obviously, you have to get a bit lucky along the way with that little 9 in the window.
Absolutely.
But that's poker. That happens.
So we're going to go and see some of the final moments once again, have a little recap from that last crucial hand, and then we will be ready to go for the interview. So stay peeled for that one.
Thank you all so much.
So here we have the final hand where Jenny got over the line with the ace-jack, three-handed at that stage. Igor pushing from the small blind versus Christoph opening the button. Jenny going with the ace-jack, running into the queens. But what do we have next, Scott?
Mystery. As we wait for the flop. Flop comes with 3 diamonds. 9-3-2. Jenny with a 40% equity. Christoph still the favourite.
And the outburst of shock as she realizes just how close she is. She's 1 diamond or an ace away.
And
ace
there is the
on
ace.
The turn. Seals the deal almost. Just the queen of hearts to fade. And the 5. Securing the win for Sweden, which was Andreas's prediction all along. He'll be happy with that one. And it is indeed coming home to Sweden on this occasion as the rail goes wild. Lots of ladies as well in the background supporting their lone runner on the final table, and she managed to get the job done. So congratulations once again to an excellent final table performance and a rather dramatic way to finish.
And shall we hear from Jenny, George?
Let's do it, shall
we? Let's hear from our winner, Jenny Westerlund, the main event winner, 200,000 euros. We're going to go straight now to her.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuits event in Tallinn. I'm joined now by the winner, the first ever woman who takes down a main event circuit ring. And it happened here in Tallinn from Sweden, Jenny Westerlund. Huge congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
You're all smiles, but I met you before the tournament started. You were really locked in, focused. But you said you didn't study the opponents on the final table. You were going to play it by ear and feel the table. And it worked out.
Yeah, I did. I didn't want to get distracted by the hand-on mob, the places and other tournaments. I want to make my own opinion, and I think it worked.
I think it did, actually. Do we have the ring here? They haven't.
No,
not yet.
Over there.
It's over there. Yeah. We need to have the ring, of course. It's coming to us. But Jenny, you also said that I know you as an aggressive player, and coming into the final table, was that your mindset all the time to keep the pressure on and to you had a big stack coming in?
That was my plan, because I had a big stack. I wanted to put pressure on the middle stacks and the small stacks, and that worked. It worked.
Yeah, and we also touched on that your biggest score before was 24,000 euros. You're almost putting a 240,000 score now, at least 200. Yeah. And what's the feeling inside?
I don't think I really recognize it yet. I think I have to be a couple of days before I get settled down and recognize that I actually won all that money. Yeah, because it's going to make a big difference in my life.
Of course it is. But you also said before the final table, at least, that you didn't really care about the money, or you of course did care, but you didn't have the focus. The focus was this thing, the ring.
The ring was most important. The money is amazing, but the ring is most important.
Yeah. You had 2 things among things on your bucket list, and you managed to do them both today. What were the 2 things?
I wanted a ring, first of all, and second of all, I wanted to win a main event, because I've never done. I have a couple of side events, but never won a main event. Yeah. So this is big for me.
So as we say in Sweden, två flugor i en smäll. 2 things at once.
Yeah.
And I know you're traveling around playing a lot of poker, and you're going to the next stop already next week now?
Swedish Championship in Bratislava, and I'm probably going to play a couple events at WSOP in Bratislava as well.
Yeah. They're both at the same city at the same time, so you have a main event title to defend in just a week, maybe. Then.
Yeah, I might do that.
I know your partner is here as well. He was not allowed by the table, though, from you said before, because he made you were nervous coming into this, but he was.
I wasn't nervous at all. He's been nervous for days. Railing me and see what's going on, but I told him you have to stay away. You can't be at the table because he makes me nervous if he's nervous as well.
So he was another part of the premises railing the stream instead.
Yeah, he wasn't here, so he didn't know.
I was actually with him when we heard a big cheer because it was a large final hand, and we thought it was 3 or 4 left because we were on the delay, and then all of a sudden we run here and you already won it.
Yeah.
So
it was fast at the end.
Yeah,
we went fast.
And good.
And good.
Yeah. So celebrations tonight?
Yes, I'm gonna go out with my friends, go for a nice dinner, and then go to the party here at the casino. Yeah.
All right, Jenny. Again, huge congratulations. Enjoy the win. Celebrate tonight, and then hope you see you at the future stops here in Tallinn as well.
Of course, I will be back.
Thank you from Tallinn. It's been a pleasure having you all for the circuit events for a full 10 days. We're signing out now. We'll be back soon, of course, for more here from Tallinn, Olibet, and the Olympic Casino. Thank you.
So well done once again to Jenny for taking it down. Special thanks to you, Scott, for joining me in the booth.
You're very welcome as always.
As well as Andreas.
Absolute pleasure.
Krista Larsson, Lena Olofsson as well, and Rasmus Lundström throughout the week for hopping in and giving your insight and helping us out with the media production. It's been a great week.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Poker-wise hasn't gone amazingly for my good self, but I will be back. I'll be getting them next time in all the lovely mixed games. Yes.
That's the plan, and so many mixed games on store. Just to remind you once again, 8-game and Sviten rings being handed out, and the first of its kind for the Sviten. Many more to come over the next few events. So looking forward to that one. Next up for us is the Queens of Tallinn coming in soon. But for now, thank you from me and Scott, and it's good night.
It's good night, everyone.